I'm keeping now. Feeling like I'm dreaming, I keep feeling like I'm dreaming. Don't come around if you don't be around. I've been the man, you believe me now. Maybe I'm not flying, but I'm floating. If we're not headed to the top, where we going? 2 miles an hour, can you picture me rolling? Cause life is so much better when you live in slow motion.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone, for being here at the annual UCLA Law Review Symposium Toward an Abolitionist Future. We are so excited to begin the symposium and have important discussions about what future we can imagine together. We will begin with a land acknowledgement from Alyssa Sanderson and Chloe Freeman from the Native American Law Students Association.
Hello. We acknowledge the Tongva peoples as the traditional land caretakers of the Los Angeles Basin in the Southern Channel Islands, and are grateful to have the opportunity to work for the Indigenous peoples in this place. As a land-grant institution, we pay our respects to our ancestors, elders, and our relatives and relations, past, present, and emerging.
I also want to acknowledge that honoring land and its Indigenous caretakers requires action from UCLA Law to commit to admitting and financially supporting Native students, especially Tongva students who UCLA Law has not had in attendance once since their founding. I also encourage land to be given back to Native peoples and monetary reparations to be given to all Indigenous peoples dispossessed from their lands at the hands of the United States, including Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe, and thank you, Alyssa, for that beautiful land acknowledgement. Welcome, students, practitioners, professors, activists, and community members. We are so honored to welcome you to our 2022 annual symposium Toward an Abolitionist Future. My name is Alana Kane, and I am the editor-in-chief of volume 69 of the UCLA Law Review. Since 2004, the Law Review's annual symposium has organized some of the most groundbreaking convenings on topics like transnational legal discourse on race and empire, Latinx communities and the criminal justice system, over-policed and underprotected, women, race and criminal justice, human trafficking and exploitation, to name a few. Over the years, our symposium topics have continued to transform legal academic discourse, examining the ways in which the law intersects with structural inequality, subordination, and power. This year is the very first symposium this Law Review has organized on abolition, and it is long overdue. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear from academics, activists, organizers, and change makers about how we might envision, progress, and move toward a future where prisons and policing are obsolete. In 2015, the UCLA Law Review published Professor Allegra McLeod's transformational article, Prison Abolition and Grounded Justice, introducing to legal academia the first sustained discussion of prison abolition and a prison abolitionist ethic. Now, 7 years later, we gather some of the most influential abolitionists to return to Professor McLeod's call to action, that abolition should occupy a central place in legal scholarship. Our hope is that this symposium continues to bridge the silos between academia and activism, foregrounding abolition as a bigger idea than firing cops and closing prisons, and as Derecka Purnell suggests, eliminating the reasons people think they need cops and prisons in the first place. Legal academia is too often detached from the lives affected by our scholarship. We call on our peers, student law journals across the country, to center those community organizers, abolitionists, and activists who you will hear from today, who are doing the critical work every day to build a world where freedom dreams are fully realized.
We would like to thank the moderators, panelists, and UCLA Law Review members who worked tirelessly to put this symposium together, as well as everyone whose work and resistance has contributed to these conversations. We would also like to thank our co-sponsors for providing the support necessary to make this event possible. In particular, we are grateful to our symposium faculty sponsors, India Tusi, Alicia Varani, Jamelia Morgan, and Ngozi Okadidegbe for their commitment and labor in coordinating this event. While we wish that we could gather together in person, we are thrilled that the online platform will allow many people outside of the UCLA Law community to join us. Abolition is a topic grounded in our lived realities, both within and outside of legal academia. And our goal is to cultivate discourse across all of our communities. We hope that this symposium will inspire you to action and that this is the beginning of many conversations to come as we continue to dismantle the racist and oppressive systems on which our legal system was founded. Thank you for joining us.
Now we would like to introduce Dean Jennifer Mnookin, the Dean of UCLA School of Law, to say a few words. Dean Mnookin.
Thank you so much for inviting me to give this introduction, and just to everybody for being here for this extremely important event. I want to thank Alana and Hope for their leadership of UCLA Law Review and this symposium. It's always a huge amount of work to put together a symposium, never a simple thing to do, but all the more difficult given the challenges of this last period and this pandemic. And while I'm sorry that we can't do this in person, I'm grateful for all of the labor that has made this possible, and also for the fact that this platform does make the symposium available to many who probably could not have made the journey to participate in our physical rooms. To everybody who is with us, thank you for being here and for joining in this event. I want to welcome you and to say that I think that this will be an extremely meaningful, inspiring, and important 2 days of engagement that will, I hope, inspire all of you to continue to do what you're already doing and to make a difference. As you all know, the focus is on abolition, and I agree that that's an extremely critical topic to be exploring together with academics, activists, those who've been engaging with this topic from so many different important angles, with a shared determination to create a more just and equitable society. So I too want to thank those who've put in work to make this possible, including the members of the UCLA Law Review, including the events staff and others who have participated in the logistics, and certainly including the several faculty sponsors, both from UCLA Law School and from several law schools across the country. It's your thinking and inspiration that have helped to make today happen. And I hope that it is a space for learning and connection and community and engagement, for provocation and inspiration. And I'm confident that it will be. So thank you for being here and very much welcome. And now let me turn it over to Alicia Varani and Professor India Tusi as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean Mnookin. Please give a warm welcome to two of our faculty co-sponsors, Professor India Tusi and Alicia Varani, without whom this symposium could not have happened. So Professor Tusi.
Greetings, everyone. I'm India Tusi, and I'm one of the faculty co-sponsors for the symposium. I'm really delighted that we can be here to have a conversation about what an abolitionist future might look like. So often the conversation about abolition reflects a fear of the so-called dangerous few, rather than the nourishment and thriving of the plenty who face the harms of the state's addiction to punishment and surveillance. These fear-based narratives can be a distraction from the visioning and imagining required to really ensure that everyone experiences security and meaningful safety, including safety from state-sponsored violence. I, along with Professors Virani, Morgan, and Nkita-Degbe, wanted to focus on the positive vision of abolition that looks to the future of what abolition can be. We wanted to bring together various conversations about technology, vice, community, law, and the global to contribute to the ongoing momentum toward abolition. We believe that the work we will be doing during this symposium today and tomorrow is a way of doing law that is rooted in community and that is open to disrupting the law and disrupting the status quo rather than preserving it. We're so grateful to the editors of the UCLA Law Review for collaborating with us on this project. We are especially grateful to Alana Kane, the editor-in-chief, for being flexible and modeling collaborative but strong leadership, and Hope Bentley, the symposium editor, for tirelessly working to put together this symposium and demonstrating a passion for this work and just a commitment to abolition. So we're joined today by a remarkably accomplished yet grounded group of individuals who are organizers, advocates, lawyers, and professors, all interested in a broad range of questions that we believe can help get us to this abolitionist future. Amongst our speakers, we have authors of multiple books on abolition, Times Magazine Most Influential People, numerous New York Times writers, and professors who have written articles and many law reviews about issues that get us to an abolitionist future. So we hope that you enjoyed the symposium and join us in imagining what our society and what our future might look like.
Thank you, Professor Tusi. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'm Alicia Virani, the director of the Criminal Justice Program here at UCLA Law. The Criminal Justice Program is really grateful to be a co-sponsor of this symposium. I'll be brief because I know we'd all like to get started and dive into the conversations. Primarily, I just have a great deal of gratitude to offer this morning. Fairly early in the planning, I was dealing with some health issues, and I saw the beauty of community that this abolitionist future is trying to build as my co-faculty sponsors, Professors Tusi, Morgan, and Nkita-Degbe, organized the lion's share of the symposium, along with the support of the students Hope Bentley and Alana Kane. I owe so much to all of you for stepping in when I had to take a huge step back, and I just wanted to really say thank you so much to the 5 of you for holding this down as I focused on my health. I'm so excited to be able to be here and participate and bear witness to the conversation over the next 2 days, to really dive into, as Miriam Kaba puts it, refusal, care, and collectivity. Here at UCLA Law in my courses, I try to focus on these 3 elements. How can we train lawyers to refuse the status quo, to question the way public defense is always practiced, the way legal arguments are always made, and recognize the illogic and inherent oppression of law? And I try to foster the creation of care and collectivity. How can we pass along skills to our students so that they can create communities of interdependence and care through which everyone's needs are met and where we can be vulnerable? When I embark on these experiments with my students, it sometimes feels hard to do within the confines of the legal institution, especially when I ask students to be vulnerable with each other. But this is all a part of the abolitionist work. How can we bring our most vulnerable selves to the table so that our whole selves are present in this work and for each other? We cannot expect or achieve transformation if we're not willing to do this within our own communities and institutions. That's why I'm incredibly excited that we're hosting this symposium, albeit virtually, at UCLA Law. To open up these conversations within the legal academy is incredibly necessary. I'm looking forward to collectively thinking through how punishment has infiltrated every aspect of our lives, to question whether and how a practice of abolitionist law is possible, and to determine what our role should be in creating the world we wish to see every single day. Again, thank you so much for everyone who has carried the enormous burden of this event and brought it to fruition. And thank you to all our attendees and panelists for being here. I'll now pass it back to Hope.
Thank you so much, Professor Tusi and Professor Virani. It has really been a pleasure to work with you both. Now I'd like to move on to our first panel, which welcomes professors and practitioners from across the country to contemplate what aspects of the law may be stopping abolition from becoming a reality. Please welcome Professor Jamelia Morgan to moderate this panel, Law and Legal Institutions, Impediments to Change.
Thank you so much, Hope. Thank you to the co-conveners, the incredible professors that I've been able to work with, along with the students, to bring a wonderful set of speakers and discussions to you all today. I am extremely grateful to be in conversation with an incredible lineup of panelists, scholars and activists who have influenced my thinking, who have inspired me over the years. So I do want to express my gratitude to you all for taking the time to have these discussions. So our panel is tasked with discussing law's current role in abolitionist movements, and we're going to have a discussion on whether law can be used in service of abolitionist movements alongside abolitionist movements. We're going to talk about some of the barriers, the impediments to change, but also, as Professor Tusi mentioned, the possibilities, the imagining, the freedom dreaming that needs to happen to ensure that abolitionist movements can thrive. So I have the task of introducing our terrific panelists for today, getting out the way and starting the conversation. So if you will, I'd like to go through and do the introductions. So first is Robert Salim Holbrook. Robert Salim Holbrook is the executive director of the Abolitionist Law Center, a law project dedicated to ending race and class-based discrimination in the criminal legal system and all forms of state violence. Prior to being named ED of ALC, Salim was the director of community organizing responsible for expanding ALC into Philadelphia. He also led ALC's campaigns against death by incarceration, solitary confinement, and state violence. He has worked with the Center for Constitutional Rights to end DBI sentences in the United States and the National Unlock the Box campaign to end solitary confinement. Salim is a co-founder of Human Rights Coalition, an organization with chapters in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh that is composed of family members of prisoners. HRC advocates on behalf of the civil and human rights of all incarcerated people. He is the co-founder of the Coalition to Abolish Death by Incarceration in Pennsylvania, an advocacy group fighting to end LWOP sentences. While incarcerated, Salim wrote extensively on prison abuse, social injustice, state violence, and juveniles charged and sentenced as adults. His writings were featured in Truth Out, The Appeal, San Francisco Bayview, and Solitary Watch. He was released from prison in 2018 after spending over 2 decades incarcerated for an offense for which he was convicted as a child. Salim, welcome. Alec Karakasanis is the founder and executive director of Civil Rights Corps. Before joining Civil Rights Corps, Alec was the a civil rights lawyer and public defender with the Special Litigation Division of the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia, a federal public defender in Alabama, representing impoverished people accused of federal crimes, and co-founder of the nonprofit organization Equal Justice Under Law. He's the author of a number of articles and in a book titled Usual Cruelty. Welcome, Alec. All right. Emmanuel Mauleon is Bernard A. and Lenore S. Greenberg Legal Fellow at UCLA School of Law, where he teaches race, sexuality, and the law, as well as other courses focusing on critical race theory and sexuality. He previously worked as a fellow at the Policing Project at NYU Law School, where his work focused on regulating police access to surveillance and other emergent technologies, and as a fellow in the Liberty and National Security Program at the Brennan Center for Justice, where his work centered on addressing white nationalist domestic terrorism, hate crime policy, and national security surveillance, particularly surveillance and policing of Black Muslim communities in the United States. His publications have appeared in the UCLA Law Review, Just Security, and Salon, among others, and also is a UCLA Law alum. So welcome, Emmanuel, it's really good to see you. All right, Professor Anthony O'Rourke teaches and writes in the intersections of criminal law and procedure, legislation, constitutional law, and legal theory. His scholarship draws on the work draws on work in the social sciences and legal philosophy to identify the links between legal doctrine and the institutional arrangements that structure legal decision-making in criminal legal system. His work have appeared or been published in the Columbia Law Review, Michigan Law Review, and Wisconsin Law Review, among other journals. Naomi Murakawa is an associate professor of African American Studies at Princeton University. She studies the reproduction of racial inequality in 20th and 21st century American politics, with specialization in crime policy in the carceral state. She is the author of The First Civil Right: How Liberals Built Prison America. And her work has appeared in Law and Society Review, Theoretical Criminology, Du Bois Review, and several other edited volumes. She has received fellowships from Columbia Law School Center for the Study of Law and Culture, as well as the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation's Health Policy Research Program. So it's an incredible lineup. I'm really looking forward to the discussion. What I'd like to do is start with our first question. And Salim, I'm going to go to you, given your organizing work and your thinking on this issue. Should there be a role for lawyers in abolitionist movements and in this work of producing abolitionist futures? And if so, what role should lawyers play?
Thank you for the question, Jamelia, and thank you everyone for inviting me to this conference. As someone who's not an attorney, I enjoy fielding this question, although I would like to say that the reasons I'm not an attorney is not because I'm not qualified to be an attorney. It's just because my life experience with the carceral state has often found me on the opposite side of the law. And not just me, but also many youth of color in this country. So my perspective on the law and lawyers is framed from, fighting it all my life. And I believe that lawyers have a role, and I believe that lawyers have a pivotal role in dismantling the carceral state. However, I do believe that the law in itself is the issue, because lawyers have to be retrained. And I even don't like to use the word lawyers. I think we need to maybe, especially abolitionists, we have to shift out of that term of just identifying people who practice the law as lawyers. Like in ALC, we have many formerly incarcerated people who are employed, myself and several others who are not lawyers, but we use the term legal workers or legal advocates, so that there is not a hierarchy within our organization between people who have had the ability to go to law school and graduate and practice law, and people who unfortunately went into the penitentiary and had to learn law in order to survive because it was being used to, in my case, kill us. So I think that's a first step, right? It's part of the narrative work, in that we have to retrain attorneys to even think differently about themselves and their roles. Then we also have to retrain attorneys to think about how they practice and perceive the law, because the reality is that the law is the problem. The law and its institutions, and not just the courts, but also universities, and also legal organizations, maintain the status quo. The law is designed to maintain the status quo. And one of the largest hurdles and obstacles to abolitionist legal practitioners is precedent that you run into, and the reluctance of many lawyers and institutions and professors to challenge precedent when you know that you're going to lose. And as abolitionists, and particularly I can only speak for our experience within the Abolitionist Law Center, and I'm going to put Jamelia on point because Jamelia used to be an attorney and I miss her so much. She helped frame this perspective, and that is, the law is illegitimate. And we navigate a very fine line, an ethical line as legal practitioners. Not just recognizing that, but practicing from that perspective. So when we talk about lawyers' roles, we have to retrain them to say, hey, listen, this institution you're going into to contend. And I'm very glad that as an attorney, I did not have to be sworn in as an officer of the court, because you are being sworn in, right, to enforce the status quo that is maintaining an oppressive social contract. And when I say oppressive social contract, that's what we are facing as abolitionists in the United States. This is what we are trying to dismantle. And as lawyers, we are trying to look for gaps in the system, gaps in the Constitution, gaps in the court, gaps that we can enforce our rights in, to dismantle, not buttress, not lift up or fortify the system, but rather to dismantle it. And I think that is an enormous challenge, because we often look at how the law can be used to help us. And we do look at, we look at how the law, how we can practice the law from a harm reduction standpoint, not how the law could help us, because the law is an arm of the state, and the carceral role within the state is a role of violence being played out on our communities. We talk about police violence, talk about prison violence, but mass incarceration, the police state, all of this at the end of the day is state violence. And so the role for lawyers is an important role, but I would back up and say that abolition is not like putting on a suit and going into court and saying, I'm in here today to shut this prison down, or I'm in here today to represent these clients. Abolition, as a legal practitioner, you have to retrain yourself, because I don't believe that institutions are going to do this. I mean, even though I lecture at Penn, I'm fortunate that we can have these conversations with aspiring abolitionist attorneys, but the first step is for you to retrain yourself. You have to reframe your thinking about your role as an attorney and what privilege you have and the hierarchy there, right? As well as respecting the ethical boundaries that you have to operate in as an attorney, while also recognizing that you are practicing within an oppressive system, an illegitimate system. And that is a very tedious cliff to be on within the legal profession, because I like to tell people, I don't care how high your abolitionist ideals are. When you go into court, you better know your case, you better know your law, you better know the rules and all that, because they will boot your ideals out of that courtroom very quickly, right? And the consequences for the movement, for the people that you represent, are going to be serious. So for me, that is the challenge there, navigating, practicing law within an illegitimate system, and retraining yourself to know that this system and the law enforces the status quo. So Jamelia, I believe that lawyers have a role, but I think that they have to be retrained, and I don't believe that institutions are going to be the ones that change them unless we change the institutions.
Thank you, Salim. So I wanted to pick up on something that you said in your remarks, Salim, and it brings me, I think, to inviting Alec, you to speak on this particular question. So Salim, you noted that in thinking about this question, the role for lawyers and legal workers in abolitionist movements, what's required is a reframing of thinking, our thinking, and our role as attorneys. Alec, I remember reading your piece in the Harvard Law Review, Policing Mass Imprisonment and the Failure of American Lawyers. And it was really transformational in how, when I was coming out of law school, I was going to approach my work. And so I want to turn it over to you. I know you've done some thinking and obviously incredible work in the abolitionist space and in courts and institutions. What are your thoughts as to this question?
It's such a big question, and I'm really thrilled to have the opportunity to share a couple of thoughts. I don't have any answers to the question. I can only offer you some of my own sort of thinking with all of the tensions that my own thinking reflects, because this is messy work that's really difficult, and I don't think any of us fully have the answers yet. The system is so violent and so full of pain and suffering and misery, and also joy and inspiration. It's all kind of messy, and figuring out what role you have as a lawyer is really messy in it. But it's an honor to be on this panel with you. I look up to your work so much, and everyone else on the panel. This is really great. So thank you for listening to what I have to say. I want to first say that as an attorney, and what I was trying to capture in that essay, you have a really important set of decisions to make. First, you have to decide, how am I going to use the energy that animates my body every single day to make the world more consistent with my own values, with the values that I care about. The second, how am I going to use the incredible privilege that I've been given, all of the investments that have been made in my own intellectual development, my own moral development. How am I going to do justice to all the people who combined to put me in this position where I have this weird access to this thing called the law, which is so powerful and can be used for so much harm. And then third, I think maybe the most important question, once you've sort of thought about like how can I do justice to those who came before me, and how do I use my energy and my privilege and my intellectual gifts, who am I accountable to? Who am I working with? Who are my comrades? Who am I working for? Whose judgment do I rely on when making really critical decisions about what areas of law to focus on, what cases to bring, what arguments to make, when to bring those cases, who to consult with prior to bringing those cases? Should I even bring cases at all? What is the role of a legal case? So these are like really important questions. I think by and large, lawyers are completely ill-equipped to answer them. I think one of the reasons for that is the way that legal education functions. If you look at American legal education, it's really structured around learning what prior courts have been saying for decades or centuries. And if you look at the American legal system since its inception in the late 18th century, it has always been a locus for preserving the distributions of wealth, power, property, racial and gender hierarchies, right? It's been a place for creating and enforcing with brutal violence the enclosure of various pieces of land. It's been sort of the place where powerful people go to justify the exertion of violence on the rest of society in order to preserve their own interests. It's why, for example, the Supreme Court at every single turn sided against Indigenous people, against Black people, against women. These were all social movements that were happening in our society that the courts were actively fighting against, all the way up through more recent social movements like movements for same-sex marriage equality and things like that, right? And what I think many of those movements taught us was that, let's just take a look at the same-sex marriage movement, because it's a more recent development. I mean, many very smart lawyers brought cases in the early 1980s trying to vindicate these constitutional rights, and they lost basically everywhere in court. They lost in the US Supreme Court. 15, 20, 25 years later, more very smart lawyers, some of the same lawyers, brought some of the same claims, relying on the same 6 or 7 words in the 14th Amendment. And this time they won all over the country. They even won in the United States Supreme Court. Now, I know there's a lot of debate in radical circles about what exactly they won and how they framed that movement. But what I think what happened was, it wasn't that the courts suddenly became a venue where you can seek and expect justice. It wasn't that the courts finally became somewhere that cared about basic civil and human rights and human dignity and the flourishing of all human beings. There was a social movement that happened that changed the balance of power in our society. It changed how people think about same-sex marriage. So in the context of abolition, I think the role of a lawyer is to think, how can I be a part of a social movement? How can the skills that I have as a lawyer be part of a broader movement that actually seeks to change the way we think about human caging, seeks to change the way we think about these carceral bureaucracies and seeks to change the way we all think, our attitudes, our beliefs, our assumptions about like how we can help each other flourish. And so I think, notice I'm contrasting that with a lawyer coming in and saying, we are going to win this case and that case will result in liberation. Because there has never been a single court case in US history where the courts have led the way and created something liberatory that is divorced from a social movement. That's just not what courts are. Courts are where we can change narrative. We can use them to till the soil so we can get information through court cases that help organizing. We can sometimes protect people from physical violence in the immediate term so they can do their organizing. There are lots of things we can do as lawyers. We can use cases to lift up people's work and people's experiences and suffering and show the gap in our society between the way law is written and the way law is lived by poor people and people of color and immigrants. But they aren't themselves the solution. And I think that's a really key lesson for young lawyers to think about. And I think the upshot of it all is, who are you in community with? Who are you accountable to? Who is going to help you decide what your role in a social movement can be as a lawyer? And I think that's sort of, for me, the question that I'm asking myself, as opposed to like any particular answer. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of how I think about it.
Thank you, Alec. I think the key questions that you pose, who am I accountable to, who am I in community with, are important questions that young lawyers to be can ask, and those of us that are working in and alongside movements in particular. I want to go to you next, Professor Mauleon, just to, again, respond and your vantage point from the UCLA Law School as a fellow, new into the legal academy with an incredible practice background. I'd love to hear your thoughts as to this particular question.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me. This is my first symposium as a legal academic, which I still laugh about a little bit to myself. But yeah, I'm very excited to be here. I wouldn't consider myself an expert on abolition, but I've also been very grateful that no one's ever required me to be an expert on abolition on this road. I think that I show up every day with an orientation trying to get further and further and further, and everybody is welcoming to that. And I've learned so much from the people on this panel and everybody else that's on the symposium, but I think mostly from the people that have allowed me to inhabit my body alongside them in the critical resistance that is protest. I think that that's the place where I feel the most connected to this. It hasn't been in law school, it hasn't been when writing, it's been just out there with people that I love doing direct confrontation, and so I wanted to particularly shout out the people at NYC Shut It Down and People's Monday, where it was really my core when I was in New York. And sort of began to even think about becoming a lawyer. It all came out of protesting, being in community, saying, what do we do about the police? So that's the first thing that I want to highlight. When I thought about the question, should there be a role for lawyers in producing an abolitionist future? I had a lot of the, I can't top what Robert and Alec have already said. I had a lot of similar thoughts. But maybe I was a little bit more tentative. I, said, yes, if that lawyer is oriented toward abolition, yes, if they need not show up as lawyers. And I think that these are themes that both Robert and Alec touched upon. And so reframing the question a bit, I thought about, if we pose it as, well, is there a role for abolitionists in law? I think that then I come away with a more resounding yes. And thinking about it that way, it sort of brought me to the idea that it's like, what are our assumptions about who lawyers are and who they can be? And this is all picking up on themes that Robert already talked about. It's what does it mean to show up as a lawyer? What does it mean to show up as a law worker? What does it mean to show up as your full self when you are a lawyer? Because I think that, so often when I come to legal spaces and I announce that I'm a lawyer, the way that I'm understood in that space is very differently than the way that I'm understood outside of those spaces. So I think about, the day after I graduated from law school and was very excited to come along this path, I drove from Los Angeles to Minneapolis with my partner to go there to study for the bar. And very excited, just graduated from law school. And then on the way, I got pulled over twice, once at gunpoint, told that I was going to be killed. And that was just like, you know, you have all these tools and you have all this power, but what does that do when you're actually facing the violence of the state? You know, it does very little for you in that moment. And I think that that helps me recenter and reframe, like, I have a set of tools, but those tools only work in certain venues, I think, too. And that the people that are going to keep me safe outside of those venues are not lawyers. It's going to be community, it's going to be activists, it's going to be all the people that I've been organizing with on this road. So that's my first thought. And then the second being, what's the role in lawyers producing, is do they need to show up as lawyers? So sometimes, like I said, it's showing up as a body, it's showing up as a friend, it's showing up to help people with logistics, it's showing up to make art, it's showing up with passion or just a shoulder to cry on. It's not necessarily embodying the role as a lawyer. I think that often we lead from that space. We become lawyers, and then that is the core of our identity. But all the law students that I know that struggle with law school, it's because they're asked to shed everything else. Sometimes they're asked to shed the commitments that they had, the other interests that they had, the stories and the narratives and the lives that they had. And so, similar to what Robert and Alec have already touched upon, it's the law can be a space of narrative change, but that only happens if you are expanding your own, you know, life story beyond, I'm just a lawyer and this is the role that I inhabit. So I echo everything that they said. But in my practice, the thing that's been challenging and also rewarding is just always insisting that the person that I'm bringing to these legal spaces need not be the lawyer that was shaped in law school. And I find a lot of resistance when I start leading from a place that isn't constitutional law theory down, but saying, I just disagree with this because if I brought this to my community, they're not going to understand what, you know, the arguments that you're making, things like that. And I think that you'll find a lot of resistance, especially in elite academic or practitioner, you know, elite institutions where that's not the center for most people. So I think that as long as your center is abolition and that's the kernel that you're striving toward, then I think that you have a role in abolition. I think that whether you're a lawyer or not doesn't matter. I think it's just, you know, obviously there's a different set of tools, but that's not the center for me. So.
Thank you, Professor Mauleon. I think the kind of call and invitation to be our authentic selves in the law school space and the movement spaces that we occupy is kind of coming from a place of courage. I know that in so many ways, the incredible work of critical race theorists, many of whom are at UCLA Law School, was very influential to me in showing up as my full self in law schools in a place that was very isolating and where arguments on behalf of coming from a place of community were rejected and marginalized in a variety of ways by kind of the force of liberalism that I think is pretty dominant in many of these elite law school spaces. Professor Murakawa, I want to turn to you next. I think that your work in many ways, when I first came to the book, helped me to really see the violent project of liberalism, and in a way that I think, again, as I said to so many of the co-panels before, really transformed my thinking. So it's wonderful to have you here. I wonder if you, as someone outside of the legal education law practice as it's been constructed, could speak to this question.
Thank you so much. I love the way this panel started with Salim's comment to just don't believe the hype. There's a sense in which we can get tricked or indoctrinated into thinking that our credentials are the equivalent of a skill set. And there are many credentials that are not marked as such. When I first saw this question of, is there a role for lawyers? I remembered that in late 2014, there was the crucial intervention of the Say Her Name campaign that was bringing desperately needed visibility to the Black women and girls killed and brutalized in police violence. And I had completely forgotten that first Say Her Name report was, I think the first two authors are in fact both lawyers. That's Kimberly Crenshaw and Andrea Ritchie. But their whatever their lawyerliness, however it is we want to think of that, was not worn or marketed or especially visible in the project of Say Her Name, which is all about bringing visibility and lifting up and not erasing the losses and not erasing the loss of the loss for a collectivity of Black women and girls. And I think that so many of the conversations that we have about what's our role, tap into whatever narcissistic sensibilities we have about whoever we think we are. So I thought the question for this panel could be moved to a political science conference that I'm going to. What's the role for political scientists? And I thought, what's the role for criminologists? And I imagine all the philosophers are going to ask, what's the very special and particular role for philosophers? Who cares? I actually think the point of movement building is to try to move away from those metrics of individual performance, which law school and graduate school and all other kinds of places overvalue, to move away from that kind of self-fixation and into an understanding of working for and with a collective, as India so beautifully said at the beginning, turning away from the fear-mongering that's about a so-called dangerous few and moving yourself into the voluptuous, beautiful work of being in a collective that is building something nourishing for all. I could just stop there, actually.
Thank you so much, Professor Murakawa. I think well said. In many cases, this kind of vantage point of asking the question and thinking about our role as lawyers invites this kind of referential kind of thinking, which is certainly a problem for our work alongside movements. Professor O'Rourke, I want to turn to you next. I know you're having some tech issues, but we're going to do the best that we can and work with it. It's good to see you, Tony.
Thank you. I think the tech issues are in the past, so it's a real pleasure to be here. I want to really take Professor Murakawa's points to heart and try not to fall into the narcissistic allure of trying to offer too much on these issues. The role of an academic, I think, is perhaps even more attenuated than that of the lawyer in terms of the movement energies that will give rise to an abolitionist future. I do have some experience working as a federal public defender for long enough to see really good lawyers working in solidarity with their clients, which sort of leads me to think about the questions and the points that Salim and Alec raised in very granular ways. Specifically, when I think about who lawyers are accountable to, I start thinking about the institutional arrangements that cloud who lawyers are accountable to. What institutional arrangements exist that entrench the status quo in even public defender lawyering? And I think that there are specific steps and policy steps that we might be able to take to eliminate those and change those institutional arrangements. For example, David Patton, the head of the federal defenders of New York, has talked about how the fact that federal defenders organizations are structured within the Office of the Administrative Judiciary distorts who lawyers are accountable to, and might make for some hesitancy if a lawyer is trying to work in solidarity with a client in terms of a sentencing argument that a judge might not like. And so what I'll say is I think it is worth thinking in specific terms about the institutional arrangements that can be changed to better animate lawyers who want to use themselves to work in solidarity with their clients. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Professor O'Rourke. I want to go to our next question, and I'm going to start with you, just given your kind of last comment, thinking about kind of the specific institutional arrangements and reconfigurations that need to happen to remove some of the barriers to accountability, in particular, what's insulating lawyers from the community and what's entrenching the status quo. But the second question I'd like to pose is what legal institutions and structural arrangements need to be changed to support abolitionist movements and their goals? Another broad question, but given your specific work and recent publications, thinking through these issues, I thought that you could start us off.
Thank you. And I'll forgive me if I speak at a little more length on this point, because it is something that I've been thinking about a great deal, both in my academic work and also based on some recent experiences working as an attorney for and as a member of the transition advisory team for a Democratic Socialist mayoral candidate in Buffalo, India Walton, who has deep abolitionist roots, and trying to think about how to effectuate her vision. And one thing that really struck me during the campaign that I feel a bit more liberated to speak about, given her really tragic loss than I might otherwise, is the comments of the head of the PBA here in Buffalo, saying something to the effect of, "I'm not particularly worried if she wins, because she really can't do anything to us." And I mean, that is of course an exaggeration and posturing, but I want to think about what the truth is, right? What truth behind that is. What are, again, the institutional arrangements that give asymmetric power to the status quo and to elites, as opposed to people who are trying to assert democratic control over policing? And I think this moment of actual backlash against abolitionist movements and defunding at the public level really provides a unique moment to think deeply about this. And my co-authors and I, in a series of papers, have argued, have sort of explored why police agencies seem to be largely insusceptible to a lot of radical reform challenges. And we argue that one of the reasons, an important reason, is because of the unique complexity of the legal structures that constitute police agencies. We call this phenomenon law enforcement exceptionalism. And I think that a threshold task of activists, including abolitionists, should be to simplify police governance, simplify the legal structures that constitute how police agencies exist in the United States, by building coalitions that seek to make police agencies accountable to only one level of governmental oversight. And I would argue it should be a local level, where there's greater opportunities for social movements and people of color to organize or to assert some sort of community control. So what do I mean by law enforcement exceptionalism? Well, we commonly think of police departments as inherently local in nature, but in reality, law enforcement, and you could make the same argument for prisons, right, is constituted by a web of overlapping legal authorities and structures that are designed to insulate them from democratic control. Police agencies, like public authorities that are formed to bulldoze urban neighborhoods, have been designed to operate outside of any sort of community input. City charters insulate police departments from disbanding efforts by provisions that are difficult to amend, that provide for the existence of police departments and actually provide for minimum personnel levels, which pose a challenge to defunding efforts. State laws enacted at the request of police unions govern the relationship between police departments and local residents by setting what salaries we have to pay police, what limits there are on civilian oversight boards, subpoena powers, for example. And increasingly, states are passing laws that require police departments to assume specific duties and responsibilities. Many states now require police officers to be present at all schools, irrespective of the judgment of local school boards, and local sanctuary policies limiting police involvement in federal immigration enforcement have provoked anti-sanctuary legislation. And I think that this organizational structure, these institutional arrangements, insulate police from the sort of abolitionist moments that can create change. When there is backlash against these sort of movements, as there inevitably is, because we exist, I mean, because movements don't exist in status quo and they're a policy equilibrium, then the status quo and sort of those who are in power are able to kill the activist efforts more easily than they otherwise would. And I think bleak as though this picture is, it points to a new strategy for attacking the pathologies of policing. To change policing, to reform prisons, it may be necessary to make their legal structures more dynamic. And sort of the one point I think I can offer on this panel is an invitation for abolitionists and activists to think imaginatively about how to change the underlying legal structures about how police are constituted. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Professor O'Rourke. Salim, I want to go to you next, and then invite the other panelists to speak to this particular question. I also want to encourage the audience to submit questions. We already have a number of terrific questions, which I'll go to at the start of our audience Q&A in about 15 minutes or so. All right, Salim.
Sorry. I think all of them need to be changed, restructured, and abolished. But, you know, I believe that abolition is a process, and I am very direct and keen on telling people that we're not going to win abolition in the next election, in the next budget cycle, in the next legislative session. Abolition is a generational struggle. So, I mean, I'm just thinking practically here right now. I don't want to go too far into the clouds on this, because as I said, I feel as though all of these institutions buttress, sustain an oppressive social and exploitive social contract in this country. But I will, since we're on the subject of legal institutions and law, I think changing the bars in states would be a very good step in not just bringing the law to the people, but it could also open up for more abolitionists lawyering, more abolitionist legal work to attack different pillars of the state, different pillars of the system. I often find it frustrating that there are so many hurdles to people becoming attorneys in this country. There are times that the practice of law or the legal profession feels like not a secret society, but definitely it's definitely a fraternity. It's not a sorority, it's a fraternity. And I don't think we need to level the playing field in that fraternity, because I believe the playing field needs to be expanded. Every time we talk about leveling something in this country, that really just means that movements, social justice movements are co-opted. The civil rights generation that fought so hard for voting rights produced a litany of failed BIPOC mayors and politicians all across this country from the 70s up until the present day. So for me, I really feel that we need to expand access to common people to practice the law, to learn the law. I think of, when I was in prison, I used to get material from the People's Law Office. I used to get material from, I think it's the San Quentin Law Office. Many of these very local legal institutions. And I do, although I'm not old enough, I do know the history of the community legal services and neighborhood legal services, how they started back in the day, back in the 60s. I think some of you even go further back, and they were supposed to be hubs that actually train poor communities, Black and brown communities, to use the law to defend themselves. I think that we do need to go back to a system like that, because right now, not necessarily the practice of law, but the teaching of law, the foundation of law, how law is interpreted, is centered in institutions that teach a very narrow definition of law and a very exclusionary form of law. That if you are poor, if you're Black or brown, if you don't fit into, I guess, what it is to be a successful American in this country, it weeds you out. And you have to have an incredible, strong foundation to make it through that. And I know that from speaking to a lot of law students who, for me, as someone who like is teaching law, like I'm excited, like, yeah, I'm here at this, so I'm ready to go. I'm ready to come in there, like, yo, let's do some abolitionists, let's get it. And instead, it's almost like the first couple of classes, like it's therapy. Like, and I'm like, damn, like it's that bad here? Like, you know, specifically for people who come into the legal profession wanting to change things, right? It's like, I'm under assault, my identity is under assault, my heritage is under assault. You know, it's just like I'm an institution that's assaulting me every day. And then I thought back to my experience, like that's what prison is like. You were under assault every day, every moment, sleeping, awake. It's just that in law school, they had some time to escape out of it, but when they're back, they felt under assault. So I think that all of these institutions need to be changed. I would say that I would like to say bringing in more abolitionists to these institutions would change them, but I don't know, because the history of social movements and activists coming into institutions or government in this country has been co-opted. And I really fear today, you know, we identified ourselves as abolitionists in 2001 in Pennsylvania, and ALC started in 2013. I was still in prison when ALC was started, but was integral in its starting. When I came home, even in 2018, we felt alone in the wilderness of abolition. Today is different, you know, and even for us, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say like, yeah, when I came home, there was 6 of us. Now there's like 20 something of us, right? So abolition now, you know, I was reading something about what Joy James was talking about, the plurality of abolition, but she was also talking about the dangers. And this is something that I've seen just from my experience studying the civil rights movement and even the Black liberation movement, is that as abolition is being hosted at a UCLA Law Symposium, here it is, I'm teaching abolition lawyering at the University of Penn as someone who did 27 years in prison. I'm actually teaching at Penn with the same professor that coined the term super predator for children. He's like in the same institution as me. I don't know if that's a good sign. And I struggle with that. But that's, for me, part of this constant struggle of being an abolitionist and practicing and having to engage in a system that needs to be demolished, that needs to be destroyed. So I think that that's a struggle, Jamelia. And I think that we are going to have to struggle through this, because just bringing more of us into these institutions, I don't think that it would, I don't know if it will change them. Bringing more people though into the law, separating that requirement, like if you got the intelligence and the ethics to defend yourself, defend your rights or the rights of someone else, you should be allowed to go into court and practice the law, right? So for me, I'm just looking at it from a narrow point of what institutions can be changed. All of them have to be changed. And I think this is where I really love that, you know, for us, I know our lane. We're a dismantling abolitionist law project. That's what we do. But I love that now there are more abolitionist thinkers and visionaries. And I think that this is where many of them could help even us in the legal profession and answer these questions, while we, in a way that allows us to still do the necessary dismantling work, relentless dismantling work that we need to do, but also making space for how we can expand out more people practicing and change, or rather changing these institutions. So I'm sorry to give like a conflicted answer like that, but it's just that my background and my experience tells me that this state is very adept, probably one of the best in history to co-opting social justice movements and oppressed peoples.
Thank you, Salim. Professor Murakawa, I wanted to invite you to weigh in as to this question.
I also have some very mixed feelings about the kind of mainstreaming of abolition that we see. I think that a good way for nothing to happen is for the move to just be for more and more people to call themselves abolitionists, as if this is a commitment and a doing in an act of self-naming. I do think, the opening comment was about the illegitimacy of the law, but also about the illegitimacy of universities, which is something that for those of us who are in and getting our paychecks from universities, this is also something to navigate and latch onto the resources that you can and use them in the ways that you think are towards a good, but without drinking the Kool-Aid, right? I can only think of it as a net good that more people are reading Mariame Kaba, and that more people are reading and listening to Ruth Wilson Gilmore and Angela Davis and Gina Dent and Erica Miners and Beth Ritchie. And yet I know that study alone is not actually what political education is, that it has to be a doing and a collective doing. And I think that's the part that at wonderful conferences like these, I think we're still trying to figure out what's the doing. And the only answer I feel comfortable giving right now is that publishing more and having a special issue journal is not part of the collective doing. I feel comfortable saying that.
I want to invite Alec to comment, and then Professor Malvione, I'll ask you to speak to this question as well.
I think what's been said so far is profound, and I hope people are really sitting with it. I will just add a couple of additional observations, not by way of disagreeing with anything that's been said, but by way of trying to supplement the really important, profound things that Salim and Naomi have just said, and Anthony. I guess I want to say something to the students in particular who are watching this. I want you to think about, I want to identify something that I have reluctantly come to see over the last few years of working inside this incredibly powerful and grotesque criminal punishment bureaucracy, right? A system that is caging Black people at 6 times the rate of South Africa at the height of apartheid. That's the system that we're working in, right? I don't know that, I didn't appreciate it when I was a student, but I don't know that you appreciate the extraordinary role that academics play in creating and rationalizing and justifying and perpetuating this system. At every single level, there is an academic who is consulting on, writing about, justifying, and helping government bureaucrats to implement these systems of violence. And these are because of the way the structures and incentives work at academic institutions, where everyone who works as a professor in these institutions knows a couple of things. Number one, there are certain areas of research that if I do them and I write about them, I will get funded. I will get grants, I will get awards, I will get invited to conferences, I will be put on dean's committees, and in the law field, I might become a judge, or I'll be put on the board of certain things, right? But the main thing is the research funding and the prestige. They also know something very important. There is a certain set of sort of off-limits topics. I can't touch, I can't say those things. If I start saying and doing those things, I will not get tenure. I will not get invited to the fancy club, right? I can't stress for you enough how powerfully that is in the mind of every single person who stands up in front of you and calls themselves a teacher. It is in their minds at every single moment. They're telling you what, they're giving you a lecture, they're deciding what their next article is going to be. They are all thinking, subconsciously or consciously, how will taking this intellectual position affect my career prospects? Okay, it's very important to understand that. I think a second sort of related thing to understand is if you look at social movements over the last 100 years, many of the greatest figures in 20th century history, people who we all look up to, or who many of us look up to, people who had flaws, of course, but who were playing an incredible role in social movements. I'm talking about people like MLK, Malcolm X, right? Maya Angelou, James Baldwin. Every single one of those people has a speech or a book where they identify the key obstacle to their struggle as the white liberal. Okay, that is not a coincidence. Okay, if you look at the history of the feminist movement, even internationally, incredibly famous British feminist Margaret Ronda identified the liberal faction of the movement as the biggest obstacle. That is really important for students to understand. Why did all of these amazing, great people who were actually involved in struggle identify not the sort of far right, not the sort of overt enemies, but the liberal establishment, the people who were sort of nominally on their side, who said things like, I believe in equality and I agree with the things that you're shooting for. Maybe I just disagree with how you're doing it, right? And then to identify, extrapolate, students, who are those people? Are they your professors? Are they the administration at your school? Are they the people that are right now writing articles about, think pieces about how the defund movement has gone too far, right? What role do these people play? And it turns out there's an entire segment of elite liberal society whose role it is to promote reforms that they understand and that all of us understand are never going to fundamentally transform society. But they understand one very key thing. They are competing with more radical people, with abolitionists, for the hearts and minds of that percentage of the population that is movable. None of these people are fighting for the far right people, but they understand that there is a huge percentage of well-meaning people in our society who actually want people to have better lives. We are competing as abolitionists with the moderate liberal reformers, led primarily by the consultant and professor class and the criminal punishment bureaucrat class. We are competing with them for the hearts and minds of people who care about change. And that is why in moments like post-George Floyd, you saw the incredible deluge of mainstream media giving prominent positions to wealthy, powerful professors, commentators, journalists, pundits, punishment bureaucrats. I think Celine mentioned, this cadre of Black mayors who suddenly all came out with the same talking points, right? About, oh, well, we all agree we need to reform police, these sort of vague, but it was all calculated to cut the legs out from under the more radical reform movement. And I think that's a really critical point for students to understand. So when we talk about your question, Jamelia, like, what do we need to dismantle? We need to understand, identify, and then dismantle the sort of fancy liberal consultant, academic, elite professor, punishment bureaucrat crowd and alliance that is sort of the most violent and ugly part of our society's smokescreen. They are the facade, they are the shield, they are what prevents most ordinary people from seeing the ugliness of what the system is doing. And until we call those people out and expose them for what they're doing and get more and more people to understand it, they're going to continue to co-opt all the more radical reform.
Thank you, Alec. Yeah, just soaking it all in. I think there's just been so many important insights that have been shared. And again, another plug for the work of radical thinking that's happening in movements that are now infiltrating some of these institutions that we seek to change, the student organizing against many of the projects that are housed at law schools that are doing this kind of undercover work and not so undercover in many cases, to support the longevity of the carceral state, to bring in research dollars, to push a series of reforms that haven't worked for generations, to block more abolitionist and radical proposals. So Yeah, right on, Alec. And again, just wanting to shout out like the ongoing work that is happening, and in many cases is led by the students at these institutions. Professor Mauleon, I wanted to invite you to comment, and then I do want to go to these terrific questions.
Of course. I can't say better than anybody has already said the pressures put on academics. I'm just starting out here, and I'm very aware of what does it mean for the first symposium that I'm involved in to be an abolitionist symposium. You know, people might say I'm aware of it, and I'm trying to say, yeah, that's where I'm centered, and whoever doesn't want to hire me because this is who I am, okay. I mean, that might narrow the legal field after this, but it's been an interesting thing, at least in the classes that I've had already with my students in race, sexuality, and the law, where I'm aware that they're being recorded. You know, I find myself saying things and I go, oh yeah, this class is being recorded. And whatever that impulse is makes me think, oh, I think what Professor Murakawa was saying, what is that line that I'm trying to ride where I need to be careful? And what does careful mean in the context of the law? I think generally careful means going back to this place of an objective neutral position that doesn't exist, but has been taught to us as if it exists. And so, but very, very shortly, the other thing that I was thinking about was, at least in teaching, both in teaching, I think that the premium on time for lawyers is one of those things that is actually really keeps people from practicing a radical vision of the law. So this goes both from the billable hour to thinking of yourself as a consultant to always keeping track of your time, not having time for people to explain things, not having time to bring people along in the journey, not having time to teach, not having time for your client to actually be your compatriot. All of that is something that's taught as like an invisible structure in the law school. This was not what I was planning on talking about in response to this question, but it's something that I think about. It's also something that's placed upon professors. So I have the great privilege of working with a lot of people that I respect deeply, deeply, that taught me the law and helped me to navigate it in a different way than I think at most institutions. But that's not to say that the advice that I get is make sure to guard your time, make sure that your time is for your research, make sure, you know, I take a lot of student meetings and it's like, what are you doing? Why are you spending so much time talking to your students? You've got to make sure to focus on all the things that are going to progress you on your career. I think that obviously there's that tension, but the thing that brings me life, I leave class and I feel euphoric. I don't leave other meetings feeling euphoric, you know, so it's sort of, they can be interesting and challenging and all of that, but I'm here for my students first and foremost. And I think that one of the things that academia does not do is put a premium on being here for your students first, or giving the same credence to those professors that do that. So I think that the divide between tenured professors and you know, practitioner professors, you know, the ones teaching clinics, the ones giving practical advice to the students are the ones that tend to be paid less, not have a decision-making role in the institution. So I think that unitary track, I'm going to get in trouble maybe, you know, but unitary track in the institution is one of those things that is a institutional change at a law school that would change the way that people are taken seriously when they present their ideas. So I'll stop there.
All right, so I want us to turn to some of the audience questions and invite whoever feels comfortable to speak on some of the questions to respond. And this is also for our attendees, the time to submit questions through our Q&A function. We've got maybe about 20 minutes, it looks like a little over 20 minutes for audience Q&A. So what is the role for public defenders in abolition? Can you support abolition and also work within the system that you're trying to abolish? Now, a few of you addressed this, or at least started to, but I'm wondering for those of you with the PD background in particular, but not exclusively, what are your thoughts and response to the question?
Jamil, you mind if I jump in?
Sure.
I don't have a background in PD, but as a PD, but there was a question that I would like is the question about reform. So I'm just going to go back off mute. So when that comes back up, I could jump on that. But I would leave this question to people who, you know, have experience in public defender's office.
I'll
Tony,
jump in.
I'll turn to you.
I'll jump in for just long enough to allow the more experienced public defenders on the panel to jump in. But what I would say is, again, just thinking about the not only the sort of personal moral accountability of public defenders, but the institutional arrangements that give rise to those, that give space for that moral accountability. I think it's important to just rethink how these agencies are constituted. And this can be done through attacks on policy and policy advocacy and activism, but also through organizations like, I think, Gideon's Promise, right? That PDS has started to try to transform the role orientation of public defenders in the southern states. And maybe there are, so I would invite others to sort of weigh in and give thoughts on those routes.
I think I might be the only other public defender here. I'm not sure. So I guess I'll say something. I am very proud to have been a public defender. And it was a transformative experience for me. And I have a lot of friends who are public defenders, and I spend a lot of my spare time training public defenders in this kind of question. Having said that, I think public defenders have been, as a cohort, enormously complicit in the violence that this criminal punishment bureaucracy inflicts. I don't mean to say that anyone's a bad person or anything like that. I think that, however, there are some structural features of indigent defense systems that we have not, as a legal profession and as public defenders, have not done an effective job pushing back on. Not just the ones that come to mind most obviously, like the extraordinarily overworked nature of being a public defender and the lack of pay and the sort of complete inadequate mechanisms that most offices and systems have for dealing with the secondary trauma that public defenders experience. I mean, there's some obvious things that public defenders talk about, but there's some other things that aren't as obvious. And I think one big one for me that I think is very, very important is that in the many, many dozens of public defenders offices that I've worked in or worked closely with across the country for years, for 15 years now. It's been 15 and a half years since I took my first job at a public defender's office. It's very, very rare that public defenders have ever thought of themselves as movement lawyers. They have not seen it as their role to be connected to a social movement. They have not seen it as their role to contribute to a radical abolitionist transformation. Instead, most public defenders and most public defender offices traditionally have thought of their role as providing high quality legal representation in individual cases. And many of them have seen some kind of a tension between that, goal and participating in a multiracial working class movement to transform the way the punishment bureaucracy functions. I think that's a huge mistake. And until public defenders start thinking about all of the things that we talked about earlier in terms of what the role of a lawyer is in a social movement, and start thinking about specifically the tensions and opportunities that exist in indigent defense generally. Thinking about things like, how do we work with participatory defense hubs? How do we work with our clients and their communities? How do we organize into unions at public defender offices to more effectively assert our own power and control over the way the system is operating? How do we collect stories and talk to our clients and their families and communities about telling those stories responsibly, ethically, but powerfully? How do we work with local campaigns like jail closure campaigns or campaigns to block the construction of a new jail? What is the role of public defenders as people who have access to more information than almost anyone else in our society about the way these local bureaucracies are corrupt? How do we work on defund campaigns as public defenders? These are like questions that individual public defenders have been asking, but as offices as public defender institutions, they have not engaged at all. And in fact, when I was a public defender, we were explicitly barred from working with community groups on systemic issues like this, and explicitly barred from talking to the media and trying to do storytelling around it. And so I think it's a really important question. And one of the most inspiring things to me over the last 5 years has been a whole new wave of law students who've been entering public defenders' offices and starting to organize and starting to change the orientation politically of those offices. It's a very exciting time.
Professor Marlione, I want to go to you next. But first, I do want to note Professor Kimple put in the chat a really good article by Professor Nicole Smith-Futrell that talks about this issue. So just to supplement our discussions here.
Thank you. So my comment will be brief. My first encounter with a lawyer ever in my life was with a public defender who was supposedly defending me. And the advice that I got was, well, just take this plea, it's your word against the cops. And that was it. And that was the entire piece of advice that I got. So what role do public defenders have? They have the role in shaping society's belief about what is possible, I think, too. I think that if so many people that enter the criminal justice system, that is the first attorney that they're ever talking to. And if that is the sort of experience that you have, it really changes the way that you can imagine what the legal system is capable of. So I think if you have somebody that says, I don't care if it's your word against the police, we're going to do everything possible to figure this out, that changes your dynamic about the power that you have in relationship to the law. I think that if you're overworked, like Alex said, it really, and that's the advice that you get, then it goes, okay, yeah, you're right. You're reconfirming everything that I already know, which is I'm powerless against this carceral state. And I think that that's one thing that I would add.
Thank you. So I want to go to our second question from an audience member, and Salim, I'm going to ask you to speak to this. So the question asks, can you speak to the debate on whether reform efforts are worth it? There is a tension between reform efforts making some things a bit better, but they are required to work in a legal system that supports the status quo. Is it worth it to work for some elements of reform in a legal system that should be abolished? You know, a dissertation could be written about this very, question, but Salim, why don't you take the first stab at it?
Yeah, I have really strong feelings about that question. There's a part of me, as someone who was in those cages, believes that those questions are framed with an experience of entitlement. And I'm not directing that at the person that in the audience that asked that question. This is a question that comes up a lot. I like to tell people, if you're a humanist and you're walking down the street and you see someone being strangled, being held up against the wall, being strangled and choked, what are you going to do? Are you going to walk by? Are you going to mind your business? Are you going to shout, hey, that's wrong, you're hurting him or her? Or are you going to try and get their hands off of that person's neck and save them and help them? When I was on the inside, when I was spending years in solitary confinement, when we were watching prisoners being abused, for us, reform was about breathing space. The system literally was strangling us. And I was an abolitionist. I was even further than that. I was, mentored by political prisoners, members of the Black Panther parties and Black Liberation Army. So my view of the state was completely adversarial. But there was room for reform because this system, as I said, we were feeling its impact on our throats. So now, whenever we're in conversations or rooms about reform, I like to share that it comes off as really self-centered and entitled, that when you see a system killing people, as it was happening during COVID in prison, prisoners were dying because the state refused to provide relief, refused to decarcerate people in a social setting that you could not social distance. You can't social distance in prison. So prisoners were dying. In Pennsylvania, we lost close to 40 prisoners in almost 2 months. Many of them were my friends. But also just the mental trauma and the physical trauma of prison. So for me, we have like a standard though when it comes to reform, and that is we'll support reform efforts as long as supporting that reform effort does not add another carceral component to the state, right? So a lot of legislation around reform, we look at it from harm reduction. How will this lessen harm and trauma on the incarcerated class of people? Then is there a component in this legislation that is a trade-off that's going to say, okay, we'll take this harm that we're doing, but we're going to then put this area of harm somewhere else. So we look for that, right? And that is how we determine whether or not we're going to support it. So if there is a bill that's going to result in people being released, result in the atmosphere of prison being better. For example, there's a bill that a legislator is submitting in Pennsylvania to increase the nutritional requirements for prisoners. We're going to support that, right? Because prisoners are hungry. There's a bill that's going to create more oversight for solitary confinement. That's a no-brainer. We're going to support that, right? We know that it's not an abolitionist bill, but I don't expect an abolitionist bill to pass in Pennsylvania's legislature. Good luck on any bill that has any type of progressive measures in it passing in Pennsylvania's legislature. So that is how we look at reform legislation and even reform in period. As long as what we're doing is not trading off and increasing the power of the state or trading off and saying, okay, you take this, you repeal this bad piece of legislation, but in repealing that, you're going to supplement it with more bad legislation that's going to create harm. That's where we have the problem. And even just on a personal experience right now in Pennsylvania, we are dealing with that in Pennsylvania right now around probation. 50 organizations that do criminal justice reform work in Pennsylvania are opposing a probation bill in Pennsylvania. The bill has some harm reduction in it that are discretionary, that a judge can use. But we know that when it comes to discretion, judges can do what the hell they want. However, all of the punitive measures in the bill are mandatory. They're mandatory exclusions, they're mandatory punitive measures. And they even create a discretionary mandatory minimum for people on probation that a judge can or cannot follow. So we oppose that. A lot of national groups like Reform Alliance supports it, along with like a lot of conservatives. And it's gonna pass because the opposition has the resources, the opposition has the power, and they're just willing to compromise at the expense of Black and brown bodies. But this was a rubber meets the road moment for us. Yeah, there are some harm measures in it, but it's discretionary. And we're not going to support this bill that has some harm measures in it while the state imposes a whole set of mandatory harmful provisions that is going to create more harm. So that is for me, as someone who was in the cages and a lot of people who were formerly incarcerated, it's a no-brainer. That's how you should look at reform. So I hope that's helpful to people that are struggling with this question. But one thing I would also ask you to do, someone told me that, and this was a really powerful statement, that they've seen formerly incarcerated people more trampled upon in reformist and abolitionist spaces than they have in conservative and other spaces. And people who are presently incarcerated, they've seen them in reformist and abolitionist spaces. They've seen people who are incarcerated more trampled upon than any other spaces. And I believe that's true to an extent because you don't have a lot of formerly incarcerated people leading in them spaces. And a lot of them spaces don't come and say, hey, let me put my politics to the side. Because I could tell you, I have some politics that every day I have to put to the side, right? When I look at my politics and my mentors, it's just not the era for me. I would love to be in another era, right? So you have to put your politics to a side when you're dealing with impacted communities and people and say, okay, let me talk to how do the people who are most impacted by this, how are they feeling this issue? And don't get me wrong, all formerly incarcerated people are not experts. I don't believe that, right? There's some who I wouldn't put in front of a camera. But I think it's important, though, that you engage with this community, you look at it from those lenses.
Thanks, Salim. Anyone else want to speak to the specific reform abolition question?
Can I jump in? I think it's a common misconception that abolitionists somehow opposed to reform. I think that there's all kinds of positive movements that contribute to the well-being of people that are absolutely linear. I don't think anyone has fantasies that there's some one-off victory or that revolution is an all or nothing proposition. I want to direct people to the Critical Resistance webpage, which has some really important breakdowns for ways of thinking about reformist reforms versus abolitionist steps. And I'll underline that word steps, because there are crucial steps that are about reducing the scale, scope, and power of policing in prisons, which are not abolishing them altogether. I think the kinds of reforms that people want to stay away from are those that are about those that come under the ruse of improving the system, not with something like meeting nutrition requirements, which is something that should absolutely happen, but improvement by through things like spending lavish amounts of money for more training for police or for correctional officers, or a sort of cycling of weaponry and machinery for police officers, as if a set of chokehold bans is going to do anything other than possibly push them to different tools in their arsenal, if that. And on that note, I'll say, I think with police reform in particular, and from lawyers in particular on police reform, there is so much of the conversation that seems to be happening around bringing proper law and bringing proper governance, rule, and oversight to police officers. The reason why I'm doubtful about the efficacy of those reforms is that policing operates within a set of social relations, and the fundamental social relation is established around police violence and police right to legally kill. I don't care what kind of constraints or oversight you put on police officers. If you are a reformer who insists on police right to violence and police right to kill, there is no hope for those kinds of oversight reforms. We've seen endless laws in humanitarian law and international military law and domestic codes for military that tell soldiers that they cannot sexually assault, that they cannot torture, that they cannot take body parts with them. And sometimes there are even modest efforts to enforce those laws. But if you have a set of relations that is training people to be war fighters, to kill, and preserving that right for them, it doesn't matter what other lessons you give them, they're going to operate under that primary set of social relations. And so I think with police reform, I think what we have to do is chip away at power, which is to say personnel, money, which is why defund is so crucial, and disarming. And I'm not sure, I do think police are underregulated, but I don't think that better regulations are necessarily going to get us better outcomes.
Thank you, Professor Morikawa. I want to ask one, I think, important question. It services what Professor Tusi referenced this morning in her opening remarks. How can abolitionists fight back against media rise of crime narratives in the courtroom specifically, but why not in the public sphere, just to expand the question a bit? These narratives have a powerful impact on readers, yet they are a distortion of reality. Alec, I know you've been talking about this on social media. I know a lot of folks in our communities, abolitionist communities, have been doing this work, but maybe I could punt it to you, since some of the arguments you've been responding to, if you will, on social media.
Wow, I clearly have a lot to say about this. It's basically all I talk about on Twitter, but I'll try to limit myself here. On Twitter at least, I try to focus very narrowly on the ways in which elite, liberal, and moderate media talk about these issues, for a lot of reasons. Because I think those people, as I said earlier, that group of media, the elite liberal media, is speaking to a very particular group of people in our society. They are fighting for the, well-meaning but fairly uninformed people who probably wouldn't support the horrors of this punishment bureaucracy if they knew or understood more about it. And they are also competing for like a sort of mass readership who very rarely or even vaguely thinks about or understands how these criminal justice related, I use that criminal justice term in quotes, how these policies actually function. I'm not interested, in criticizing necessarily like the New York Post or, the tabloids or the sort of local news anchors who are just sort of in this kind of like profit-based sort of fear mongering. I'm actually interested in like the culture of like elite journalists who like want to think of themselves as doing something close to something objective. And so I think, how can abolitionists push back on this? I think one very important thing is to change the culture of that category of news media. And I try to do this in a couple of main ways. Number one, I try to identify how, if you're actually concerned with well-being and life and death and illness and harm, harm is really different from crime. The sort of elites who control our punishment bureaucracy only labels a small category of harm as criminal. And so if you actually cared about people's health, safety, and well-being, you'd be doing lots of other kinds of reporting on the many people that die from other causes. For example, air pollution alone kills 5 times as many people in the US as all homicides, right? The second thing I try to do is identify how the kinds of crimes that the media covers are the crimes that are basically committed by poor people that cause orders of magnitude less harm than the kinds of crimes committed by wealthy people. So wage theft costs 5 times more than all other property crimes combined. Tax evasion is 20 times more than all wage theft. So tax evasion by rich people is 100 times more than all other property crimes combined. Yet every day in these local news stations, you've got these stories of shoplifting and burglaries and crime, and they have photos of Black and brown people, as the perpetrator of those crimes. What would it look like if the media treated tax evasion and wage theft with that same level of urgency? What would it look like if the local newspaper in your jurisdiction had a unit who, instead of repeating police press releases about any new crime, just sat down and documented all of the legal violations by landlords, all of the times when landlords made houses uninhabitable or illegally tried to evict their tenants, or every single time a local investigator found a wage theft violation, or every single time a local business violated local air and water pollution rules, which happen thousands of times a day. They're just never reported. And because they're not reported, this large portion of our population, which is movable, right? I mean, keep in mind, in the days after the murder of George Floyd, over half of the people in this country supported the burning down of the police precinct in Minneapolis. There is a huge percentage of the population that is actually really movable on these issues, that care about actual safety and well-being, right? And we are in a battle for them to be given accurate information about what's objectively harmful in the world. And so for me, the battle on social media for abolitionists is trying to more accurately describe what's harmful and more accurately describe what are the solutions that abolitionists have to offer in creating a beautiful world that will solve those harms that don't also involve the greatest human caging bureaucracy in the history of the world.
Thank you, Alec. We have about 2 minutes left, so not much time to summarize and capture just all of the insights that have been shared, but enough time to express my gratitude and to all of our attendees in the audience, to thank you all for sitting through and attending this discussion, to encourage you all to continue to look into these issues to stay and stick around and hear from our other panelists for the day. But I do want to say, if there's anyone that wants to share any last minute thoughts or resources, we can do that in the next couple minutes. All right, seeing that. Oh.
I just wanted to thank everyone for this really provocative panel. It's going to shape the way I think about these issues and make me reflect not only on, I think, whatever individual moral accountability academics have and public defenders have, but again, on the structures that give space to this. You can be as morally accountable as you'd like as an academic, as a public defender, and it won't do anything if our structures asymmetrically entrench the powerful in the status quo. So I'm going to take all of these lessons to heart as I continue my research and activism. So thank you, everyone.
And I want to echo that too. Thank you. This was a wonderful panel. And I just, Professor Naomi, I wanted to just circle back to something me and you discussed about before, the struggle over should we be in these spaces. One thing I will say about America, and close with this, is that if we're not contesting and occupying these spaces, oftentimes people who are opposed to our interests and who are interested in maintaining this oppressive social contract and status quo in this country will occupy these spaces. So although this is a struggle, it's good that we are struggling over this in these spaces, because as we see in this country, any space that we see, the opposition, the other side will definitely step into it and continue to make things harder and worse for oppressed communities in this empire. So, thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to be on this panel, and thank you everyone for attending. And I hope it was insightful for everyone as it was for me. And Jamelia, it's always a pleasure to see you.
All right, take good care, everyone. And our next panel starts at 11 a.m. Pacific Eastern Time, 2 p.m.
Thank you so much for leading that great conversation, Professor Morgan, and thank you to all the panelists. Professor Murakawa's statement to us that publishing articles and one law review issue on abolition is not enough, and Salim Holbrook's statement that abolition is a process, remind us that we must do more than just participate in this discussion. We must bring this into the real world. We will now break for a few minutes and return for our next panel, Abolition and Community, in 10 minutes, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Thanks.
'Cause she's all you'd ever want. She's the kind that likes to float and take to dinner. Take to dinner. Well, she always knows her place. She's got style, she's got grace. She's a winner. She's a winner. She's a lady. Oh, she's a lady. Talking about that little lady. And the lady is mine. Well, she's never in the way. Always something nice to say. What a blessing. What a blessing. I can leave her on her own, knowing she's okay alone. There's no messing. No messing. She's a lady. Oh, she's a lady. Talking about the little lady. And the lady is mine. Well, she knows what I'm about. She can take what I dish out, and that's not easy. That's not easy. But she knows me through and through, and she knows just what to do, how to please me. How to please me. She's a lady. Oh, she's a lady. Talking about that little lady. And the lady is mine.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. And welcome to everyone who's just joining us now. I'm so excited to welcome Professor Khaled Bedoun, who will moderate a conversation on abolition and community. So what does an abolitionist future for our communities look like? And how can we continue to facilitate and empower solidarity across difference? Please welcome our moderator, Professor Khaled Bedoun.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. If you're on the East Coast like me, it's great to be here. Great to be back at UCLA. I wish I was with you guys in person where I could get out of the snow here in Detroit and enjoy some of that warmth. I'm really excited for this panel on abolition and community, where we're engaging abolitionism and thinking about and imagining what abolition looks like from a community perspectives, from a range of specializations and expertise, from some of the leading scholars, experts, activists, scholar activists, thinking about abolition on a range of fronts, from the fronts of policing, the carceral state, surveillance, election fraud, voter fraud, and so on and so forth. I'm really excited about discussing these various lines and tracks of the abolitionism movement, but also really excited to think about how they come together, converge, and intersect, seeing what some of these dynamic overlaps are with regard to the broader abolitionism movement, but also some of the points of contention and competition. I'm really excited to be joined by, again, a really dynamic and rich panel led by Kendall Thomas, who's a professor at the Columbia School of Law and a formative constitutional and critical race theory scholar. Nsé Ufot, correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name, I apologize, CEO of the New Georgia Project. Anna Roberts, professor at the St. John's School of Law in New York. Tiffany Williams Roberts, director of public policy at the Southern Center for Human Rights. Victoria Copeland, a PhD candidate and a policy analyst, PhD candidate at UCLA and a policy analyst at Upturn. And Justin Hansford, professor at the Howard Law School and director of the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center. I'm going to be pretty light-handed as a moderator. What I'd like to do is, for the beginning of the conversation, is to allot roughly 5 to 8 minutes to each one of our panelists to kind of frame how they address and think about abolition within their specific area of expertise. And if they can, to sort of identify the specific community or communities in which they engage abolitionism with. We'll spend about 5 to 8 minutes, if possible, for each panelist to address that in opening remarks. And then the remaining time we'll engage in discussion and sort of internal discussion with the panel. And then the remaining half an hour will transition to a Q&A with the audience. So let's proceed with the sequence in which I read your names. Let's start off with Professor Thomas.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this conversation. I was moved and energized by the discussion in the opening panel, and am delighted to have been invited to be part of this particular panel on abolition and community. I'm going to tell a story and then make 3 points. In the summer of 2020, I was one of the principal drafters of an open letter to the members of the New York City Council. The letter was signed by about 400 teachers and administrators and graduate students at public and private colleges and universities all over New York City. The letter supported calls from local racial justice movements to cut the budget of the New York City Police Department by $1 billion for the fiscal year 2021. I'll just read a little bit of the letter. In recent years, a renewed and energized national movement to stop the police from beating and shooting African Americans and other people of color has issued a call to defund the police. Opponents of this movement have tried to deflect attention from the newly energized campaign to abolish the police power as we know it. They refuse to address the crisis of policing and police violence in a serious or substantive way. Critics have instead tried to distract from the mounting body count of our loved ones and community members who have died at the hands of the police by muddying the conversation. Opponents of change have seized predictably on the language the movement has used to demand an end to police violence and to laws and customs that have permitted police to kill with impunity. Efforts to divert us only strengthen our resolve. Quibbles over the word defunding should not blind us to 2 fundamental truths the current crisis has thrown in stark relief. First, if Black Lives Matter, we can no longer deny that the violent taking of Black and brown life we see today has always been part of the essential work of policing in this country. The US police power would not exist without anti-Black racism and the racial politics of criminalization, surveillance, harassment, imprisonment, and death. Second, we must stop pretending that the cascading violence against African Americans and other people of color has no connection to our massive investment over many decades in punitive policing. We have spent lavishly on the policing of Black and brown communities while starving these same communities of decent housing, healthcare, education, and other basic public goods. No serious response to the problem of police violence in our society will occur without a fundamental shift in priorities and an historic redeployment of money and material resources. The demand to defund the police is a declaration of our democratic right as community members to wrest the power to commit violence away from the police. We support the call for reinvestment into the welfare of our communities and for a reimagining of our relationship to public safety. We must embrace a democratic vision of human justice that moves beyond the punitive state-centered preoccupation with police, jails, and prisons, and other blunt tools for safety and justice. A post-punitive policy that redistributes resources freed up by shrinking police budgets will promote both the security and the safety of our communities. We need a massive increase in funding to meet the human needs that have been denied to our communities for far too long. We also need greater public investment in community-based violence reduction and intervention programs, alternative sentencing, and restorative justice practices that seek repair instead of retribution. We stand with those who seek to make policing an unnecessary relic of the past and support the calls for budget justice that will help to pave the way. I stand by that statement. But let's fast forward 2 years later, the summer and fall of 2021. The voters of New York City elected Eric Adams as the city's 110th mayor. Adams, our second African-American mayor, is, among other things, both a former gang member and a retired New York Police Department officer. Adams' campaign successfully sutured racial identity politics to an authoritarian populist law and order platform. And he branded himself as an early and vocal opponent of defund the police. Indeed, many pundits characterized Eric Adams' victory as an electoral rebuke of abolitionist politics, with which the call to defund the police and the civil unrest that followed in the wake of the George Floyd murder had come to be linked. So what does the New York experience teach us about the uses and limits of abolitionism as an organizing vision for anti-racist social justice politics? So I take 3 lessons from the story I've just told. First, abolition is a necessary but not sufficient foundation for building community engagement and solidarity for anti-racist political projects. So we can say of abolitionism what the French philosopher Jacques Derrida once famously claimed about human rights. We need them, but they're not enough. Abolition has been branded and misrepresented as a species of purely oppositional, just say no politics. Obviously, I believe that characterization is unfair, but we can't deny that it's been extremely effective. Second, we have to start thinking about and practicing an imaginal politics. The argument that was made in the letter I helped write tried to introduce a vision of what could be done with the reallocation of $1 billion from the police department by putting it to other uses. And that argument didn't rely solely on an appeal to rational calculation or instrumental self-interest. It was informed in part by the recognition of something that the great Black British cultural theorist Stuart Hall noted many years ago. People engage in politics, electoral politics in particular, but politics more generally, on the basis of imaginative identifications. And so the way people imagine themselves is a crucial side of politics. And Eric Adams and others were extremely successful in getting people, or enough people, or symbolic majority to imagine itself in alliance with and as part of a community that was about the concerns of policing and cops. We need a different kind of ideological politics that will move beyond the identity politics that Adams manipulated, a new racial imaginary that can build a culture and constituency around the practice of what Gerald Torres and the late Lonnie Guinier called political race. Third and finally, we need to engage much more deeply and robustly with the radical democratic populist tradition of the Black Reconstruction generation. For me, freedom is the goal, Reconstruction is the strategy, and abolition is one of the tactics, along with reform, as the panelists in the last panel noted, that we have to be willing to use. And I hope to say more about this in the discussion later. So to put my cards on the table, I believe that the over-reliance on the abolitionist frame is a strategic mistake, a misreading of history, and it obscures what for me is a central and most urgent task for today's anti-racist movement, and that is to continue the unfinished project of Black Reconstruction, which recent events have shown matters now more than ever. And the racial literacy movement of the Black Reconstruction generation recognized that education and slavery are incompatible. And our failure, I think, was in New York, was that we got behind this policy proposal, but we really didn't do the kind of political education that would have created a constituency for building a culture that would really embrace abolitionism as part of an effort of democratic reconstruction of power in New York City. And I think we need the vision of Reconstruction to do that work. I'm heartened by the fact that I had a conversation just yesterday in her office with Derecka Purnell, who wants to hold on at one and the same time to abolition on one side and reparations on the other. You know, she was talking about thinking all the way through the chain of political possibilities. And I would hope that today and tomorrow we can talk in concrete terms about the ways in which abolition can inform and complement a range of tactics, all of which are aimed at achieving the freedom which continues to elude us in this country and indeed in so many other parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kendall. And thank you for framing and setting the table for us to think about abolition in conjunction with other tactics for reform and freedom. Next, let's move on to Insay. Am I saying that correctly?
You are. It's Insay. Yep. and say UFAT with a hard T. So yes, happy to be here with you all. Again, I run an organization called the New Georgia Project. And while we're probably best known for having registered about 600,000 young Georgians, Black Georgians, Latino, and Asian Americans in all 159 of Georgia's counties. And so with a plan of registering 1 million by the end of our first decade. And so we are ahead of schedule. And I'm pretty clear that how we enter into the conversation about abolition is that, in our path to have a confident and informed and engaged citizenry, we often engage people in conversations and sort of thought exercises about the world that they actually want to live in, about what their actual needs are for their community, what their immediate needs are, but again, the long-term sort of needs, what their hopes are and what their fears are for themselves, for their families, and for their communities. That you can't register 1 million young people, 1 million Gen Zers and millennials, and 1 million Black folks in Georgia without connecting it to, again, the actual wins that our communities want to have and have for themselves. And so when we are thinking about police powers and thinking about safety and the health and the welfare, and then, so that my con law professors won't get annoyed with me, the morality that we sort of contemplate as a part of the police powers that are held by states or by the federal government, that it is actually a conversation that we lead about what will actually make our communities safer, as opposed, so when we are engaging, for example, there were 1,600 municipal elections in Georgia in 2021. We endorsed in about 160 of those races. So we're talking about mayor's races and city council races, where we unseated incumbents all up and down and through Georgia's rural Black belt. And these were conversations about safety, health, morality, and welfare of our communities. And divesting from systems that do not promote safety, divesting from tactics that do not promote the safety, health, and welfare of our communities, and investing in things that we know will. And so building the power and building the infrastructure that is required to maintain a feedback loop so that it isn't intellectuals and elites and activists who are pontificating about what the needs are of our communities, that we are building systems that serve our actual needs. And again, that meet the needs and meet the priorities of our communities as articulated by our communities. And I think that, again, there are groups like ours that enter into this space. We have a deep relationship with, and you'll hear from Tiffany later, with the folks from the Southern Center for Human Rights. And so oftentimes within the course of, again, our organizing, of pulling stories, of starting to solidify and identify what people's priorities are, it is organizations like Southern Center that can help us understand framing and, again, think about where we have power to bring about the changes that we actually want to see, and where we need to build additional power so that we can win. And here's the other thing, and my alarm is going off, so I know I'm almost at my 5 minutes, but that, moral victories are fine, but we are focused on operationalizing sort of these ambitions and this vision that people have. And so is it city council? Is it a mayor? Is it the state legislature? Is it the federal government? Is it a legal strategy? Is it boots on the ground organizing? Is it narrative change? So operationalizing it, making it real, and abolishing all systems, including the carceral system, that don't serve to promote the safety, health, welfare priorities as articulated by the communities that we organize with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's great to have two Georgians on this panel, because so much of the, these questions and the discourses around abolitionism are taking place in Georgia as an epicenter. Okay, next let's move on to Professor Anna Roberts to make her opening remarks.
Hello, thank you so much for this invitation. I'm thrilled to be here and to be with my co-panelists. So in terms of community, my research focuses have been on various ways in which we see silencing and drowning out of community voices in the courtroom. And I've looked at that in two main contexts: the exclusion of people from the jury and the silencing of those, or the drowning out of those who might bear witness. And in both areas, I began with an outlook that was focused on reform. But I'm now revisiting those topics in a way that attempts to understand and to honor abolitionist work and to avoid reform proposals that obstruct it. So I'll talk first a little about jury exclusion and my work there. My focus has been on methods of exclusion that remove people from jury service, whether it's civil or criminal, people who have convictions or arrests or who voice skepticism about the system, and so on. And so I've written about the fact that the federal system and every one of our states, except for Colorado and Maine, excludes people from jury service by statute on the basis of their convictions. And I've also written about peremptory challenges, the often unexplained removal of potential jurors by attorneys. I don't feel conflicted about my view that as regards these statutory exclusions, they should be the subject of more scrutiny, and in particular, those justifications, usually very flimsy, that get offered for them by decision makers. They tell us important things about what the decision makers think or say they think convictions mean, what they say they think it means to be someone with a conviction. I also think that I don't feel conflicted that they shouldn't just be scrutinized, but they should end. Where I think things get more complicated, though, is with the peremptory challenge, the discriminatory use of this tool, whether it's aimed at folks who are assumed to have a skeptical view of the system, or whether it's aimed to bring about racial exclusion, or both, has led a lot of folks to say, let's just ban them. And indeed, that's what Arizona just did, banned peremptory challenges across the board. But I think the tension arises in that a ban like that affects, of course, the defense, takes a tool away from the defense. And defense attorneys, whether abolitionist or not, may feel they have a need to deploy them, perhaps on the basis of hunches or stereotypes or assumptions, if that's all they have, in service of the urgent protection of their client from a conviction. My second focus in this area is the silencing or drowning out of voices through the use of convictions to attack witnesses in criminal trials or civil trials. In other words, impeachment by prior conviction, which is said to attack witnesses' credibility. And so I've written about the fact that the federal system in all of our states except Montana do this. They all endorse the notion that your conviction speaks to your character, particularly your character for truthfulness. And again, I think there's value in unearthing those justifications, typically flimsy, that are given for this by decision makers. What they say they think a conviction means, who they think someone is who has a conviction. And I think it's also important to expose the consequences, which is frequently the silencing of folks who might otherwise testify, with the result that the jury that we hold up, or at least in theory we hold up as the source of community judgment, can't inform that judgment often by hearing from the folks allegedly involved, whether that's those charged with crimes or whether that's those who might be witnesses to violence, whether public or private. Folks who worry about how this practice silences individuals and silences communities, and who worry about how it reifies a conviction as some sort of meaningful guide to character and for truthfulness, sometimes say, well, let's just get rid of the practice. But again, what of defense attorneys, whether abolitionist or not, who may fight to deploy convictions against prosecution witnesses because they want to use everything they can to keep their client free? So in my early work, I was always pushing toward the best possible compromise. I would say, well, we're never going to stop prosecutors from using their peremptory challenges. So let's at least do what used to be done. Let's give fewer of them to the government than to the defense. Or I would say we're never going to get rid of prior conviction impeachment. Every state other than Montana does it. So let's at least try to make it more fair. And I even said, if you're worried that people might take your arguments made in this context, that convictions don't have this kind of weight and meaning that's commonly assigned to them, if they're worried you might take those arguments and start trying to apply them across the board and say, maybe those convictions never have such meaning, I even said you can reassure them that we don't have to go there. But now I want to explore that very question of whether exposing in these discrete contexts the frailty of reasoning, the frailty of justifications, whether that might not help chip away at the conviction more broadly. And as for the tensions that I used to try to resolve, I'm now more interested in seeing them and describing them as illustrative of the system's irreconcilable inconsistencies. For example, that the system pulls those generally committed to the fight against stereotyping sometimes to engage in it, that it pulls those generally committed to fighting the meaning assigned to a conviction, sometimes to exploit that presumed meaning. So to me now, these tensions seem more crucial to expose rather than to resolve. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Professor Roberts. Next, let's move on to Victoria Copeland.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm like, it's so awkward to jump in sometimes.
The Zoom stuff is still kind of tricky, right?
Hi, everyone. I wish I had a beautiful opening statement like so many of the other panelists, but I'm really just showing up here as not only a student and person in academia or a tech policy analyst, but also just a partner in organizing with community organizations that I've worked with in LA. And so I approach all of my work as a partner and, trying to craft research questions, research agendas, and larger, craft actions and strategy alongside community, right? So I think that's something that really defines my work and who I am as a person and my values. And, I'm specifically focused on the child welfare system, or what people have called family policing, as Dorothy Roberts would say, and her beautiful work. But largely my focus has been on a family policing system and trying to understand how this child welfare family policing system is part of this larger carceral ecosystem, right? So when a lot of people are talking about defund the police or, reinvesting in communities, they largely leave out this system because for so many years it has worked under the guise that it is a protective system, and it has rendered so many experiences of Black women, especially insignificant or invisible. And so a large part of my organizing work and my research work has been on sort of shifting this narrative and really highlighting the experiences of people, Black families who I work with. And so over the past year specifically, I've been working with a lot of women in Skid Row through Los Angeles Community Action Network, more specifically DWAC, which is a Downtown Women's Action Coalition, working with them and partnering also with Stop LAPD Spying Coalition to do some of this work and to really understand how this family policing system, specifically in LA, has surveilled and incited violence on so many women, so many Black families generationally. And so I think part of understanding the importance of community is really having these experiences drive our work, right? And so I think so many times in academia, we can allow ourselves to drive the research narrative, to drive, our intentions. And I think that is part of the issue in terms of moving abolition forward, right? Is we sort of misconstrue what is actually, what community is actually trying to make happen. And so I think in a lot of ways, academia can get in the way of getting some of those, that strategy in fruition. So I think part of that work is really, making sure I'm partnering at every step I can with community in terms of trying to make this happen. And I think another thing I wanted to raise up is, I think for myself, abolition includes all of these things, right? It includes reform. It includes reform that defunds and shrinks carceral systems. It includes reparations. It includes meeting people's material needs through mutual aid. And it includes us thinking about ways to address harm and conflict that is inevitable, and it's inevitably going to happen, but addressing those in a way that doesn't rely on these systems of policing and surveillance. And I think more broadly, that is also something that I continue to prioritize in my work. So that is my opening statement. And I'm super excited to talk with everyone else and making these connections across these different issues, because I think that's so important in moving this abolitionist vision forward.
Thank you so much, Victoria. And next, let's transition on to Tiffany Williams-Roberts.
Good morning and afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to the wonderful students and faculty who imagined this symposium. I am public policy director at a nonprofit law firm called Southern Center for Human Rights. Our mission is to decriminalize race and poverty. But I actually come to the work of Southern Center having been a public defender and community organizer, an Atlanta native, along with NSA. Our great love for our city is one of the many things that we share. But I'm happy to be at Southern Center after having had the experience of leaving public defense, not because I didn't love my clients, but because of the limitations of the courtroom, and finding that the building of human relationships and organizing was better suited for me as I tried to figure out how to leverage my gifts and the education that I received in law school. At Southern Center, we have 3 units. We have an impact litigation unit. We have a capital defense unit because, of course, we were founded as a death penalty abolition law firm. And then in our public policy unit, I feel that it's where we're able to imagine just a bit more, right? Because we're not constrained by what the rules of evidence will permit. We're not worried about what the next horrible decision around the Fourth Amendment will be. We get to think through ways to engage not only legislators, which is some of the work that we do, technical policy assistance, but really engaging with community members. And so I came as Community Engagement and Movement Building Council at Southern Center, which meant it was my responsibility to focus on local and hyper-local work. And I found that the muscles that I was flexing the most were those that I flexed in organizing, because law school can kind of teach you to be pragmatic and cynical, almost to your own detriment. It could teach you that if your thinking isn't linear, right? If you take any leaps or you jump on any tangents, then you're being less than effective. But what that kind of thinking does is it makes the prospect of something like abolition seem so daunting that you just veer back into the lane that you were given. And so the communities that I work with are a lot like the communities that I loved and I was loved by as a young person. The communities that I work with are Southerners who are often disregarded and cast aside, people who people don't want to believe, and people who people don't want to believe in. And you've seen that kind of front and center in the last couple of years in Georgia, but it has been the reality of people like those who raised me for a very long time. When I think about abolition, I think about it as a protracted struggle where we are building toward the world that we deserve while engaging in mitigation of harm. And so some people say reform, but I think of it as harm mitigation, policy solutions, litigation. All of those things bring us to a point where we are toiling on one end towards something that we can't necessarily see, and then engaging in tactics that are real to us in the moment. And those things allow us to address the human suffering that we see every day and not be so detached from these sort of like theoretical arguments that we can get so caught up in. When I work with elected officials and community members at the same time, or I should say we, because we have a dynamic policy team, it is always the elected officials who lack imagination, right? Most severely. And for that reason, it's really imperative that we do what Insay talked about, which is you are sort of fishing for the vision among the people who know the problem best and not relying on elected officials to make our vision a reality. Rather, we are really working to create conditions that make this alternative reality most likely. We want to create conditions where it's not feasible for our elected officials and our so-called leaders to err on the side of pragmatism when pragmatism disproportionately harms people like us. And I think that also makes it makes the conversation about who Atlanta is really important, because when we do the work of indicting systems of oppression in our city, we cannot indict those systems without also indicting the Black political elite class responsible in our city for preserving the strength and the durability of those systems. And so we sort of hide behind this cloak of being the cradle of the civil rights movement. And we are also the most surveilled city in the nation. We also have one of the highest wealth gaps. Sometimes we're number one, sometimes we're number three. Economic mobility in Atlanta is among the worst in the country. If you were born poor in Atlanta, you are more likely to die poor in Atlanta. And we still have public officials who yesterday heralded us adding more cameras in the most surveilled city in the country. And so the one thing I'll leave you with is what I work to embrace is that beyond sort of this like political, ideological purity that it appears that abolition has become, beyond being like really fluent in the jargon of abolition, the thing that is most important is embracing the dignity of humanity, because it is what allows us to be wrong and admit it. And it's what allows us to see other people err and extend grace as we meet them where they are on their political journey. It allows us to think about solutions more holistically and to acknowledge that often when we talk about something like abolition, which is to completely destroy a system, but also every other system depending on it, that is a very scary thing for many people, even when they're being harmed, because at least they know what it is. And so as we are meeting community where they are, we have to honor their fears as we imagine new solutions rather than bringing them solutions and treating them as though they don't understand what they're experiencing. We have to provide them with the space to imagine. And so that's what I'll offer about our work in the policy unit at Southern Center.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. I really appreciate the last point you made about being responsive to the fears and concerns. And, sometimes the language gap that exists between academics, organizations, and advocates doing abolitionism work, and oftentimes that not trickling down to the most vulnerable communities that are in the most vulnerable and perilous situations. And I really want to interrogate that more closely once we transition onto the internal conversation, hopefully the broader Q&A. But before we do that, last but not least, we have Professor Justin Hansford making his opening remarks. Great seeing you, Justin.
Yeah, great seeing you, brother. I want to respond to also Tiffany's question, which you raised, which was so important. But I'm going to start with just a little summary of my answer to the question in terms of what is happening with the communities that I am engaging with the most nowadays on the question of abolition. Those communities being primarily law students, and those I'm teaching critical race theory this semester, and I also teach a movement lawyering clinic. And so I actually want to start with a short passage from an article by Charles Lawrence, the famed critical race theorist. He opened an article called "The Word and the River: Pedagogy as Scholarship as Struggle," with this quote from the great Vincent Harding, wonderful historian, speechwriter for Dr. Martin Luther King, saying, When you're talking to students about being a scholar, ask them, what is the role of the word, the spoken word, the preached word, the whispered in the nighttime word, the written word, the published word in the fight for Black freedom? What is the role of the word? And the question for me is, what is the role of the word abolition? Because as was said earlier, it's a word that is abstract to many people, unrealistic, challenging, alienating in some cases, creating space between advocates and scholars and people who are actually directly impacted by these issues. So what good is it to talk about abolition when we think it may not happen today, tomorrow, or 5 years from now, or 10 years from now? And how is it that abolition can be a tool to support what I support is something called movement lawyering. So how could abolition as a framework support the effort of movement lawyers who are seeking to work with mobilized clients, clients who are working on campaigns, lawyers who are seeking to engage in integrated advocacy, who understand that they can do things to help movements inside the courtroom and outside the courtroom, where abolitionist techniques might be more helpful? And then the final question, of course, I'm not going to be able to answer all of these in 5 minutes, but another question I'd like to throw out there is, what is the intersection between critical race theory and abolition? How are those two subjects that can build upon each other? Can they be tools that can be used at the same time? So I've been engaging with students on these questions over the course of the semester so far. There have been some brilliant insights so far. We've discussed the role of interest convergence in creating abolitionist efforts. We know that, for example, in the field of public safety, right now, police have dominated the field of safety, because when people think about safety in the crime sense, they always think about police as the answer. And they don't think about safety in terms of safety from, COVID, or safety from other types of threats to their health. Right now, when people think about safety, they think about street crime. And is there a way that there could be an interest convergence so that the idea of safety can be something that tech companies can intervene in, so that in many spaces where there may be technological ways to make us feel more safe, where we don't need police to be present on our buses and our street corners, and maybe technology can help? Are there ways that we can use Derek Bell's tool of interest convergence to create more abolition? Also thinking about one of my heroes, Cheryl Harris, who I hope you at UCLA get a chance to take her class. And her work on property and race was so formative for me. But what do we know about the possibility of abolishing property rights, like rights in the field of student debt? There are abolitionist movements on economic questions that could also be movements wherein we see the interests converge when it comes to other people in our economy who would be able to benefit from the economic boost that would come from debt abolition, and that way of viewing abolition as another platform, not just in a traditional sense, looking directly at the police, but also in the economic sense. So just throwing a few of these ideas out there. The role of abolition, to me, is a question that we should continue to debate, both in the area of critical race theory and in the area of movement lawyering. There's a very familiar debate around, for example, the role of rights and rights talk in lawyering for social change. The argument in the critical race theory context, Professor Thomas will tell you about this, it was that historically rights was seen as a way of approaching social justice goals in the eyes of critical legal studies scholars that was unhelpful. And critical race theory scholars pushed back and said that perhaps it could be helpful, even if rights were not easy to vindicate. Just the language of rights, just the inspirational, the motivational content of being able to say that you have a human right, you have a constitutional right to integration, to other basic human rights, that rights talk meant something. That rights talk was part of what needed to be used by advocates throughout the movements, civil rights movement, the women's movement, even the Black Lives Matter movement. So what about the role of abolition as similarly a framework, whether or not it is going to happen today, tomorrow, or the day after that? Maybe abolition as a word is a word that we need. And it is a word and a framework that will do real important work for our movements. And for that reason, in of itself, it is something that we should continue to support and strategize around and have symposiums on like we're doing today. So thank you. I'm looking forward to this conversation. And also, don't forget, after this, we'll talk with Derecka Purnell about her wonderful book on abolition, which I'm reading right now. I think it's a wonderful platform to have this discussion around.
Yeah, thanks so much, Professor Justin. So many of you guys have laid out different conceptions of abolition. Some of you have offered definitions and constructions that are prescriptive. Some of you have offered definitions that are claiming that abolitionism is not enough and focusing on, what can communities do, aside from the broader sort of beyond the prism of abolition to bring about the kind of progressive and transformative reform needed in vulnerable communities. With that said, just kind of like checking where we are in terms of time. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to engage in an internal conversation with the panel, and then the remaining 20 to 25 minutes, we'll field questions from the audience. Hopefully, we can harmonize these two phases in a way where the discussion is uninterrupted and organic. But I'd like to lead with its first question, and anybody can chime in in any order. Within or beyond the framing of abolition, how do we empower these communities? Professor Thomas said abolitionism is not enough, and specifically stated that reinvestment in the welfare of our communities requires repair and retributions. How do we go about repairing these communities? Is it through the vehicle of abolitionism? Is it through sort of external tactics or supplementary tactics? Some of you have mentioned movement lawyering, litigation strategies. Professor Roberts has talked about the sort of like reforms in legal language. How do we go about sort of the business of practically empowering the communities that we represent to bring about the reforms needed to better their circumstance? And again, anybody, feel free to jump in. It's a free-for-all now.
I'll jump in. I think there's different work for different people to do. I'm an educator and I'm interested in education. And I didn't really go into it in any detail, but one of the frames that I have been using lately to help me think, not just about this question of abolition, but about the question of reconstruction and the reconstruction of our terribly broken and never quite democratic democracy is through this idea of literacy. And I was led to this actually by work that I've been doing with activists who are formerly incarcerated, who got their educations in prison, right? And I learned that what Carla Shedd of NYU, my former colleague at Columbia, calls the carceral continuum of the school to prison pipeline has to be understood in terms of literacy. 3 of 5 people in prison can't read. 85% of juveniles in prison have trouble reading. And some studies suggest that 75% of people in prisons and jails are functionally illiterate. And then if you go outside and look at the numbers of our young people who graduate from high school without being able to read at an 8th grade level, you see that this problem of illiteracy is a real one. You may have followed the litigations that were going on in Michigan, in Rhode Island, and one other place, which I'm forgetting, asserting as a constitutional right, a basic right to literacy. And my own view is that that functional literacy connects with a larger problem of civic illiteracy. I'm absolutely on board with Tiffany Williams Roberts' powerful insights that we have to embrace the dignity of the human dignity of people in our communities, and that we have to honor their fears as we try to imagine new solutions with them. But that work, crucially, cannot take place unless those of us who are educator activists commit to the work, which is a two-step project of basic literacy and what I'm calling critical racial literacy. So that gets to Justin's point, about what are the connections between abolition and CRT? Well, I see Reconstruction as the frame that connects our struggles and our thinking to the long history of the struggle for Black freedom. So for me, critical race theory follows an apostolic succession from the newly freed men and women who gathered who built and gathered in one-room schoolhouses that were burned down, who gathered around whoever had a primer, right? Who knew, to quote Frederick Douglass, that education and slavery were incompatible, right? And I think one of the things that we have lost is that history and that normative commitment to the crucial importance of education as a Black revolutionary practice, right? Of literacy and the acquisition of literacy as a Black revolutionary practice. And so, I can't speak to what other people should be doing. The critic and theorist Fred Moten says that the university is a place in which Black and brown people should have a relationship that's one of theft, right? And I see my role as taking the resources that are available to me as somebody in a university and in concert with and collaboration with others, trying to make that resource a community good. And I live in Harlem on the other side of Morningside Heights. And I see every day what the consequences are of the literacy deficit, which has been visited upon our community. So, we're in a conference sponsored by a university, and I think the civic mission of the university and those of us who have been privileged to be part of it really should center this question of creating a culture of civic literacy and indeed social justice literacy and basic literacy.
No need to raise hands, just jump in.
You were first, Justin, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Asking for chaos here. I got so many ideas from Professor Thomas. To answer the question, really briefly, so there was an article in the Harvard Law Review called Abolition Constitutionalism by Dorothy Roberts that I would recommend to people. And it was a historical article talking about the debates that took place between Frederick Douglass and other abolitionists around the constitutionality of abolition of slavery. But as insightful as that article was, it reminded me that the reason that the word abolition can resonate with me is that we've been abolitionists. Abolition is part of our history. We have a history of abolitionist energy in the Black freedom struggle in particular, but also in the United States. And to see that, I think the connection between that history of abolition and when people say abolition today, I think that connection isn't always apparent to people. So you're building on Harriet Tubman's legacy, you're building on Frederick Douglass's legacy, and you have to, you want to look at the project from that viewpoint with that energy, right? They also inherited a system that seemed ubiquitous, it seemed impractical to try to overthrow that system because there were so many economic factors involved in the economy, whether it was overseers and, a national economy. So the question of, abolition and, what do we do today? I think we have to have that same energy and be willing to be as versatile as Frederick Douglass was, as versatile as Harriet Tubman was, to speak, to write, to engage in activism, things that involve physical effort. For us, it may be protesting or maybe something else, and to look at all of it as part of the same project. So to me, the reason abolition feels like it's mine, and I have some ownership over it, and I can be a part of it, and it's not this weird abstract thing that only academics in an ivory tower who are disconnected, really know about, is because I think about Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass when I think about abolition. I think about Sojourner Truth, and I know that I'm a descendant of a Georgia slave and a North Carolina slave on both sides of my family, and I know that that's part of my story, right? So that again, the meaning of the word abolition is something that I think sometimes gets lost in the sauce, so to speak. And I think that it is important for me to think about that tradition, and it informs how I approach the project of being involved in something like an abolitionist ethic and framework, because without that, it does become abstract and academic.
I'm gonna hop in. Yeah, I think that, the question was, how do we empower communities? But it's so interesting because, most of the time, well, from my personal experience, it's the communities who are empowering me, right? It's the communities who are leading me and, really deciding what the strategy is. I'm in partnership with communities. So it isn't about people within academy or within this ivory tower who's really dictating what that organizing looks like. It really is reestablishing what that relationship looks like, right? So I don't think necessarily the question to be answered is how do we empower communities? Because communities know what they need. Communities have been rendered hyper visible or invisible to the point where they're not able to get the material resources they need to make that happen. And so for us to come in and say, oh, we have this agenda, and I think this is a great idea, is sort of perpetuating that, rendering of invisibility. And so I think that, to better restate, the answer is how can we learn from community and how can we learn from historical organizing, right? So how do we learn from Combahee River Collective, from Insight, how do we learn from Critical Resistance, from the Black Panther Party? How do we learn from how they were able to organize, and how do we find a space in there to assist and to provide resources, to provide connections, right? And so I think within that, we have to think about abolition and how we're defining abolition. And I think, some people may get confused because it is really overwhelming to step in this space, especially if you're a little bit more new to some of the theoretical terminologies that we use. But abolition is expansive. So I don't necessarily see that abolition and reparations is two different things, right? Underneath an abolitionist praxis, reparations is necessary. It literally necessitates reparations, right? It necessitates that healing. It necessitates us to have the ability to have this opportunity to live in a house, to afford housing, to not be in debt all of our lives, to reestablish familial and generational bonds that have been broken by incarceration, by the child welfare system. So I think that, underneath an abolitionist praxis, we're never going to have clear answers. And I know we can try to be as methodical as possible. There is strategy, and strategy is important. But our ancestors in these organizing movements, there was also a point where they were like, we got to go. It's fugitivity at this point. We got to run off the plantation. We can't, sometimes it's not as methodical, and there's not so many A, B, C, 1, 2, 3 plans that we can make sometimes. Sometimes it's mass refusal. You know what I mean? Sometimes it looks like just saying no to some of these things and being very adamant about what we're being complicit, being adamant about calling out what we're complicit to. So in terms of our work within the academy, that looks like us not taking on projects that expand surveillance, that expand policing. This looks like us not being complicit, me as a social worker, complicit in our role in perpetuating and upholding these systems of family policing and family surveillance. So I think, for me, it's knowing that Abolition is iterative, as Ruthie Wilson Gilmore says, it's life in rehearsal. We're gonna mess up when we're trying to figure out ways to get outside of this entanglement of carcerality. But it's knowing that even with these, trying these different things and different ways of building relationships outside of racial capitalism, outside of anti-Blackness, it includes all of these different things. It includes policies, it includes research, it includes mass refusal, it includes all of these things, reparations. These are all necessary things. It literally takes all of these things to change literally everything, because everything needs to go. So that's my 2 cents.
It all needs to go. I will add, for fear of sounding like a broken record, but it's a record full of bops. I will say this. The way that we train our organizers, right, is that you have twice as many ears as you do mouths. And so it is incumbent upon us to listen, again, to the needs and the demands, the hopes and the fears of the communities that we're organizing with. And so when we're talking about how do we operationalize these ambitions that we have for our communities and this vision that we have for ourselves, we start by absolutely listening, our organizers and our leaders. A, right? I think B, when we think about popular education as a regular part of the work that we do, it requires a sort of discipline, but it's a step that cannot be skipped, right? So when we're thinking about how we frame these conversations about abolition, how we take what we learn from focus groups, what we learn from polling, what we learn from all kinds of surveys, right? Where we have found most success is sort of framing our messaging, our popular education through two lenses. One is information and the other one is power. And so being seen as a source of information, being seen as trusted messengers, particularly in a hostile environment, particularly when misinformation and disinformation run rampant, particularly when there are well-resourced bad actors, be they foreign or domestic, that seek to interfere with how we are getting information, particularly as social sharing and social media become the primary destination where folks get to learn about the world around us. When we learn about the government, elected officials, what's happening to us and the world around us. And so being seen as a trusted messenger, maintaining a two-way dialogue, and again, listening twice as much as we talk, I think has been really helpful. And as we move people to action, and as we operationalize, again, some of these ambitions that we have for ourselves, I think the second frame is power. And so, again, not in an academic way, but talking about what do we have? How much power do we need to stop the bad things from happening in our community? And how much power do we need to build the Georgia, to build the America, to build the global communities that our families deserve to live in? And so if we're talking about, the abolishment of educational debt, if we're talking about the abolishment of a for-profit healthcare system, if we're talking about the abolishment of a racist prison system, that we are talking about, that we are going to have to think about how to mobilize people, mobilize elected officials, mobilize resources in order to make that to move that from a conversation to becoming our reality. And so again, as we think about civic engagement, voter mobilization, and I used to be deeply concerned that we weren't doing real organizing because we were seen as a voter registration, a voting rights organization. But the truth of the matter is that, again, to go back to Professor Thomas's initial contribution, he enters into the space as an academic with an acknowledgement that there are lanes and there are roles for all of us as we think about building the world that our families deserve. And which leads me, I think, to the last point that I would like to make is about organization. I think about the sort of gospel choir theory of organizing. Yes, I'm a Southern girl, so y'all should have known that was coming. And when you think about the reason, like gospel choirs, they can hold a note for so long, is because, people, each individual vocalist is doing what they can. And so when an individual needs to drop out because of competing professional or personal obligations, that note continues, or you just need to drop out because you need to take a breath, that the note continues. And so that is how we think about any sort of effort to operationalize our ambitions, our vision for abolishing systems that do not make us safer, that do not make us healthier, that don't promote the welfare of us, our families, or our communities, is pushing people into organizations that can sustain the push, help create and sustain the demand for the change that people want to see, right? So who are the actors that need to be pushed on? Where do we need to test our power and flex our power if we want to get serious about, again, abolishing educational debt in our country? Like, can it be an executive order? Are we leaning in on the president of the United States? Does this need to be an act of Congress? Are there opportunities at the state level? If we think about state legislatures and state government and municipal governments as innovation labs, right? So what does it look like to execute on that at a city level, and then sprawl out until we get the wins that our families need and that they deserve? So.
Thanks so much, Nancy. I'm going to swerve off lane and off script and ask a question that just came to mind from the prevailing conversation. Justin asked, he interrogated, what is the intersection of critical race theory and abolition? I want to probe that really, really closely with what's happening across the country with these anti-critical race theory bans and how these bans are in many respects undermining and disempowering communities, right? Activists and advocates on the ground within communities across the country to not only police, surveil, but criminalize the kind of abolitionist work they're doing. And I want to tie that question to, an issue and a theme that Victoria raised, another challenge that is seldom discussed on the left, but this sort of, emerging frontier of racial capitalism, right? Where the state and private actors are becoming really clever and strategic and sort of positioning people who look like the community members that are being policed, surveilled, placed in the carceral state, to disarm them and in some respects co-opt them, right? Frantz Fanon has always said how the imperial power is really clever in sort of co-opting members of the colonized to make the status quo far more entrenched and far more firmer. So if you can address those two challenges to abolitionism within the community, first, obviously the more explicitly ominous one would be the critical race theory bans. But in my opinion, the more nefarious one is this, growing enterprise and economy of racial capitalism.
I'll start because in Georgia, we now have 3 CRT myth statutes being proposed. And Atlanta is being used as the villain in the story of the, imagined crime wave in our state. And so there's this sort of duality of making cries of suffering less legitimate, not only by denying the history that brought the suffering to pass, but then also by criminalizing the people who want to, because we also have these anti-protester bills similar to the one that passed in Florida, criminalizing the people who are mobilizing to kind of to dismantle these systems. And one thing that I think is challenging is how to mobilize people around the critical race theory bans or the book burnings, so to speak, while not allowing it to be an insular kind of pet issue. That the critical thing is maintaining the intersections with the criminal legal system, with underfunded schools, because one of the Georgia bills would take 20% of any school district's budget that permits prohibited topics to be taught. And we are in a state where last year our schools were underfunded already by $1 billion. The most recent bill not only prohibits this education for K-12, it also prohibits the education at any Board of Regents university or school, which means that would just by default eliminate Africana studies, African American studies, sociology, and many other departments within our university system. And we know that, these bills are being offered not because they make sense, but because it's an election year and politicians are rushing toward polarizing topics that sort of legitimate their disdain for Black people, for poor people, for immigrants. And it makes me think about one of the really popular clips of Fred Hampton's Why a Political Education, and what role have we relinquished the role of political education to our traditional institutions for education? And if that is the case, that was a mistake. And how do we reclaim that space? How do we say that if one of these bills passes, that we as organizers and we as organizations with dollars to commit to the cause will erect and support other avenues for people to be properly educated, so that they then again can continue to mobilize against these bad actors. It is, we at Southern Center represented a commissioner named Olivia Pearson, who was arrested for helping a first-time voter use a machine. Not only arrested, but also prosecuted. First time prosecuted, got a hung jury. The second time Southern Center was on board, she was acquitted. The last election season, she was again arrested and threatened, and they attempted to ban her. And this is a woman who is a commissioner in this county. They also attempted to ban her from all places where elections take place. And so what that demonstrates is that there is no way to disconnect the way that the carceral state is used to reinforce or to quell dissent in the educational system, to quash dissent in our electoral systems. And it makes for a very dangerous place for our young people to be brought up. And so what my hope is, so in my other life, I'm the chair of my social justice committee at my church, and we are working on a framework of true history to work through the issues of mass incarceration, school to prison pipeline, and the franchise. Because if we can't be honest about our stories, or if we are building children who are afraid to be truthful about how we arrived at this place, then they are less equipped to fight. And fear, some people say, is a great motivator, but in many times it's paralytic, right? It paralyzes you. It keeps you from doing things that you ought to be doing. So that, Georgia is always fun. There's never a boring session. But this one, I think everything's to be crashed. All of these things seem to be crashing in our legislative session. And it's going to be a very difficult thing to kind of untangle.
Thank you so much for that, Tiffany. I was going to say that in the very same year that the Georgia State Board of Education passed a resolution condemning critical race theory, they cut the state education budget by almost $1 billion. So we need to understand the CRT bans as a kind of stealth politic, which is not only weaponizing race, but is weaponizing race to engage in class war. And that's where the connections between the attack on CRT and the racial realignments that are currently happening within our capitalist economy converge. Capitalism has always been racial capitalism, but white people, poor and working class white people, have drunk the Kool-Aid that as long as they receive the wages of whiteness, right, they can even accept, right, the economic precarity that actually makes them have more in common with the Black and brown poor and working class, right? And so at a moment in which American society is characterized by an inequality whose proportions we have not seen since the late 19th century, this is an opportunity. And I think, we are fooling ourselves. Well, I want to make 2 points. I think this is an opportunity to connect the struggle of vulnerable racial publics against racial injustice to movements that seek economic and social justice for poor and working class Americans of every race and ethnicity. One of the reasons it's been so easy to vilify or demonize critical race theory and try to shut down the conversation, any kind of conversation about race in this country, is that we have no language for talking about class, right? So not only are we illiterate about race and don't know how to talk about race, we have no language to talk about economic injustice, right? And that has made both Black and brown communities and the white, poor, and working class vulnerable to the predations of neoliberal capitalism, right? And when, there's no space to talk about racial capitalism, when you have Tim Scott, a Black senator from South Carolina on one hand, and Kamala Harris, the former, a Black woman, a woman who identifies, at least in part, as Black, a former senator from the state of California, and now the Vice President of the United States, agreeing that America is not a racist country, right? What kind of conversation can you have about how America can become an anti-racist country, right? When the common sense is that we're not a racist country, where there's no space for a politician who hopes to have a career to say, oh, we need to be about the business of anti-racism. So for me, this question of the relationship between the CRT bans and critical race theory, and what critical race theory can do, and the question of racial capitalism, which raises the whole question of, the withdrawal of funds from public education, the starving of the public sector across any number of metrics, not just education, but healthcare, housing, et cetera. That question, it seems to me, is where CRT and racial capitalism converge. And the last point I'll make has to do with this question of how liberal reforms can be revolutionary. In 2020, I was in a webinar in which my dear friend, Joyce Ladner, who taught for many years at Howard University and was one of the first generation of Black feminist scholars in the university, and was an organizer, SNCC organizer for the 1963 March on Washington, was in conversation with a group of young activists, one from Baltimore and one from Chicago. And the young activists from Baltimore said, in the 2020 election, voting is a revolutionary act, right? Now, one of the things I've been struck by is the silence of liberals and of folks in the Black community about the First Amendment and the First Amendment implications of these CRT bans. So some of our work, and this is literacy work, needs to be around defending the First Amendment, which has been an important tool for Black folks and others to wage freedom struggles, right? It has provided us with some protection and a cover for our political work. And yet it is completely absent. It is completely absent from the conversation. So, I've made a bunch of disconnected points, but I do think that there's critical work to be done, and this is the most important point, at the intersection of racial justice and economic justice, and the question of racial capitalism and the ways in which the racialization of capitalism is a motor of the underdevelopment of Black communities that has made the current state of affairs possible is crucially important.
One quick, just to build on that a bit, I think we can look at all three of those efforts, the effort to squelch dissent in the streets with the anti-protest legislation, the effort to squelch dissent in the classroom with the anti-CRT legislation, the effort to squelch dissent at the polls, especially in places like Georgia with the voter suppression legislation. All three of those are anti-speech actions designed to create silence the Black community, silence communities of color. All three are enforceable by police. So the connection between abolition and access to this good of speech ought to be something that should be informative to us, because I see speech as a public good and as a right that is also distributed along racial lines. And if you look at in the same way that economic access and healthcare and access to education are all distributed along racial lines with the common hierarchy as to who gets more and who gets less, what we're seeing is a structure created to put speech very clearly in that same category. So just to build on Professor Thomas's great point, that is really the essence of what's happening right now.
Yeah, and if I can exercise moderator's privilege, really quick, we have 10 minutes to go. This has been a really rich conversation. I wish we had another half an hour, to the point about how the First Amendment has garnered cover for over-policed and targeted communities in relation to these critical race theory bans. I study Muslim communities, and before the CRT bans, you had anti-Sharia legislation, which were in place for roughly a decade. So beyond speech, free exercise of religion was also weaponized and flipped on its head to police Muslim communities. I highly recommend for people listening in to read Professor Hansford's piece, The First Assembly is a Racial Project, which touches on these very issues. Let me point this question from Professor Capers to Professor Roberts from the audience. The presentation from Anna Roberts about the exclusion from juries of people with criminal convictions made me think about exclusions based on another kind of conviction, the conviction that the system is unjust. Can you, Professor Roberts, speak a little bit about how the system makes it hard for those who believe in abolition to even serve on criminal juries? And what does this say about the uphill battle abolition faces against the system?
Thank you. So yes, if you find yourself in a position where you want to serve on a jury, and you also find yourself with profound doubts about your ability to vote for a conviction, or profound doubts about what a conviction means or would bring. It is a great question. Thank you for it. Something's going to have to give. You're either going to have to lie when you don't want to, or give up service. And a lot of judges will want to hear something that looks like fealty to the system. This reminds me also of efforts that the state takes to prevent jurors ever hearing about their power to nullify. And it's this kind of twisting of people against themselves, twisting their values against each other, that sort of echoes some things I was saying earlier, and that makes abolition both seem to me desirable, but also, as the questioner suggests, very hard to achieve. On the other hand, however, I do find a kind of perverse hope in the variety and the ferocity of the efforts of the state to silence dissenting voices, to stamp out humanity from the courtroom or reminders of humanity, to filter the jury down to those who can be presumed to be loyal and content and ready to convict, to insist that voices of those charged with crimes are as silenced as possible, to insist that the police are as well trained on being witnesses as possible, to bring up acts from the past or alleged acts from the past wherever possible, rather than focus on the case in question. I find all those steps, often so badly justified and with such flimsy justifications, in a way give a little bit of hope, as well as, of course, being profoundly troubling, because they suggest an awareness that if things change just a little bit, if we had just a little bit of more knowledge in that courtroom, if we had just a little bit more of the community in that courtroom, if we had just a few more voices in the courtroom, just a little bit more of exploration of the fullness of humanity and dignity, we might see powerful momentum toward change. So profoundly troubling, but I do find that a little bit of hope there in the flimsiness of all these efforts.
Thank you so much, Professor. Okay, 7 minutes to go. I got a list of questions I really want to ask, but we don't got the time for it. So let's close with this question from the audience, which I think is a good way to kind of wrap up the conversation. How can we achieve political wins when our demands are seen by many as being too radical? Is the best strategy to focus on small policies about which we might get majorities behind? So I guess a more incremental approach. Consciousness raising to liberate others from delusions of carceral policy safety, or all of the above?
I say all of the above. I think I want to encourage you to offer the big demand more often than you think you should. An example is the campaign to close the Atlanta City Detention Center, championed by Marilyn Wynn, who was an Atlantan, was imprisoned 7 times. The 7th time the time that she wasn't, she had to say she needed drug treatment. She came out, she became an organized the Raise the Age campaign in Atlanta, and then started a campaign to close the municipal jail that was at about 30% occupancy. People thought that Ms. Wynn had no idea what was possible, but she didn't put the demand, she did not lower her demand. And we got a citywide task force to study the closure of the city detention center. And although our former mayor toured the country talking about being out of the jailing business, the jail remains open, but what has changed is it's still pretty empty. We have now a diversion center that doesn't require access or interfacing with police to receive services. And so the campaign has taken a little bit longer than I think we imagined, but there were so many detractors who believe themselves to be progressive, who wouldn't sign on to open letters, who wouldn't help get the legislation a hearing. And they were wrong, because it became a focal point not only for organizers in Atlanta, but also government officials who wanted to exploit the big idea. So I think that you should consider leveraging the big demand. And then as you do that, you'll find other avenues to win. And you have to think more broadly about what constitutes a win.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop in too. I think, so you're saying, does this happen through small policies? But I would argue that it's not necessarily how small or big, but if these policy changes have longevity. And so I think it's really important, in the last couple of years, we have seen moves to defund the police, and these smaller, reforms that people argue are helpful, but then they get overturned, or they get co-opted, or they find ways to funnel money back into carceral systems that aren't necessarily the police or the sheriff, but are still insidiously taking money and repurposing it for incarceration or confinement. So I think what's really important in terms of strategies to think through what are policies that will have longevity and that will also alter some of the processes that we have. So for example, in California, we were able to remove some fines and fees in LA County, and then they were trying to speak for the money that was coming back into the county. They were trying to speak for that money already before communities were even able to see it. So it's really about disrupting some of these processes and how they've been formalized over the years, and really disrupting and trying to figure out a way to get community input in all throughout these decision-making points. So there's abolition is about coming up with creative ways to really disrupt what has been happening for years, right? And so I think that includes all of what you listed. That includes political education and raising consciousness about some of these processes and how to disrupt it. And then it also includes coming up with innovative or policy ideas that range from smaller or larger, but are really institutionalizing some of these things that we want to see in the future.
Thank you so much, Victoria. And with that, we have 3 minutes to go. I'm not going to raise a question. What I'd like to do is to thank everybody for really sharing their expertise, their insights on what abolitionism looks like, reimagining abolitionism, how it ties to distinct tactics that can be used in conjunction with an abolitionist framework and strategy across different spectrums in, across society. I've been trying to abolish or work on abolishing the war on terror for 20 years now. So I've learned immensely from this conversation. And I know everybody in the audience has. I want to raise an article that was shared by Tiffany in the chat that I highly recommend everybody read Black Voters Are Key Witnesses to Crimes Against Democracies, which was authored by Inse Ufo. You can see the article in the chat. Highly recommend reading that piece. And to consider reading the pieces, the work and the scholarship of all the panelists that are included here today, and to follow the organizations of the panelists doing the work on the ground. Thank you so much to the UCLA Law Review, to the conveners of this conference. And I look forward to continuing this conversation with you. Oh, and one more, Tiffany just shared another article, so let me uplift that as well. You know, they got these blocks, so I can't see the article unless you subscribe. But Tiffany, can you mention the title of the article?
It's called The Collapse of Criminal Legal Reform in the Black Mecca, and it's about Atlanta's failure to do what it needs to do.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing that. And thanks again, everybody. Look forward to the next panel. Have a great Friday and a great weekend.
Thanks to our moderator.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great moderation.
Thank you to everyone on that panel, and especially Professor Beydoun for moderating. I really enjoyed learning from all of you today. A few things that stuck out to me were Tiffany Williams Roberts describing the importance of embracing the dignity of our humanity, and Victoria Copeland describing how communities empower us in our work towards abolition. We'll now take another break and resume with Justin Hansford and Derecka Purnell's conversation about her recent impactful book, Becoming Abolitionists. We'll begin again in 30 minutes at 1 p.m. Pacific time.
Thanks again, everybody.
Thanks.
focusing on yourself. Let go of your stress. Lay back, decompress. Meet me in the bedroom, and that always. I've been thinking about this and always. One night could feel like 4 days. Meet me in the bedroom, and that always.
My tongue is sealed within my mouth. These certain words, they can't come out. These thoughts are walking on their own, dancing around with no control. I know what I did to you was wrong, hence why I've kept it for this long. Secrets have been brewing up a storm. Did not expect it to transform. Soaked up in my brain for another day. These things I'm trying to say get drenched and swept away. That's the truth. Soaked up in my brain. Don't know what to say. Something about you, boy. You soak up half my brain. You should do. Something about you, boy. You soak up half my brain. You look at me like I hit you. Stole all your things and left you bruised. Look what I've got myself into. My words are stuck, my body too. I know what I did to you was wrong, hence why I've kept it for this long. Secrets have been brewing up a storm. Did not expect it to transform. Soaked up in my brain for another day. These things I'm trying to say get drenched and swept away. That's the truth. Soaked up in my brain. Don't know what to say. Something about you, boy. You soak up half my brain. You should do. Something about you, boy. You soak up half my brain. You should do. Something about you, boy. You soak up half my brain. You should do. I know what I did to you was wrong, hence why I've kept it for this long. Secrets have been brewing up a storm. Did not expect it to transform. Soaked up in my brain for another day. These things I'm trying to say get drenched and swept away. That's the truth. Soaked up in my brain. Don't know what to say. Something about you, boy. You soak up half my brain. You should do. Something about you, boy. You soak up half my brain. You should do. Something played. The killer was the victim. And man was God. My nose wide as the Red Sea. Lips full, fillers don't feel me. Soon as my cousin killer's on trial, whoa, family gon' pull up sitting courtside. God sent, they say, we singing la la la. Don't want no vultures on our side, yeah, yeah. Looking black as the Messiah, yeah. We got superpowers. We got superpowers. And my niggas cannot forget that. We got superpowers. We got superpowers.
They say, how we get so fly without the wings? Baby, childs can see the light in darker things. Wait, now they see our magic. Proudly we imagine days when they can't frown upon our fabric, bob and weave. Been dodging thieves and stolen coaches. I believe in poaching vultures. I believe in open ocean trips. No ship our backstroke from one coast to coast like Aquaman. Got mind control over the lava lamp. That's why my pen leave fire. I retire when my father can. Look up in the sky and see me clouds sitting. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, this power living. I kicked the rainbow yesterday, it let out sour Skittles. I bet Trayvon up in heaven like these my kind of vittles. Armadillo, armor thick, got bulletproof karma, cause I'm innocent of all that they accused me of. Superheroes and sheroes with POs accusing us of moving kilos. Still always moving love.
We got superpowers. We got superpowers. Take me on a trip to the moon. Maybe we should get away soon. I just gotta leave here for a while. I've been feeling so stressed out. First of the month, rent due. I ain't got a dime on me, what am I to do? Maybe if I look the other way, everything would turn out to be okay. Yeah, I just wanna run away. I just wanna run away. I just wanna run away. Run away from my troubles. Yeah, from my troubles. Yeah, I just wanna run away. I just wanna run away. I just wanna run away. Run away from my troubles. Yeah, from my troubles. Now the car I'm driving just broke down. I'll be walking for a while. Gotta get my paper up. Maybe
This feels like drugs that I don't want, 'cause every touch makes me want more. Can't go a single day without using, can't go a single day without looking. Now my heart's so glued and I'm losing sight of everything around me. Can't go a single day without using, can't go a single day without looking. Going to withdraw. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace sign.
What an unfortunate situation. I'm tired of doing things for confirmation. I need to save my time and energy. I don't need to be yours, you don't need to be mine. What do you want from me? You're too bad for a medicine. I can't hide when you're calling me. I can't think when you're draining me. What do you want from me? I'm so tired of falling in. I need peace from the enemy. Give me time for my sanity.
Can't go a single day without using, can't go a single day without looking. Now my heart's so glued and I'm losing sight of everything around me. Can't go a single day without using, can't go a single day without looking. Going to withdraw. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace and you. Bye-bye. Wanna give you peace sign forever. Come out from my face and leave me alone. Peace and you. Ma chérie, leche, oh. Peace sign forever. Peace sign.
Where we come from, the mama came me mad, I missed it. So new age times moved on, and I can flip it on a rude kid, and I can bow like a princess, and I can show you with some new tricks. I'm kinda sound like a wizard, yeah. I'm not easy to handle, I only handle my business. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you want me, come find me. No, I ain't scared of no bitches. Be free, Lord knows I can see exactly what you want from me. But consent is my friend, so please don't take what you want from me. 'Cause I ain't no prick, you know. I turn around and I flip, you know. I call my guys from the bits, you know. And don't take it personal, just 'cause I don't wanna get personal. I tell them one time, you can't touch this mine. And if I wanna look fine, slow wine, it don't mean you gotta get behind, no, no, no. 'Cause I need no guy by my side, watch me slide. I'ma step, shock it and go. Drinking red kinda got me in the mood. Pass the wine, come and watch my moves. Big way, baby boy, make room. So I'ma step, shock it and go. Drinking red kinda got me in the mood. Pass the wine, come and watch my moves. Make way, baby boy, make room.
Think I just need to kiss it goodbye. So baby, bring it over tonight. Don't get caught in your head. These words will leave them in this bed. I'm feeling like the first time we met, but I know this is good as it gets. We know we won't no more, so baby, we can take it slow. You, the only one got me stuck. Walking around eyes wide open, ain't focused. No, you notice that, babe. I'm trying to keep from moving that way, but true, real love is for the fools. Hurt me, no, you want to. Watch me break into two. For you, you just like a fool for the hoop ride, baby. Drop top in the coupe, banging Tupac, baby. I saw something real, fuck what you saw, baby. I saw something real, fuck what you saw, baby. Trying to find a feel, but it's too hard lately. Yes, I take it out, thinking we all take it. Oh. Ooh, I wonder if you know what you do. I wonder if you know it take all of me to get you back. Don't call no sleep, I'd rather crash. Ooh, so easy how you make up my mind. It work on me like every time. Jump with my Cadillac and fly too fast. We going too fast, 'cause you, the only one got me stuck. Only one got me stuck. Walking around eyes wide open, ain't focused. No, you notice that, babe. I'm trying to keep from moving that way, but true, real love is for the fools who hurt me. No, you want to. Watch me break into two. For you, you just like a fool for the hoop ride, baby. Drop top in the coupe, banging Tupac, baby. I saw something real, fuck what you saw, baby. I saw something real, fuck what you saw, baby. Trying to find a feel, but it's too hard lately. Yes, I take it out, thinking we all take it. Oh. Back when nobody else was around. Who had your back when back then everything was beating you down? Passion, action, that was the only way a nigga stay round. Fashion, flashing, had you suited up from your head to the ground. Beat it up, told you I'm on the way so you heat it up. Said you don't wanna go too fast so ease it up. Didn't think you would wanna go freezing up. I would've gave it all, I would've gave the sauce, I would've gave the park, key to the house, key to the car. Then we could take it too far. I would've gave you my heart, but it's a long shot now. We can't get along now. Too late to start over back how. Blood
blood, sweat, tears, no fall. How did things go so soft? So tired of trying to figure out these games.
Something real, fuck what you saw, baby. Trying to find a feel, but it's too hard lately. Here's I take it out, baby, we all take it all.
Here is a story told to the children of Africa.
We love the children of Africa, teaching the children. Oh, da 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 da, la da da da. Oi, black eye, black hair, black skin, black queen, stand majestic with the black king. Today I'll sing you a black song. You need to hear about beautiful black things. Cause most time we hear about black, we hear about black magic and black witches. Blacklist, black book, black market, Black Friday, you spend off your black riches. I've never seen a doctor in black, nor seen a black pill for cure no black people. But I've seen bush doctors like Tash and Molly resurrect like a real black beetle. Malcolm, Marcus, Martin. When you see Walter Rodney, ask him. Oh, you know hear about how we laughing. So when the little offspring asking, tell them they never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us black is beauty. They never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us. They never told us that black is beautiful. Behave and I go on like you never spent 500 years on a farm. The same chain you are wear and I go on is another black life in Sierra Leone. Boy, them find out Mama Earth got gold then. Them find out Mama Earth black soul then. You work hard just forget a black card. Same card where you swipe by back your black gold them. Well on, I see no faces long, but this is not a racist song. This is a song for the children who was never told about where their race is from. They never hear it in them favorite songs. Everybody calm as say slavery's done. What I go on when the babies come? I start read about things like Dogans, Black Kemet and Kush, Black Kings, Black Senate and books. We teach about pyramids and put real significance to we physical looks. So every word when we sing black, in my world everything black. Black, white, black, right back. So don't be surprised if me say me king black. Cause they never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us black is beauty. They never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us. They never told us that black is beautiful. No. Preacher is preaching, good God, the things that he preaches. I wonder who taught him to preach. Teacher is teaching, where did he get his degree? Now it is no mystery. Who taught us black history? He's up. If you found someone to do, what do I do? If he loves you, true.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I am so incredibly thrilled to introduce this next conversation. So now I'd like to welcome Derecka Purnell, a lawyer, organizer, and author of Becoming Abolitionists, Police, Protests, and the Pursuit of Freedom. Her book is an honest, illuminating, and frankly beautiful account of her journey to becoming an abolitionist and how multiracial social movements rooted in rebellion, risk-taking, and revolutionary love pushed her and a generation of activists toward abolition. She'll be joined by Justin Hansford, professor of law at Howard University and executive director of the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center. Professor Hansford, Ms. Derecka Purnell, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. And I want to start off by saying what an honor it is to be able to have this conversation. Derecka Purnell is one of the people that I admire most in life. And it is certainly a special moment to be able to talk to her about her journey. And I'm ready to start when you are, Derecka.
Yeah, of course. Justin's good to meet you. Yes, yes. Let's go.
All right. So, I mean, just to start off, what was this experience like writing this book? I mean, when I read it, I thought a lot about Patricia Williams and, the alchemy of race and rights. And, it's not too often we get such a personal, I don't know if we should call it a memoir or, it's such a heartfelt narrative from a legal thinker. And I know you had to dig deep in terms of providing emotional content and intellectual content. So what was the experience like? Because things were not, calm. You're writing during the Trump administration and a lot of stuff was going down.
It was a mess.
Yeah.
Wow. Where to even start? So I didn't anticipate writing the book this way. It was actually not my idea. I was very resistant to it. And in 2020, I mean, that year for everyone was just out of control and quite, am I frozen? Because you're frozen. I can't tell it.
You're frozen to me, but I see you now. You're back. You're back now. You're back. Yeah.
All right. If my internet goes out, blame Columbia Law School because that's where I am right now. 2020 was a hard year for everyone. That year, so much was happening, right? There was a pandemic. Just personally, my mom was battling 2 different types of cancer. So we were driving from the East Coast to St. Louis because we couldn't fly during the pandemic. And then this uprising happened because Breonna Taylor and George Floyd were both killed by the police. And I was asked by The Atlantic to write an article about police abolition. So I've been writing about abolition for years at that point, and my stuff would get rejected almost every week. And so they emailed me and they asked if I could write something about police abolition. So when I started just writing, I thought I was going to write like a technical argument, towards police abolition. But the more that I realized what the moment was calling me to do, I just tried to push back on what I was hearing from a lot of mayors at the time, especially Black mayors, who would say abolition is this white thing, don't let all these white people come from the suburbs to your Black neighborhood and tell you that you don't need the police, and then go back to South Orange or Maplewood or Ladue or, your stomping grounds, PG County. Don't let them come to, the city, the urban core, and then go back home to their comfortable life and police force. And so when I started writing, I got really frustrated from that narrative that abolition was white and really wanted to say, well, it's a lot of Black people who are abolitionists do live in the hood. We are also survivors of harm. And it's partially because of the failures of policing and prisons that our harm continues, and we know it's not a solution. And so to stop being used as a force to criticize people who are calling for defunding, dismantling the police. So when I started writing the book, the version that's out now is not the version that I started with, which was good because the version I started with was even more of a mess. And several drafts are just in Google Docs languishing right now. But I really wanted to ask myself towards when it started taking shape that it is now, what will it take to build a movement? Right? What would it take to build a movement? It's hard. I was discouraged by people who I really love from writing this as my first book. They say, you're never going to get a job in the law. That you should write an academic book first. You should do all this stuff. And I said, well, I really do want to be a part of helping people in this moment who are thinking about abolition. I want to write something in a way that this speaks to my life and speaks to my experiences as a mom, as a person of faith, as someone who is not an abolitionist, who's quite critical of abolition, or at least had unexamined ideas about what it meant. And to recognize that so many people in my generation who's been organized, I'm in an organized, I was like 14, 15 years old, to watch our political evolution happen under this broader set of movements. And so I wanted to write a book that either reflected the journey of that generation or invited people who thought that they could identify as an abolition without really grappling with the political commitments of what that means. And so hopefully the book does that.
It does. And people who are part of that journey can say, here's someone who was part of that journey with me, and they've made that transition. And another question I had, so do you now consider yourself, I always talk about movement lawyers and things like that. So do you consider yourself a movement lawyer for the abolition movement? Or would that be going a step too far?
It's a good question. I think that what I'm committed to is liberation, and I'm committed to various routes of getting there. And I try to situate myself within a tradition of people who are trying to do that. What I have been fortunate to understand and learn in the last 6-7 years is that the lawyers who I tend to admire the most are the lawyers who are not just lawyers, right? I think about Paul Robeson, William Patterson, Ben Davis. I think about lawyers who are like, okay, we're going to be able to use the law to the extent that it makes sense, but we're also going to be committed to building social movements, which is one reason why I continue to organize, I continue to write, and when I feel like I continue to practice. But it's very important to me to be committed to building a social movement towards liberation. And that means I have to take on internationalist politics. I have to understand what it means to be in solidarity with oppressed peoples across the world. It means understanding my initial shortcomings, my shortcomings around disability justice, for example. It's like, well, if I want to be committed to the liberation of all oppressed people, it means I have to grapple with what it means to understand disability justice and make sure it shows up, in my organizing, in my daily life. And so what's more important to me than identifying as an individual abolitionist or an individual movement lawyer is the most important identity that I have is helping to build these movements and using these various tools to get there. So if I'm going to teach, I'm going to teach towards liberation. If I'm going to cook, I'm going to cook towards liberation. If I was a chef, I was a bus, it's going to be towards liberation. And I have a law degree as evidenced by the certificate and more than $100,000 worth of debt. And so I try to use that when it makes sense. I do use my law degree to do legal research and writing. I'm actually talking to a couple of my friends about taking on some very horrible cases in the South. And so that matters to me, but it's not for the abolition movement, it's for this broader project of liberation.
One more question before I get into it. I wanted to warn the audience that I was so excited about this book. We're going to be talking about this for many more hours than just the hour you're going to see. So this is just a taste of the questions I have. But so when I don't think you know this, when I was in undergrad, I went to undergrad at Howard, my thesis was on slave narratives. And I thought a lot about Aluda Equiano's slave narrative in particular. And of course, there's so many slave narratives. And part of the abolition cause was deliberately seeking to just accumulate as many of these narratives as possible, frame them in a way that moved the reader to think about abolition in a much more critical, serious way. And I was wondering, so do you see this? Like, in the last panel, I talked about Dorothy Roberts' article and the analogy between abolition in the 1800s and abolition today. Do you see this as part of a new movement of sort of abolitionist narratives, or firsthand accounts from people who are abolitionists? Would that be going a step too far, or could you see this similar sort of movement being something that could be burgeoning?
That's a really good question. Robin D.G. Kelly said a similar thing to me. And when Elizabeth Hinton, when she endorsed my book, she said that she compared it to Angela Davis' autobiography. I was like, whoa, slow down, don't do it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. When I think about the purpose of the earlier iterations of those abolitionist narratives, what they were mostly attempting to do a lot of things, right? One, they were trying to build a case for abolition against this culture, this country that was largely against it during the anti-slavery period, right? They're trying to show that, look, these Black people are articulate, they're worth telling, that they have the ability to tell stories. Look how smart and brilliant they can be. And I have all sorts of ideas about that, some of which I talk about in the book. They're trying to prove how human, Frederick Douglass is, how articulate he is. Look at his oration. Look how beautiful and brilliant this man is. And so I think it's important, because what it did convince a lot of people that of the horrors of slavery when you hear it expressed in the slave narratives that were published during that time. And so I think in one sense, the more that we talk about abolition and we can convince people who are curious, who are fence sitters of the harms and the violence of policing, prisons and prison industrial complex, capitalism, I think is really, really important. I think that we have a completely set of, the terrain has changed so much today, on building that, what it means to then build that case, like what it meant for Frederick Douglass to be able to go on tour, Sojourner Truth, even Harriet Tubman, after she finished finished fleeing to the South. What it meant for them to be on tour was to show people, for them to see, wow, look at this person who was a former slave talk about this. And now you can go on Instagram, you can go on Twitter, a video can go viral like that and touch a lot of people very instantly. And I think that saturation can also backfire, because the debate is different and the audience is different. So I think that we need more people. I do think we need more people telling, stories. I just would caution us about, like, this is the goal of this movement, right? It's not to have a bunch of individual stories, but it's figuring out what are the best ways to communicate a message so we can build a movement.
Right, but what your book does, I will say, it does humanize an abolitionist. For people, like, I talked to my mother about abolition, when people were saying abolish the police in 2020, that was the first time she ever heard it. And so she was like, those people were crazy, they must be these young radicals with, different color hair and tattoos or whatever things she was scared of. But you provide an interior view of someone who is intelligent, who is empathetic, who is a good person, who's an abolitionist. And so I thought that it was a humanizing thing in a similar way that, the previous narratives were humanizing. But okay, so I want to get into the book a little bit. So because like I said, I have
shout out to people who have different color hair and tattoos, because
those are my favorites.
Abolishing the police.
Yeah.
Different color hair too. You just can't see.
Okay, so yeah, all right. There it is. All right. So let's get into it. So I was, enchanted by the stories I learned about your childhood. You were politicized. I couldn't figure out the answer to this question. Maybe you could answer this for me. I thought maybe she was politicized as a junior in high school when she began to protest the move to take accreditation away from the city's schools. But then I thought maybe it was her mother who politicized her while doing her hair, because you said that she would talk to you about Angela Davis, who was her vocal point, and she would talk to you about these things. So do you feel like I always want to go back to that moment when you were politicized, because to me that's special. It's because we don't become born into this world as activists. And we're part of a genealogy, and that's what takes us back to the abolitionists and others, because we're part of something that was passed down to us, that was passed down to other people, and there's a genealogy. So do you think that was it your mother? Was it that moment in high school? Because by the time you were a freshman, you say, I forget what page, this is page 24, you say, okay, so as soon as I joined UMKC, I created racial justice organizations and was continuing my activism. So it was a done deal as a freshman. So it had to be a politicizing moment before then. So when was that moment?
Yeah, well, what's interesting, and I think this is still true for me today, that I was politicized around one thing, but not a lot of other things, right? And so, for example, I was politicized around race before I was politicized around gender. So I was politicized around race before I was politicized around imperialism. And so there's lots of different moments in where I was politicized around different ideas about power and the way that our societies are. And I'm still being politicized around ideas. And I hope that continues for the rest of my life. But I would absolutely say that my mother and my family, with all of their messy politics, were I would say I probably grew up in a pro-Black household, right? So my mom, in one sense, knew about the Black Panthers, would talk to me about the Black Panthers and Angela Davis and all of our heroes. She would say they killed King, and I would knew they was more than the single white person who pulled the trigger, right? I knew what she meant. But she didn't know about Angela Davis' commitments to communism or her relationship, her more nuanced relationship to the Black Panther Party, or knew her to be an abolitionist. She knew her in this broader association of Black Panther, and the Black Power movement, rather. And so when I say I was politicized by my mom, is absolutely true. She was introducing me to all of these figures. I very vividly remember my mom, my Uncle Phil, my grandmother, all of us watching the Million Man March in my grandmother's living room. My Uncle Philip crying. It's the first time I ever remember seeing a grown Black man cry. He was crying because he was so moved by this gathering that was happening on television, right? So this is one of my earliest, like Barney and that are two of my earliest memories. Right? Farrakhan and Barney.
Farrakhan, wow, okay.
Farrakhan and Barney. So my mom, we had so much precarity, as I detail in the book, growing up. We were constantly faced evictions, but at every single house we ever lived in, she always kept a bookcase, and we always had books there. We always had books. We were always reading. She constantly pushed us to spell and to ask questions about the world. She was very vocal about being poor. Some of that came with a lot of shame in our family, but she also was very honest and very critical about what it meant for her to want to be a mother who stayed home full time for her children, and being told that, well, because you're poor, you don't deserve to do that, right? And then have to face like being harassed when she would work at hotels or work at a plant shop. And so we constantly talk about race and class, sometimes for worse, but constantly talked about race in class, as a kid growing up. So I was definitely politicized, from my mom and from my family.
Excellent. And before I get in trouble, my mother was named after Patrisse Lumumba. Her name is Patrisse. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X, which changed my life, which was on her bookshelf. And, she has had a wonderful influence on me. So before I get in trouble, she is a wonderful person, not just respectively politics at all. All right, faith, family and then faith. Usually people say faith and family, but so family, then faith. You then talk about this incident where you go to you go to a protest in college, and you decide to enter along with your husband, and you see a table set up that was a table that was operated by one of your favorite Christian radio stations.
Bot radio, yes.
Yeah. You go over there, so you feel welcome, but you're actually not as welcome as you thought you were, because a woman comes and is outraged to see you there, not saying the Pledge of Allegiance. You had already sort of a Kaepernickian theoretical framework at that time, and you have to come to grips with this this evangelical move to control that was, it seemed like it was so jarring to you. And faith, later on you say a lot of my justice work had been influenced by your faith. So faith had been a motivator for you. And then on the other side, now you see faith being used to try to squelch your activism. And I just resonated with that so much. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction between your faith and your abolitionist politics, or just your general activism and movement work.
Yes, of course. So I had a hard time writing that section because I was so desperately wanted to say that it was like a Trump rally, right? But Trump came more than a decade later, right? From that moment. It was as if that was the closest thing I could reach to compare it to, because it was like a Trump rally. But all this stuff predated Trump. And so it just reminded me of all of those debates about what Trump was doing to America, how he was so polarizing, how he was so xenophobic. When back in 2010, was this before I had locks? I think 2010, I think this was 2009, 2010, we have in Kansas, stadiums filled to the brim, filled to the top with people who are spewing xenophobic hate speech and who are attacking people who they take to be undocumented. So it was just a complete mess. And I was shocked by how Bot Radio was on the side of the people spewing that speech. And then I didn't find a ton of relief at the churches I was going to at the time, because they were committed to making sure that when people died, their souls went to heaven. And so what that unfortunately did sometimes was make sense of, why Black people in particular weren't faithful. Like, you're not faithful because you're not tithing. And then I would go to school, I would go to econ class or poli-sci and learn that, especially Black studies, I learned that, there's this thing called capitalism, right? There's institutional racism, there's discrimination, and all of these contribute to the current economic arrangements in this country. And then I would go back to church and say, hey, I don't know if Black people are poor because we're not faithful or because we're not tithing. There's a system I learned about called, discrimination, and I think it's responsible for our conditions. And I remember being told maybe you should change your major. And so it was absolutely a tension. And the same way I talked about earlier with the law and finding, which sets of lawyers, which sets of writers do I want to be in their tradition, I had to find the same with the faith community. Which tradition spoke most to me, right? So the same people who were professing the xenophobic hatred, standing with the flag and their gun and their Bible, they call themselves Christians, but so did Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner, right? And so realizing there are different traditions within these bigger institutions that we belong to, and always trying to find the tradition that's most close related to liberation. And that's ultimately where I find myself situated today.
Excellent. And you you talk about that so eloquently also when you were in the church, and there was a prayer after the killing of, I believe it was Trayvon, and I think instead of praying for the killing to stop or for there to be justice, they were praying that whoever gets killed, let's make sure they get to heaven, which is again, that's part of the critique of Christianity that Malcolm X had, that led him to the Nation of Islam and all these things. So there's so much there to talk about, but I know we have so much little time. You mentioned another point here, capitalism. And I think that's a point that we don't talk enough about when we talk about police abolition. So many people see the problems with policing through the lens of race alone, maybe gender. Very rarely do they talk about the role of capitalism and the role of police in maintaining order in a system of extraction and exploitation.
Right.
And you had a very interesting metaphor. And again, I would love to teach this book one day, because it's similar to Patricia Williams, Alchemy of Race and Rights. You have stories that serve as almost like fact patterns, like one of Derek Bell's Chronicles, where you could look at one of these stories and encapsulate it and then use that as a jumping off point for an analysis. When you went to in Kansas City, you went to a housing, I guess it was a housing seminar in an apartment complex with Mickey, and the police came to protect the landlords, I guess. I don't know if it was from you or from who it was from, but he took that moment to talk to you. And I guess that was another moment of political education where he said the people who control the property can control the police. And it was really interesting because, you said, companies defend themselves from law enforcement with lawyers, not cops, at least I had thought. But I think that was the first time where you were politicized around this idea that police are not just policing racial lines.
Yeah.
They're policing economic inequality lines, property lines, and all these different things. So I wanted to give you a platform to talk a little bit about how that analysis of policing and capitalism became relevant to your journey to abolition.
Yes, of course. So much to say there. The context for that story is that Mickey and I were there as law enforcement. So we were there to enforce the law. We were there to enforce the Civil Rights Code of Kansas City that says you cannot discriminate against people on the basis of race, class, sex, sexuality, on the basis of criminal record status. So we were there to enforce the law, and they called the police on us. It was just a completely wild situation. But I think capitalism is really, really important here. Again, when I wrote the article a couple of years ago, I was watching people be very excited about, identifying as individual abolitionists. Mm-hmm. And really, it was disconnected to any others ideas or paradigms about why police exist in the first place, or the paradigms that were used to fight against it. So you could be an abolitionist, but then have unexamined ideas about capitalism. Mm-hmm. And then I don't know how to say this, but I'm just going to just speak frankly. I got really nervous that people assumed that we could just self-care our way out of the prison industrial complex, or even street violence interrupt their way out of this problem. It's like, well, these are temporary interventions that we need right now to stop community-based violence, or to be responsive to some of the concerns that people are expressing from our communities. But we're not going to self-care our way out of a prison industrial complex, because we have a broader system of capitalism that creates inequality. And we see the system, we read Ruth Wilson Gilmore's work, that we have a prison system that benefits from all of these different forms of surplus, from land. Mm-hmm. Then we get to build prisons. We have a prison system. Now you're able to employ people to work on the prison system, just like we had overseers. They were surplus labor that could have been used. They could have been paid to pick cotton, but instead they were used to manage people who pick cotton, right? And so there was surplus labor. And then you have people who are forced out of the economy. So then they end up going into prisons. And so this entire system is completely connected. If we think that we can just take on some of these small scale projects or just build some of these relationships, it would then automatically somehow or magically somehow, we can create the society that we want. And so I think talking about abolition without talking about capitalism, it obscures one of the larger problems behind it. And I think you said it so eloquently that we think about abolition and policing as race. And it's true. So when Kendall Thomas earlier invoked racial capitalism, it's like, well, we have to understand these systems together. We have to read and understand Cedric Robinson and Robin Kelly and Destin Jenkins' new work that says there are lots of different kinds of capitalisms that help us inform and create these categories, right? Racial categories, sex categories. If we don't understand that, we may think that if I just build a good relationship with my neighbor, that's building an abolitionist future. And it's like, no. We're going to need much more than that. We're going to have to figure out how to undermine inequality. We're going to have to change our economic systems, and we're going to have to change our relationships to each other. But we have to talk about the systemic as well as the interpersonal.
Yeah, back to the intro where you're talking about abolition is a bigger idea than firing cops and closing prisons. It includes eliminating the reasons people think they need cops and prisons in the first place. And a lot of those reasons are capitalist reasons, right? You're trying to protect whatever vision of property or status or other opportunities that you might have. And so little of policing really does get to this question of interpersonal violence. And you do talk about that later on in the book,
Right.
which, maybe we can talk about that right now. So of course, one of the classic responses to the abolitionists is, well, who's going to protect us from violent people? And, how are we going to deal with domestic violence and, sexual assault and all of those different things? And you also address that through some of your personal stories as well. So what is your answer to those people who say that?
You gotta read chapter 5 and chapter 6 of the book. That's my answer. The reason why I tried to frame chapter 5 and chapter 6 that way is because in this context, like on the panel, there's never enough time to explain the full scope of what can happen, right?
Yeah.
So one answer I can give you is that, look, we need to maximize prevention, accountability, and care. Because those are things that we need to do. We need to make sure that we're preventing sexual violence. And there's lots of ways to do that. One of them means undermining hierarchy, making sure that people have resources to leave abusive relationships and environments, and they have autonomy over the kind of lives that they want to live, so they don't have to enter into exploitative relationships because they need a house or benefits or childcare. And I give those examples in the book. Accountability happens when there's harm, that takes place between people who are acquainted at least with each other, and they're both willing to is willing to figure out what accountability or repair looks like. And so there's so much incredible abolitionist literature around transformative justice and restorative justice that speaks to these examples, right? That speaks to the questions. And in the book, it lists a bunch of organizations and people who are doing that work that I've just been so fortunate to learn from. And then care, how do we make sure when people are harmed, especially by strangers who they may never see again, how do we make sure that their needs are met? Or how do we make sure we're being proactive to make sure that people are safe when they enter environments and they want to have fun or they want to be safe, right? And so all of that is also in the book. And that's, again, very impactful short-term responses to those harms. They're not going to be answers for the long-term vision of abolition. There are things that we can do on the way, right? And so when people, it also depends on the context in which I'm asked. And so the hardest questions actually don't come from strangers who are curious about abolition and say, what about the murderers? What about the rapists? The hardest questions comes from people who I organize with, who ask those questions of each other, because we have to go then help build and experiment with the solutions. And people rely on us to help build safe communities. And so when you talked about your mom, when my mom asked, what about the murderers? It's because she lives in North St. Louis, where she can be vulnerable to being killed by her partner, by her kids, by her neighbor, by a stranger, and by a cop, right? And so when I'm in community with people and we're trying to come up with answers to those questions, it's because then we have to go organize for a solution. And that takes time, right? It takes time. So how do we continue to decrease legitimacy for the violence that takes place for the violence that police perpetuate? And then also, how do we also answer and build responses right now to the harms that people are afraid of? And that's something that we're constantly figuring out how to do.
That's beautiful. And that's really the point. Decreasing the legitimacy of these systems is a first step towards abolition, because like I said, when I talked to my mother about it, you still got to explain to her why we should not, like you said earlier on in this in the book, we think about all the times you called 911, all the different situations where 911 was the go-to. That's one of the things that has to happen. Okay, so chapter 5, you talked about, there's another thing that you talked about, since you mentioned chapter 5. That's when you talked about when you went to London and you were fresh off a debate at the Advancement Project as to whether you should discuss abolition as a lawyer in the nonprofit space. And then you went to London and you came across an organization called Inquest. And you felt like you had the answer, because Inquest was able to talk about abolition. And this is right before you met up with Adam again, one of our mutual friends.
Yes, shout out to Adam.
Yeah, shout out to Adam.
Also has an incredible book out called Black Resistance to British Policing. It's really amazing. It's really amazing.
See, I got some cool friends out there. So Yeah, so this whole question of the international space is one I want to dwell on a little bit, but I guess we can enter it through this issue. You felt like the inquest practice of fighting against state-sanctioned deaths was enough to convince you, at least, that it says their work showed me that it was possible for nonprofit organizations, charities, and NGOs to practice their work with abolitionist values to reduce state and state-sanctioned violence. And I wanted to just dig on that a little bit more, because we had this conversation a little bit on the panel beforehand. It still seems like a lot of people on the ground get either turned off by the term abolition, see you as some sort of just detached academic or something like that. So, and we talked a little bit about the importance of that word, whether that word was important. I think it is important because it identifies you with a certain tradition. But maybe you could just talk about alternatives to policing. And I've heard people say alternatives to policing and not abolition. Maybe you could avoid that word. And it seems like you were having that debate inside of AP. And I'm wondering if you could flesh that out a little bit. So do you still believe, as you did, because I know this, because a lot of this book was probably written before 2020, right?
Well, it's parts of it, yes.
Parts of it, yeah.
That part was me reflecting on something I had come to in 2017. So now about 4 or 5 years ago.
5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's interesting whether I believe in that particular sentence now. Out of context, I don't believe that. In context, I think I still agree with that.
Okay.
I think what I was trying to explain in that chapter is that Advancement Project, you have to understand, I left a budding decolonization abolitionist movement that was taking place on campus and the communities across the globe.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm coming out of Law for Black Lives and I'm like, oh, wow, I'm about to go be an abolitionist lawyer. Let's go. And then I go to my organization who's being funded by people who are really excited about police reform. And then I go back to Ferguson and I'm talking to the Ferguson Collaborative. And I'm like, hey, let's abolish the police. And the Ferguson Collaborative, I mean, they're literally, I absolutely love this group. I mean, you know Ferguson Collaborative. The youngest person is like 37, 38. The oldest is about 72. Half of them are homeowners. Half of them, rent from apartments. They've been committed to figuring out how to use the consent decree there to the best of its ability to change the police. And then you have these young lawyers showing up saying like, let's abolish it. And they're like, whoa, slow down. And so what I felt lucky to do through Advancement Project is continue to work with community-based organizations, even those who had either unexamined ideas about police abolition and that were critical of it, and then take time for us to do political education together, right? And the goal wasn't so that they could all identify as abolitionists, but it was like, well, how do we build conceptual alignment about what we're even talking about, right? Then be able to say, well, I don't like abolition, or I do like abolition, or I don't like reform, or I do like reform, rather than what they had been used to, which is if you've been tear gassed for the past 5 years, and then the Department of Justice shows up and says, here's community policing, that's going to sound a lot better than militarized tear gas policing, right? And so what we have to do is then figure out, well, how do we look at everything that's on the table and have rigorous debate about what's going on? And then how do we use that to inform our organizing? So that's the work I was able to do with Access St. Louis and with the Ferguson Collaborative for years. And I love that so much because, again, what you're doing political education. And the goal is not just to get them to agree with me, it's again for us to come from a place where now we all understand what we're talking about. And then we can pursue a strategy in order to get power for people in the community. Right. And so that is what I think that organizations have the capacity to do, to be in communities and to figure out how to do political education and to learn from communities and then do that work together. Inquest is interesting in that it was the first time I watched it happen. I wasn't familiar with that. And nonprofit industrial complex looks different, right, in the United States, again, where you have 4 major funders who hold the money for all criminal justice reform, and they're not trying to fund abolition, especially not in 2017. And we know this because the people who were organizing through critical resistance, they called out philanthropy in their book, The Revolutionary Will Not Be Funded. Exactly.
Yeah.
They say, you know, we tried to do all this abolition organizing. We have funders who are on the board. And as soon as we said something about Palestinian liberation, they took all our funding away. Right. And they present models and critiques and information about ways that we can approach revolutionary politics, given the current structure of the nonprofit industrial complex. And so Advancement Project was in a tight spot. And now what's interesting, I'm watching so many organizations now say they're doing abolitionist work. And it's just, the pendulum has swung so much, but then just because you call something abolitionist doesn't mean it is abolitionist. And it's really is located in the work that you do. So I'm happy that people are trying to figure it out. And I know it's scary because there's all this backlash and all these statistics and New York Times, I heard Alec talk about earlier, all that stuff is happening. So I think people are trying to grapple with, how do we make sure we don't get left behind in this moment where we have this politic with so much revolutionary potential? Then also, how do we make sure we're not potentially funding something that's naive or underthought, right? So that's where I see a lot of nonprofits right now.
And you mentioned, so yeah, so you
can answer, but yes.
No, that's a great answer. Yeah, no. So you're talking about, you know, organizations can do more than just litigate and fight. They can also politically educate. And let me know if I may be wrong about this. I thought that when we were in South Africa, and that was one of the most special times of my life, I have to say, seeing those activists there, we both observed a level of political education in the movement space that was enough to make me jealous. And I think you as well, because we had spent time in Ferguson together. We had spent time, I visited you in Belinda Hall, and, you know, that moment at Wits in Johannesburg was sort of like an aha moment where it was like, oh, so there's a missing piece,
right,
that could change the whole way that all these formations could move. And that piece is political education. And, you know, so I when I think about like your trajectory, I always think about that, you know, maybe selfishly or something, but I always say, oh yeah, I was there when she, you know, interacted with Fees Must Fall and learned that this political education piece was actually like the, you know, the missing key, you know, they found it. But is that a accurate way of telling the story, or was it something a little bit different?
Well, I hope it's accurate because that's what I say in the book. And so I'm not gonna say right now that it's not accurate because that's how it's written. I would say absolutely. The first time I heard the phrase political education that I remember was from Robin Kelly. He was on a panel with George Lipsitz and Jamala Rogers and Percy Green and Tef Cole. They were all at Harvard. And Robin, they kept saying political education. Now, Jamala and all of them knew what political education was. But I was like, Robin, what should we be reading for our political education? And he was like, well, I can't tell you what to read. You know, that comes from your movement. That comes from the people you're organizing with. And I was just like, what kind of answer is that? That's so whack. I was so annoyed that he didn't give me a bunch of books to read. But what was so powerful is that when I went to South Africa, I saw what he was talking about. I watched those students use different literature to inform their debates, right? To help shape their analysis. I watched them argue, watch them sometimes physically fight, like physically fight. When the ANC group of students came into one of those meetings and they started talking about I can't even remember right now because it was too much going on.
Too much going on. Yep.
Yeah, I remember them being physically removed from the meeting. And I was like, wow, we are not about that life. We think we're about that life. We're not about that life.
Over ideas. They were fighting over ideas. You know what I mean?
Over ideas because they knew there was so much at stake. It wasn't just about having a committee to review the campus climate and whether it was racial or not. It was about decolonization, how who was it earlier? Who was on the last panel talking about education as a Black revolutionary? It was Kendall Thomas. The Black Revolutionary Project. And so those students, they were saying, we don't want just free education so we can graduate and move from Johannesburg to Santon, or Roseburg. We don't want that. We know that Black people have been historically and intentionally excluded from the university as a site of learning and revolutionary power. And if we call for fees to fall, if we call for free education and the end of financial and academic exclusion, then people will be able to learn and be empowered to make all kinds of decisions, right? It was a much broader goal towards decolonization. So when I hear these debates around, should we cancel student debt, and people are in their feelings like, I've already paid mine off, like, how dare you want a free handout? It's like, well, what we're trying to do is make sure that people aren't deterred from being able to learn in all kinds of spaces. It's a much broader project than an individual balance, right? It's about the kinds of society that we need to have if we're going to, free ourselves from some of the violence that we're seeing in our communities, in our neighborhoods, and most of the violence that happens that comes from financial institutions, from militarism, from the military, from corporations, and from police. And so we want to free people up from that violence, from the capitalist violence, from the corporate violence, from the climate violence, then we have to make sure they have opportunities to learn.
So it's only 15 minutes left. I have a bunch of questions.
Oh my gosh, okay.
I want to get back to Ferguson. I guess we'll finish up on that. One more question though on this though. I remember the debates we used to have about decolonization as a framework. And I remember in that space, we had some talks about comparing, our critical race theory framework or our anti-racism framework to decolonization as a framework. And in the book, it seems like you came down in a place where you sort of think all the frameworks are useful. Is that the way you look at it? Or I remember at the time I used to say just straight up, I think decolonization is a better framework. Like, I feel like this is still a settler colony being in the United States. We are bankrupt of that framework. So we're sort of flailing to try to obtain equality, when we shouldn't even be settling for that. We should be settling for, again, if you want equality, you just want to be treated by the police the same way the white people are treated by the police.
Yes.
The colonial lens would say we don't even need to aspire to the same thing that already exists. But where do you stand on that now?
Yes, I mean, I again, it's hard saying we need this one over this one. I think that we need to figure out what makes sense for what we're trying to do. And so I think what you said about decolonization is brilliant. It's absolutely true. And I think it's in many ways much more inclusive than we sometimes give it credit for, and the systems that we're trying to undo. So decolonizing education, I see now, I mean, back then, as many people were not doing like land acknowledgements like the one that opened up this conference, where the speaker said, they did the land acknowledgement and then said, we encourage and support the return of indigenous land, right? This wasn't happening widespread 5-6 years ago in the United States. And so I think decolonization asks us what kind of society that we want. How do we remove the colonial structures that exist, not just toppling statues, but also the way that we teach, the way that we approach our environment, the way that we, figure out how to be in relationship to each other. I think decolonization is absolutely useful and so important. And I think it's a different framework than abolition. So I don't look at abolition as total, right? I think that we need all these frameworks alongside each other, because again, my earlier nervousness I talked about, and I was watching people who were, calling themselves abolitionists and also celebrating prosecutors. And I was like, whoa, what just happened? How do we get, how do you have abolitionists in your bio? And then I'm watching you celebrate someone who was responsible for doing all this kinds of violence that helps to build the carceral state. And I think by saying, well, abolition serves as this useful framework for this particular thing, but we also need to understand and honor all these other traditions of liberation fighting. I think we'll be much sharper, right? I think we'll have more tools to work with. And that's what matters to me, that we're thinking, what can we learn from decolonization that hasn't yet been struggled over in abolition or in feminism, right? And how these ideas intersect with each other, not just identities, but how these ideas intersect with each other. So when I read Vexy Thing and I'm reading Imani criticize carceral feminism and call for a new type of liberatory feminism, it's like, oh yeah, like this is exactly the kind of work that we need. And so, yeah, I think decolonization is absolutely important. I think it's important alongside all these other paradigms that we're struggling over to get free.
Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, 10 minutes for Ferguson. 10 minutes for Ferguson.
How long is our time? How much time do we have?
10 minutes left.
For the whole thing?
For the whole thing. You've gone for 50 minutes already. So
oh my God, there's no questions? Yeah. Okay, all right.
Are there questions? If there are any questions, please ask them. Put some questions in the Q&A if you would like to ask a question, because as you can see, I could hog this entire hour. But while we're waiting for questions, oh, there's a question. Can you please explain how communal political education works? Is that about people within the community suggesting shared readings to guide the discussion? From Alexandra Bastagli.
How does communal political education work? I don't know if I said communal political education. I know that we need political education everywhere we are. Sometimes I get frustrated by this idea that we need to make things accessible to people in our communities, as if people in our communities don't already have robust critiques and of carceral systems, and as if a lot of what academia doesn't just take what people do and then regurgitate it in a way that's palatable in our articles and our books. Yeah, you know, I think that's important. But what I mean by political education is that wherever you are, whether you're in an academic space, a political space, your job, you know, if you're an organizer, it's absolutely important to think about what is informing our trajectory. Like, what is our trajectory? And what I realized, especially being in law school, was that me included, me and a lot of my friends, we thought that because we were good people that we were doing the right thing. We thought that because we had good hearts, that we loved people, we weren't racist or homophobic in the ways that people, you know, were outwardly displayed, that just because we were good people, that the ideas that we would come up with were good. And that's not true. It's just not true. You have lots of good people who are doing very horrible things. I think they're nice, I think they're lovely, but I think because a lot of our work is just unexamined because we lack political education. What political education then does is it exposes us to different ideas that we struggle over, and then we get to make decisions based on what we learned. And I think that needs to happen everywhere. I think as simple as like a coffee shop. I was reading this story about this coffee shop that was about to close, and the workers who work there say, you know, instead of it closing because the person who owned it can't make enough money or isn't paying us, we're just going to turn it to a co-op and pay each other and work together, right? So even understanding the different options that you have to build these economic projects can then inform your decision on how to move forward when you're faced with a problem. And so political education is indispensable in that way. Like, people should be studying and struggling together and figuring out what traditions we belong to, because then that informs what kind of lawyer, you know, you become, or the kind of organizer, kind of activist or legal worker you become.
Right. Okay, Ferguson.
Okay.
My kite. You talked about Barack Obama being your kite. You may or may not feel the same way. Ferguson is my kite. You know, that's what.
Wow.
Okay. So, but we met on the street of West Florissant. You know, with Brittany Pagnett and Charlie and all these people, and we're coming up on 8 years, pretty soon, 10 years from the Young Citizens Council and all these things. So how do you feel about that Ferguson moment today? It's so much has happened. You know, you share your beautiful journey from the idea, in many ways I see the book as a not just a personal narrative, but also a political narrative, an ideological narrative, theoretical narrative, and also an activist narrative. But from that vantage point, it's 2022. Who would have thought you'd be sitting here 8 years later with a best-selling book, talking about it on TV and all these things? But what are your feelings now? Like, how do you feel about that moment, did we actually change the world? I mean, do we see, a kite that was so important for people? I just read this article by Lonnie Grenier called "Changing the Wind," and it fascinated me because you used the kite analogy, and she used the analogy of changing the wind. And she was talking about how oftentimes social movements can be a source of law and a source of political change, even more effective than statutes or Supreme Court opinions. In that Ferguson moment, I mean, 8 years later, what are your thoughts? Like, we've had a lot of ups and downs and wins and losses, but how do you judge that now in terms of what that moment was doing, what it meant, and what it means to us today?
Wow, such a hard question, an emotional question.
Yeah.
Deeply emotional question. And it's interesting, the last few weeks, I've been finding myself very frustrated with what's happened in the last 8 years, right? It's odd because I tend to be a pretty hopeful person. I tend to look out into the world and say, we can do this. When it's hard, I look at the traditions we come from and realize how, that's when hope matters the most, when things get hard. And I've been working on this piece that comes out next week, actually, about what's happened actually in the 10 years since Trayvon Martin's been killed. And I reflect a little bit about, what's been exciting, what's been messy and what's been hurtful. And so in one sense, I was either naive or I didn't anticipate a lot of the fallout that's happened since the Ferguson uprising, locally to nationally. I just didn't anticipate it. I felt at that moment, I almost didn't go to law school. I was like, I'm just gonna stay in Ferguson and continue to protest and organize. Thanks to you, he's like, no, go. Unfortunately, because police are gonna continue to kill people, and you were right. You were right.
Yeah.
What has happened in the last several years is that there have been more police convictions. There have not been less police killings. Police are still managing inequality, and that it has been exacerbated with this pandemic, which is very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. It's hard to say that, but it's true. I think that when I look at what's changed in Ferguson itself, there's been more Black leadership that's there, and that's in some ways very exciting because you should have representation of the people who live in that community. And another way, it shows how the more representation still obscures the level of policing that still happens there, because now, the mayor is Black, half the city council is Black. Ferguson it's a success story, and it's like, well, no, the police are still harassing people, pulling people over, ticketing people, all that continues. And you still have organizations who are fighting that, like the Ferguson Collaborative, still advancement projects still in Ferguson, still trying to fight that. And so that that's still happening. So people describe Ferguson as an event as if people don't live there right now, right? Yeah. As if people aren't, there are so many people who weren't even allowed to return to their apartments and face eviction because they participated in the protest, right? There, so much has happened and continues to happen in St. Louis and in Ferguson. But like you said, the movement has shifted a lot, right? The level of organizing that's happened in St. Louis has increased dramatically since the Ferguson uprising. There's a defund St. Louis MPD. Actually, St. Louis is organizing. The Freedom Community Center has opened up. There's just so many campaigns that are going there. Just our City Defenders is becoming one of the most important legal organizations in the country. So the terrain has also shifted so much. Even the conversation about abolition, most of the people who are calling for abolition now were not calling for abolition in 2014. They were calling to indict, convict, and send Darren Wilson to prison. Right. And in the years since then, there has been a strong push for political education and a reckoning with the limitations of just that call by itself. And so now you have a much more energized, much more radical set of Black-led organizations like Dream Defenders, like BYP 100, other people in our ecosystem who are fighting for a much more transformative society, right? And not just focusing on sending individual cops to prison. So I think that is absolutely exciting. I don't think we can get from Trayvon Martin to defund the police you know, without those moments that happen in between. And so, you know, some people I think assume that because defund the police doesn't poll well, or people don't understand it, that people should understand this concept that just became popular 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago, right? Like it may take 5 years, it may take 10 years. It took 10 years for so many of us to organize for George Zimmerman arrest, to be doing abolition organizing now. And one question I have is, do we have the will and the patience and the courage to keep fighting for the thing that's right, even though it's not going to be popular now? Because 200 years from now is going to be popular, and people are going to say, you remember those abolitionists? Thank God for them, just like we do now. Just like we do now with MLK, with all the other abolitionists from the 1700s. That's what's going to happen.
Derecka, that was one of the fastest hours I've ever spent. We are right at the 5 o'clock mark. Wonderful questions are in the chat. How, you know, advice for law student abolitionists and abolition and conversation with immigration. You talk about that a lot in your book. Folks, the answer is in the book. Read the book, buy the book, buy it on your ebooks, buy it on, you know, every single platform you have.
Except Amazon. Do not buy this book on Amazon. Please.
Go to
if you decide to buy this book, buy it from an independent bookstore. Please do not buy it from Scamazon. That's one request that I have. Also, there's so much like just free abolitionist material that you can find. There's so many resources. One of my favorite resources is from Micah Hurst-Kine. He has just this incredible list of abolitionists, like readings, texts, debates, arguments. He's one of the organizers for Aid to Abolition, but there's so much stuff that's out there. I just hope, more importantly, instead of just using it for yourself, that y'all use it towards an abolitionist campaign and get us a free world. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Derecka, and hope you guys have a wonderful afternoon. This was a joy for me. Appreciate it.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thank you both so much. It was such a pleasure to witness the conversation and friendship between you both. And I know I learned so much, especially as someone who grew up in Kansas City. Something that really struck me.
Wait. Where'd you grow up in Kansas City? How you just gonna drop that on me right now? Like,
little mic drop.
What? You can't just sneak that in there right now.
I grew up in Kansas City, right next to State Line on 61st Terrace.
Oh my gosh, that's my price shopper. I know the area. Okay, I'll get off for real. Yes, thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you. I just wanted to tell you, it meant a lot because of that. And something that really stuck out to me was you explaining that we cannot talk about abolition without capitalism. Derecka said that we must change our systems to undermine inequality and work to free people from capitalistic violence. That was really powerful. So thank you. That was a short hour, but we enjoyed it immensely. And now I would like to pass it on to Professor India Tusi, our faculty sponsor, to moderate a discussion about vice and how criminalized conduct relates to abolition.
Good afternoon, everyone. The conversations have been so illuminating, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation that we're about to have about abolition, vice, and pleasure. And so the criminalization of conduct that has been labeled as vice has been a site for regulating racial and sexual hierarchies and deeming certain classes of people as being deviant. And over the past several decades, scholars and advocates have been calling for the decriminalization or legalization of narcotics, marijuana, sex work, and other forms of conduct that the law labels as vice crimes. Yet this advocacy and work is often siloed, or it's not necessarily centered in conversations about abolition. And in this panel, we want to really focus on how the abolition of vice crimes might bring us closer to an abolitionist future, or a future where there's real liberation and freedom for everyone. And so the conversation we're going to have today will examine vice regulation, how we think about pleasure in vice, whether the harm reduction to vice may be instructive, and think about how we decriminalize different forms of conduct, and whether there are any lessons or advocacy that may lead us toward an abolitionist future. So I'd like to now briefly introduce each of the panelists, and then we can just jump right into the conversation. So the first person I'd like to introduce is Professor Margot Kaplan. Professor Kaplan is a professor of law at Rutgers Law School, where she teaches courses on criminal law, health law and policy, and sex crimes. Her research explores legal limitations on intimate decisions, particularly the use of criminal law in areas of sex and health. Professor Kaplan's publications have examined topics such as sex-positive law, sexual assault, pedophilia, HIV exposure criminalization, and reproductive rights. Professor Kaplan has also explored these issues in op-eds and interviews for publications such as the New York Times and the Washington Post. Next, I'd like to introduce Professor Alex Kriet. Professor Kriet is an assistant professor of law at Northern Kentucky Chase College of Law, where he teaches healthcare and the law and criminal law, and during his initial academic year at Chase, became the first director of the Chase Center on Addiction Law and Policy when it was established in 2020. Professor Kriet is a leading expert in the field of illegal drug and marijuana law. He's the author of the casebook Illegal Drug and Marijuana Law, co-author of the reference book Drug Abuse and the Law Source Book, and co-author of the casebook Marijuana Law and Policy. His articles have appeared in journals including the Boston College Law Review, the Ohio State Law Journal, and the UC Davis Law Review. Next, we have Cassandra Federic. Cassandra Federic is the Executive Director of the Drug Policy Alliance, a national nonprofit that works to end the war on drugs, which has disproportionately harmed Black, Latinx, Indigenous, immigrant, and LGBTQ communities, and builds alternatives in science, compassion, health, and human rights. During her time at the Drug Policy Alliance, she has built and led innovative campaigns around policing the overdose crisis and marijuana legalization. And, I really credit the work that she does in terms of always keeping a racial justice lens in this area, where it can be easy to ignore the racial justice implications, and some groups have done. I've seen Cassandra really ensure that that sort of perspective is centered in the conversation. And so she's been featured in the New York Times, MSNBC, USA Today, NPR, and the Netflix documentary Grass is Greener. And then finally, we are joined by Professor Alex Vitale. Professor Alex Vitale is a professor of sociology and coordinator of the Policing and Social Justice Project at Brooklyn College and the CUNY Graduate Center. He's also a visiting professor at London South Bank University. He has spent the last 30 years writing about policing and consults both police departments and human rights organizations internationally. He is the author of City of Disorder, How the Quality of Life Campaign Transformed New York Politics, as well as The End of Policing. So I'd like to jump in with the first question, where each panelist will have an opportunity to speak a bit about, how this concept of working toward an abolitionist future as it regards the regulation of various forms of conduct that have been labeled as vice. How does that tie into the work that you're doing or the work that you have done? What is your current thinking about this topic, and what types of changes are you focused on specifically? So we will go in order. And so if we can begin with you, Professor Kaplan.
Absolutely, but you have to promise me we're not going to go in this order for every question. Okay. I just want to start with a little caveat so that we can just take a moment to think about what we mean by the words abolitionism and what we mean by the words vice law, because neither of them have any one particular meaning. So when we're talking about the word vice, there are definitions that have to do with things that are illegal, but lots of people do them anyway. But that's not a very good definition of vice law, because there's a lot of things that fall within that category that aren't generally labeled vice. And then we also see definitions that look at vice as sort of offenses against the morals of a community that are victimless offenses. Not necessarily a great definition either, because there are lots of crimes or vice crimes that are arguably not victimless, and there are lots of vice crimes that are arguably not against the current morals of the community. So what I find kind of interesting, if you don't really have a handle on precisely what we mean by that, and I think it's important to kind of signal that as we go on. In addition to abolitionism, obviously, you've been talking about it all day, so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time saying that I have the right definition for it, because I don't. But I think it's important to understand that just, these two words are going to be doing kind of a lot of work in our conversation that we may not always agree on what they mean. Now, to the extent that we are criminalizing things because we view sexual pleasure as problematic is kind of where some of my work has come in. One of my arguments has been that, we tend to view things that the law rather tends to view sexual pleasure as either inherently valueless or of actually negative value. That is sexual pleasure in and of itself, not engaged in for, marital relationship or having a closer, intimate relationship with someone or producing children or anything like that. And if that assumption is wrong, if there is an intrinsic value to sexual pleasure, then we maybe need to reconsider the way that we go about making some of our laws, or we need to reconsider some of our laws. On the other hand, in some ways, sexuality and sex is different sometimes, and sometimes it is different in a way that should increase or allow criminalization, or we need to reassess it, right? So one example of that is, the difference between when someone grabs my elbow and when someone, would grab my genitals or something like that, right? Those are two different harms. We recognize those are different types of harms. We recognize sexual assault as a different type of harm than ordinary assault. And a lot of the ways that I'm sort of looking at the law in my research is looking at what makes certain things different if the assumptions are correct underlying that. So when it comes to prostitution and other sex work, there's a lot of sort of assumption that something needs to be treated differently because it involves sex. BDSM is one example, or bondage and discipline, sadomasochism, that can constitute assault in the criminal law. But it's not like the law says we can't hurt each other for fun. We do it all the time in sports, and we do it when we get tattoos, and we do it when we get piercings. It's just really the sexual aspect of it that tends to make it a problem in the law. Obscenity, similarly, we allow all sorts of very offensive speech, and it's protected by the Constitution, but if it's sexual in nature, it has to have some sort of redeeming value in another area. So my work deals with how to creatively think about this, and also how to think about the causes of sex offenses and the approaches that we can take that can prevent them rather than just respond to them with punishment. And as abolitionism is a movement away from punishment and incarceration, and a move toward more preventive justice, moving upstream, it is a very public health way of addressing the problem. And I find that this intersection between a public health point of view when addressing things that we tend to use criminal law for is a really important approach. So one of my, another area of my research is, how we incorporate approaches to vice, like harm reduction, when considering an abolitionist framework for non-vice offenses. What's a prevention-based framework for sexual assault?
Thank you. Thank you so much for those remarks, Professor Kaplan. Next, we'll go to Professor Correa.
Hi, thanks so much. And just want to quickly say thanks to the organizers. It's really been fantastic so far. I've enjoyed watching it, although I've had my preschool is closed, so he was kind of in the background most of the time. But from everything I saw, it's just been wonderful, and I'm really happy to be a part of this. So, my work focuses a lot on drug policy, and I've worked in this space for a while. I originally got into it. We've kind of been interested in drug policy, really even issues even before college. But in college, I was involved in starting an organization called Students for Sensible Drug Policy. I was on its board of directors from sort of the founding of the organization through when I was in law school. It was one of the, my interest in this area is one of the reasons I went to law school. And I say this because, sort of over this time, from sort of the mid 90s to today, there's been really a seismic shift in the politics of drug policy and sort of what's been possible in the policy, in the law of drug policy, what we have. I mean, in the 90s, it was still not quite the height of the drug war, but it wasn't far off from it, and it was a time where you still had politicians sort of trying to one up each other to be the toughest on drugs, the hardest on drugs, where the sort of issue that Students for Sensible Drug Policy really worked on, and what it sort of led to its founding primarily was a law that denied federal financial aid to students convicted of drug offenses. And yes, there had, in 96 been passage of medical marijuana in California and Arizona ballot measure that passed but wasn't implemented as well. But there were some signs of potential for reform, but I don't, it's sort of just like night and day to think about what we have today, where, a decade or so ago at this point, Barack Obama's first drug czar said that, that Obama had, quote, ended the war on drugs. Politicians from, Chris Christie to Cory Booker, to use two New Jersey politicians from different ends of the spectrum, have said that they think they're against the war on drugs. They think the war on drugs has been a failure. And so you have sort of a lot of sort of political rhetoric, from, a decade plus being in opposition to the drug war. And that's translated into certainly real reform and real change in a number of ways. Obviously, most prominently, cannabis legalization, where, in 2010, the ballot measure in California that failed, which, sort of narrowly failed. And I was a little bit involved in that campaign. I was living in California at the time. And, remember some people saying, oh, can't pass in California, this is like a dead issue. And of course, people who were really working on the issue knew that, that it was not a dead issue, and that it came close, and it was, kind of an inevitability. And now it's sort of at the point where when a new state passes a new legalization law, it barely sort of makes a dent in national news. It's just kind of, seen as such an inevitability. And that's, kind of, I think, momentum for reform has, it's translated into change in some spaces. In, others, there's still a lot of resistance. There's, I think, a pretty strong consensus politically in the idea that the war on drugs has failed, that we should not treat drug use as, that we should be treating drug use as a public health issue first and foremost. But yet, there's just this strong resistance from certain quarters, including among, a number of political leaders who will say they think the drug war has failed and that this should be treated as a public health issue. There's resistance to actually doing that through implementing decriminalization. There's such sort of an attachment and tie to the idea that this should be treated as a public health issue, but only through criminal drug courts. This should be treated through a public health issue. And we're going to give you treatment, but only if we criminalize it, and you have to go to criminal court first. And of course, that's starting to change with the passage of the Oregon law. And, I think it's, an area where there's been some, real momentum and change, a lot of real momentum and change to come. But it's something where I think, at least to me, when I think about the tie into this space in the broader world of criminal law and incarceration, you really see over a relatively short period of time a dramatic change there's still a lot of change that left to come and hopefully will come in the area of drug law, I think it's sort of, at least to me, cause for hope and optimism to see going from, in the mid to late 90s, a world where, the drug war, politicians were just trying to one up each other to be tougher on drugs and tougher on drugs and tougher on drugs. And I think the idea at the time that you would ever see, marijuana legalization, I mean, a lot of people would have thought that that's sort of just kind of a joke idea, almost, like it just was so unrealistic in people's minds, to where we are today. And so I think, at least to me, one of the things that I kind of take from thinking about that trajectory is sort of a level of optimism of how quickly that there can be a real shift in the thought and space of what is possible in this case for drug policy, but perhaps hopefully in other areas of criminal law as well.
Thank you so much. Cassandra Federici?
Thank you. So, I think for this question and thinking about how does abolition show up in the work that I do and the work that the Drug Policy Alliance works on, we've been longtime partners of Students for Sensible Drug Policy. What I would offer is that your point in the beginning about how oftentimes in the conversations about abolition, the conversation about vices tend to be like pushed to the side and siloed is exactly right. I find oftentimes that when I'm in abolitionist spaces, everyone's like, yeah, weed, we gotta figure out how we're gonna stop these cops and all this stuff. And I'm like, cool. Number one arrest in this country is drug possession arrest. Like, these cops have tanks, drug money, right? Like, if we're talking about the conversation that we're having across the country where people are talking about decaying cities and, crime is going up and all these things, when people see poverty, when they see homelessness, when they see open air drug use, when they see people doing sex work in the street, that's the kind of stuff that starts getting people to start calling the police and saying things are decaying, because the issues of vice are also connected to, they're not just connected to pleasure, they're also connected to poverty in some instances, right? And the poverty part of vice is what is criminalized in really extreme ways, right? I would say criminalization is extreme anyway, but I will say that there is a level of criminalization that happens to poverty and vice that is different. And so I think oftentimes, while I understand the necessity for the broader conversation, I think we miss an opportunity as abolitionists to see what's happening on the vice side, right? In particular around drugs, because the movement around drug abolition, even though a lot of people in the drug policy reform movement wouldn't use the language of abolition, is moneyed by self-interest. You have people who are of higher means who are funding large portions of the advocacy work. And they can shape the framework, right? And why that's so important for abolitionists to watch is because we're creating alternative regulatory systems. We're creating the alternative space and we're doing it in real time, right? And then you have the portion of our work that focuses on health and resources like harm reduction, which oftentimes people think about it as syringes, but harm reduction, there's the practice of harm reduction and there's the politic of harm reduction. And the politic of harm reduction is abolition, right? Because the whole thing is about how do we recognize that harm happens with these behaviors, and how do we create resources and alternative responses that are not about punishing people, but about giving people what they need. This is all the language that we keep talking about, right? When Miriam Kaba says things like try anything, try everything, that is what the ethos of harm reduction is about, right? We saw people who were using drugs with needles, getting HIV/AIDS, and everyone was like, instead of having the conversation about like, please stop using drugs so you don't, it was, let's give people clean equipment. Let's connect people to services. Let's start destigmatizing people. Let's give people an alternative way to think about themselves and to think of an alternative ways for institutions to respond to those people, right? And so the work of drug policy on in reform, in the work that we do, is the work of abolition, right? The conversations that we're having right now is who responds to issues around chaotic drug use that are not the police, right? We're having the conversation of like, we don't believe in prohibition, right? So we want to regulate all drugs. We want to decriminalize all drugs. And we need to create a regulatory model. This conversation about abolition and capitalism, they can't coexist. We see this with cannabis, right? We regulated a substance, and capitalism is just running rampant. And people that have been a part of the cannabis reform movement for a very long time are like, we wanted to regulate cannabis, but not like this. But because part of the conversation was when people were having the conversation, when we were all having the conversation about cannabis, you know, some of our like our principles around like, we just, you know, regulation by any means necessary, right? We just want it to work. Not having that principle around capitalism drove some of the marketplace things that we see today that are the communities that have been exploited or criminalized are now being exploited by the very regulations that we put in place, right? And so for us, not only is it important for people to pay attention to the role that drug policy is playing, you're paying attention because we are actually an abolitionist movement that is abolishing things currently, right? Maybe not to the largest extent, but in some portions of gravity, we are doing abolitionist work. And the mistakes that we're making can inform the broader abolitionist movement, right? So for example, there are points where we conceded and we said, you know what, we really need to get resources to people. So if police can get the resources and get them to the people, let's try that. And then what we know is that that didn't work, right? And so there's really this conversation of like, we actually cannot coexist with law enforcement involved with drugs. We need to decouple help and harm, right? Like those things can't happen at the same time because the state is such a driver of overdoses, of criminalization, of incarceration, of the bad public education that people have. Like, so for us, I think the conversation about vice and abolition is hand in hand. And the other thing that's really important about the drug policy movement that I've learned from like my colleagues like Ife and Alexis and Stephanie is that abolition is not just about stopping things, about creating new things, but it's also about giving us space for joy. And that's the really cool thing about working in drug policy is that people get pleasure from drugs, right? And that should not be criminalized. And it's one of the things that's been really interesting for us is that people across the political spectrum, people who are not abolitionists, right? They're like, yeah, abolish it for drugs, but not everything else, right? Those people, this conversation about controlling pleasure is a rallying cry because people across are like, I should be able to have a good time. I should be able to enter a different set of consciousness and live my life freely and be without prosecution. And it really is about this idea of autonomy that is critical because it really is something that if we can continue to build and center the conversation and the politic of autonomy, it really is a fight against the idea that we can cage, right? The action of caging either behaviors or people. And I think that's critical. And you're seeing, you know, Professor Creed is right. Like you're seeing the politic of drug policies not only shift within decision makers, but of reformers, right? People are shifting, more reformers are using the language of abolition, which is why Professor Kaplan's point is so important, is that people are using the same words, but meaning different things. When I use the word abolition, I'm saying police should have no business in the issue of drugs. They should not be involved in any particular way, that we need to create alternatives that are rooted in community, and that we've already seen that. And I think that the other amazing thing about the work that is happening in the drug policy field is how much people that are impacted are leading. The political education of drug user unions across the country are also another great organizing tool and lesson that I think is important for the abolitionist movement, that where you're finding people who are in active use are organizing amongst themselves and creating their own agenda, and then partnering with grass top organizations to push legislative advocacy, but also to push political education. And I think these are all the tenets that really are critical for us to do the scaling that we need to do. And so I think there are things that we can learn from the work of drug policy. And I think there are lessons, super hard lessons, that we're also navigating that's important for the broader movement. And the more we mess up, the further away drug policy is to abolition, the worse it is for the broader abolitionist movement, right? Because when we say things like, we need to release all the people for nonviolent drug offenses, right? That only makes it slower for the broader movement. So this critical moment where everyone's talking about this issue and you're actually having running campaigns that are abolishing things have to work in tandem, because we're tangential and we will impact each other. And as we come into the work, which is more of the work of the sexier criminal justice issues of dealing with people who sell drugs, right? Because that is a new area for us, because we haven't actually done as much work in building what that reform agenda is, right? And it has the very strong possibility of being reformist as opposed to abolitionist, right? And so there's a lot of work here for us to have in conversation about how we move forward, because not for nothing, drug policy is going to get there first. We are. And I think that's my prediction, that drugs will be abolished before some of the other things. And we want to make sure that that in our ability to do that, we create the platform for the broader movement of abolition.
Thank you so much for those remarks. And now, Alex.
Thank you, India. And it's such a pleasure to be in this space today with so many amazing people doing amazing work. And it's especially difficult to have to follow Cassandra, who has really inspired me on a lot of these issues. And I will try not to cover some of the same territory, but it does overlap in some ways. The enforcement of vice is about the suppression of working class pleasures. And pleasure has to be part of the conversation. And I know that's central to some of the work that Margot does as well, right? Whether it's prohibition or the criminalization of drugs or the prohibition of sex work, this has always been targeted at the most vulnerable working class and especially non-white communities as a form of social control. But this is not to say that some of these behaviors don't have harms attached to them. And one of the themes, I think, today has been, look, we live in a society with a tremendous amount of harms: interpersonal violence, systemic violence, taking stuff from people, emotional harms, et cetera. We acknowledge that people die of drug overdoses. Sex workers are sometimes assaulted and exploited. In fact, that's exactly what motivates most of us to do this work in the first place, is that we see these harms go unaddressed, or we see them exacerbated by systems of carceral and policing control, abuse, violence that makes these problems worse. But I want to focus my comments really on what I think are basically two potentially really problematic legal interventions in this space. One maybe that will seem more obvious than the other. The first is the argument that, well, since some people are being harmed, and I'll focus my comments mostly on sex work, then we've identified a wrong. And how do we right wrongs in our society? We say that they are illegal, and we mobilize the resources of the criminal legal system to both directly intervene and to engage in a kind of virtue signaling. So ultimately, while this appears to be a legal project, it is rooted often in a set of moralizing frameworks that imagine that if we just say no, and then we enforce those no's with threats and violence, that this will change people's behavior. Well, this is, of course, rooted in a kind of grossly naive legal formalism that imagines that the law is just this neutral instrument for producing justice for everyone when properly implemented. And the properly implemented is how we end up with nonsense, procedural justice reforms that have dominated the discussion about policing over the last decade. So these legal systems have never been designed or implemented to benefit everyone equally. And this is especially true in the area of vice enforcement. The vice activities of the rich are either redefined as not vices or just completely ignored. There has never been a narcotics buy and bust operation on Wall Street, even though we know drug use is widespread there. They are not raiding the high call-out sex workers who are servicing, maybe that's not the right word, but who are working for high-level Wall Street executives, where we know the purchasing of sex is a widespread common practice. And in fact, corporate credit cards are used to pay for it, et cetera. So this idea that we can fix this problem through criminalization is actually what mobilizes mass incarceration and widespread police corruption and abuse. Now, the response, the reform to that has been this kind of Nordic model that says, well, we're going to go after the pimps and johns, the exploiters. Now, of course, these people are also generally very poor working class people, because it's only those parts of the market that are targeted. But also, this completely fails to address the way in which black market activity, when it's criminalized, puts people in extremely vulnerable situations. It undermines their ability to protect themselves, to organize for their own well-being, and it drives it into to potentially criminal underworlds where violence is used to solve business disputes, to manage employment, et cetera. So deeply problematic. The Nordic model is not a solution to this. We have to get away from this idea that we're going to address these harms successfully through a mechanism of criminalization, regardless of who it targets. But the other legal mistake that I think is made is what I'll call a kind of simplistic decriminalization. And this is the idea that if we just can keep people out of the criminal justice system through things like bail reform or changing the criminal statutes, that this will solve the problem. But it doesn't wholly solve the problem, because there are harms. There are harms. There are harms tied into the chaoticness and disorder of people's lives, the difficult situations they find themselves in, and the potential for people to engage in exploitative and harmful and violent behavior. So if we only decriminalize, but we don't do serious, creative, intensive harm reduction, then we leave ourselves vulnerable both to allowing harms to happen to people and a political backlash, because people see these harms happening or they experience these harms, and they will fall back on criminalization as the solution. In a way, I think Cassandra's discussion about this in relationship to drugs is important, because the kind of almost corporate-led drug decriminalization model fails to address the ways in which we live in a capitalist society that will use legal commercial means to exploit people. And we have to address those harms too. And I think that was one of the powerful things about the conversation with Derecka just before us, right? Is that if we're not addressing the ways in which these harms are rooted in the fundamental economic and political organization of our society, we will be limited in our ability to reduce those harms. And so I'll just give one example. One more example is gambling. So gambling was one of the main forms of vice policing in the United States for 100 years, and it has disappeared. It has been decriminalized and legalized through legal, corporate, and state organized lotteries, sports betting, and all the rest. And by and large, that's a good thing. It's reduced police corruption, police violence, and it's also reduced the power of the underworld to engage in potentially violent and exploitative criminal relationships. But it has done nothing to change the fact that this is a massive redistribution of wealth from poor and working class communities to very rich people who own stock in these sports betting companies, or in states that then give tax breaks to the rich because they rely on the lottery income that comes disproportionately from working class communities. Gambling, addiction, and all the rest also needs to be addressed. So we need to acknowledge that those are harms, and simple decriminalization or legalization by itself will not be enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks. And I just want to take a moment to kind of pull some of the pieces together. And, from the remarks, I thought about Khalil Gibran Muhammad's book, The Condemnation of Blackness. And in a portion of that book, he's speaking about, I think, Philadelphia in particular. And he notes, he notes it in passing, but how the labeling of Black communities as being sites of prostitution and drugs was a way of justifying their heightened policing and surveillance. And I think that's important because I think, the ways that vice crimes can be used as a way to designate certain communities as worthy of additional punishment and surveillance. And so going to the question that, Professor Kaplan, or the note that Professor Kaplan meant about, we're operating under different definitions first of what abolition is, right? And I think that's come up during the course of these panels, right? Where for some people it means fully abolishing all systems and ensuring that everyone has their material and emotional and different needs met. And what do we need to go to that place? And that's what we were visioning during this, in planning this symposium. But for some people, there has been some co-optation. In some ways, and I think we saw this, during defund, where some people had different definitions of what this meant, right? And there was this slipperiness, right? And I think it's important to kind of note that. But I think, working toward a society where we're relying less on punishment is, something for us to kind of think about when we're thinking about what abolition may mean. And then even the question about, what vice can be. And, there are different definitions, and it can be a little bit slippery. The way that I think about what vice is those forms of conduct that have, been labeled as vice, like, sex work, like narcotics, like gambling, right? And, even like sodomy at certain points of this history where there's this reliance on moralizing language. And, there's debates about whether they're truly victimless crimes. And, in some ways, the so-called perpetrator and the so-called victim are the same person, right? Like you're doing a crime against yourself, or you're doing a crime against society and engaging in this form of conduct. And I think it's, even important to note that there is some ambiguity even in these definitions and in this conversation that we're having. But, Professor Cullors kind of pointed out that, in what I think is a relatively short period of time, that there's been a significant amount of movement with, drug policy in particular. And Sandra, noted what the potential is and the fact that it's been kind of underexplored and examined. And, Professor Vitale has, kind of demonstrated the ways that, with relation to the regulation of sex work, the ways that, the criminalization can bring its own types of harms. And, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into these different strands. And so, the next question I want to ask, and I think it makes sense to start with you, Cassandra, is about, and you started to touch on this about, whether, the regulation of, drug policy for you in particular, or just vices in general, have been sufficiently incorporated to abolitionist discussion, discourses, and advocacy. And then, whether you have some, concrete examples about lessons that can be learned. What do you think that, abolitionists can learn from the drug policy context that can help get us to an abolitionist future? And, what are some gaps that you see?
Thanks, I appreciate that. So some of the things that I would say off the top of my head is the regulation of cannabis has been successful for people who have means, right? Either in their ability to be in the business or their ability to afford really highly taxed substances, right? Like we're regulating in the capitalist structure that is still about the criminalization and the punishment of people. And when I think about the regulation of cannabis, part of the reason we pushed for that was because cannabis is the number one arrest in this country is for drug possession. Most of those arrests are for cannabis. We regulate cannabis and we still have arrests in the states that have legalized cannabis. And the racial disparities are the same, if not higher, right? And so that signals to us that we say it sometimes, like, it's not about the drug, it's about the person, right? And cannabis shows us that, right? Like it is like, we can't even do, like they're saying that it's about the drug, but the evidence is showing it's not about the drug, it's about the person, right? And the conversation for me is that in all these areas that we talk about, we'll note that it's the same group of people that are experiencing the targeting the most severely, right? And so vice is really an excuse that other people can point to as to a reason why these communities are divested from or over criminalized or criminalized in general, right? And so I think there's the conversation about cannabis and what has happened and what could be different. I think part of the thing that abolitionists who are in drug policy are thinking about is like, what is a regulatory system outside of capitalism? And what are the things that we need to create in order for those things to have the space to survive? And the idea that the things that we point people to, right? So we're like, okay, we want to get people not criminalized. We want to get them access to healthcare. Healthcare is also a super punitive, coercive, criminalizing institution, right? Which gets us to the point, like all the systems are messed up for the people that we're trying to protect. And so it really shows that the abolitionist campaigns need to be interwoven because it's like we're passing the buck throughout. And that's often how we're feeling in the drug policy space, because the enforcer, right, of punishment changes depending on what system a person who uses drugs goes to. And so it lets us know that it's like very much like whack-a-mole, like where we're like, all right, we're going to, change the criminal laws and we're going to give them to the hospitals. But if you look at a place like Washington State, where they legalized cannabis in 2012, we legalized cannabis in 2012, and the criminalization of Black parents who gave birth skyrocketed because Black people who gave birth lost custody of their kids because they were testing for cannabis more often. And so then they were taking away people's kids, which is a different form of criminalization, but just as painful, right? And just as disruptive to communities. And so as drug policy reformers, we're like, oh, okay, we've been working on the criminal legal stuff, but we actually have to be working on the administrative policies of other hospitals. Like, where do our people go and what are the alternative structures that we can create? And I think that that's been one of the things that has been a great lesson for us, which is one, that we can't do regulation in the concept of capitalism. And so if we are actually going to do the thing that we said we're going to do, is like, we actually have to create regulations, not in the system they've given us, but in the system that we've created based on the principles that we need. And that's harder work. And also that the systems, the alternatives that we're sending people, that there are no true alternatives that are set up that are run by the state. And that there's a conversation of punishment, but also with vices. I think what's really important to really elevate is the concept of coercion, which is connected to moralization, right? It's the idea that, okay, we might not want you to be in a jail, but we want you to stop the thing that you're doing. And so we are still going to use the grips of coercion as a way to try to control you. So it's like, if you don't, you have to go to treatment, which people hear as you're getting people help. But most treatment systems are also connected to the criminal justice system. Most of the referrals are coming from those places. They're for-profit institutions. They're not based in evidence. They're still criminalizing forces. And we're having to figure out what is the language and being super specific. and being really clear about what the principles are and what decriminalization is and what it is not. So like the decriminalization effort in Oregon is not the same decriminalization effort that is in Kansas, right? Kansas decriminalization bill is super coercive. And we're like, that's not what we mean when we say decrim. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to figure out, because when we talk about co-option, harm reduction has been completely co-opted, if you talk to some people, through the ways that the state health agencies or health departments are using harm reduction language as a way to increase surveillance in communities, or the ways that the federal government is saying they're doing harm reduction in order to neutralize the politicization that harm reductionists are having in the broader conversation of healthcare.
Professor Vitale, do you mind responding to this question as well?
Again, hard to figure out what to add to that. Maybe I'll just take a slightly different tact and just say, one of the challenges for the movement is trying to think through how to connect some of these issues organically and in a way that's politically accountable to different communities. So I think generally within the abolitionist movement, the defund the police movement, there's a broad understanding that we should end the drug war, that we should decriminalize sex work, that we should abolish vice units. But sometimes those movements don't have an organic connection to drug users, sex workers, others. And so that has been the big, and then sometimes the folks working in those spaces don't have any connection to like an actual community where political power is playing out in concrete ways, so that they're operating at a kind of, let's say, citywide level that is almost a little bit abstract and policy oriented, and doesn't necessarily, and sometimes I would say fails to address the immediate impediments to an abolitionist agenda that exists at the neighborhood level, which is something like, my kids have to deal with needles in the park that they play in, or my kids have to deal with condoms on the way to school. So don't give me abstract arguments about the rights of sex workers. What are you doing about the direct threat of this quality of life disorderly behavior to my lived experience? So sometimes when I'm talking to sex work advocates, organizers, people in that space, I say, look, pick a neighborhood where this is a live issue and find common cause with the neighborhood-based organizers who share your analysis. But when they try to talk about sex work, people are like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have this right. And then when the sex worker says something, they're like, well, you don't know what the experience of this neighborhood is. So we got to figure out how to bring these struggles together in a real organic way, because I think that's where the power is. If we have to be able to convince actual people in lived spaces that we have a better strategy for liberation, for their well-being, for advancing these issues, then let's just get the police on this.
Professors Krieg and Kaplan, would you like to add?
I agree with everything that's been said. It's difficult. I'm like looking through my notes to figure out if there's anything that I actually, that hasn't been said that I have. But one of the things I want to sort of bring up as well is, this panel is about vice and abolitionism. And to some extent, one of the things that been brought up a little bit is that there is more of a political agreement that for at least decriminalization, and granted, I know that's not abolitionism, but of vice-related offenses. But because abolitionism requires so much more, and also because abolitionism is supposed to apply to more, right? It's not just supposed to be about drug crimes and sex work and prostitution. It's about rethinking the entire criminal justice system, and also our criminal justice focus and punishment focused basis of addressing what are, legitimate social problems, just not the social problems that criminal law addresses, right? Because criminal law is really bad at that. I think that it is in some ways much harder then to take these arguments about about vice and abolitionism and translate it to other offenses that people don't have as much of a willingness to think about abolitionism in terms of, right? So people might say, okay, well, yes, it makes sense to some extent that your argument makes sense when it comes to, the idea of drug crimes and sex work and pornography. And as Cassandra said, I should be able to have a good time, right? And maybe this is doing more harm than good. But it doesn't translate really nearly so easily to an abolitionist framework, I think, for crimes that are sort of more widely accepted as having victims. And that is a big, big challenge, I think, because people are less inclined to be comfortable with applying these strategies to offenses like rape or child pornography. And I understandably, it makes sense, but the prevention-based focus is generally assumed to be a poor fit for these offenses. The idea that you need to sort of look upstream and try to figure out how to support communities to not have this anymore is just generally considered to be a poor fit for those. And so I think that's a big challenge for abolitionism. And so if abolitionists can learn some things from the advocacy and organizing concerning the decriminalization of various vices, it's in part about it's in part also about what can't be translated necessarily, and how they have to take different tactics. I think that we need to kind of, in some ways, think about, which everyone here has been, obviously, how this is a question of addressing it as a redistribution of power, right? It's easy to say that, the war on drugs is more commonly accepted as a failure, and public health-based approaches, which Cassandra correctly points out, are, in themselves can be problematic. That for other communities, the effects of these drug laws didn't really reach them until the opioid epidemic, because they weren't poor and because they weren't Black, and it wasn't targeting them nearly as much. And when we started to see a move towards that, we saw more of a drug course and treatment, and this is being more widely accepted. But of course, the response can't be, okay, let's make white people care more, because that's not a strategy. The strategy is redistributing power and decentralizing it in a way that community-focused alternatives that put actual stakeholders in power within their communities are provided that leverage and that ability to make this kind of change. And the ability to kind of restructure our thinking about punishment and our sensitivity to criminal punishment and what it does may sort of hinge on these wins and what we can do for them, with them.
Yeah, and Alex?
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I think the one thing I did want to touch back on is something that I think Cassandra talked about in the first sort of answer to the first question about sort of the discussion of vice crimes being sufficiently incorporated into this discussion. And I think, she spoke so well about the importance of drug offenses. And I think, I can understand to a degree sort of why sometimes maybe there is an urge to not have drug offenses as much a part of this conversation, because there certainly have been some times where the importance has been overstated, right? People, rhetoric of saying, if we end the war on drugs, that's going to, solve mass incarceration or whatever. We all, of course, know that's not true, but, it is so important not to lose sight of the fact that you do have, 10%, give or take, sometimes more of arrests that are tracked by the, UCR reporting being for simple drug possession. I mean, you take that out, that's a huge chunk of arrests that you were, removing from the system. And the effect that drug sort of war style policing and drug possession policing has on law enforcement in general. I mean, the extent to which the drug war and policing of drug possession has driven pretextual car stops and racial profiling. I mean, that is, so closely linked, and the incentives of just doing those kinds of car stops and doing that kind of policing is so closely linked to the criminalization of drug possession. The idea that if, I search this car, maybe I'll find some drugs and make an arrest. And from things like that to things like the anchoring of high, significant sentencing laws to to mandatory minimum drug sentencing, right? I mean, mandatory minimum drug sentencing at the federal level, some of the worst mandatory minimum sentences, are maybe for a relatively small slice compared of people who are in prison, relative to the overall, a segment of people who are incarcerated. But those kinds of mandatory minimum sentences, I think, reverberate throughout the criminal justice system, because when you have those kinds of sentences and lengthy mandatory minimum sentences for drug offenses, I think you inevitably sort of have an anchoring effect that drives up sentencing, throughout the criminal justice system, because you say, well, somebody's got 10 years for driving a car across the border with drugs, there's got to be a higher punishment for X, Y, and Z other offense. So, I mean, I think, sort of, and those are just a couple of examples, but I think there really is, I think it is absolutely true that ending the drug war is not going to solve mass incarceration, but at the same time, it is absolutely true that ending the war on drugs can do so much good in leading to decarceration.
Can I just ask a follow-up question for you, Alex? Or maybe what we could sort of agree on with regard to that is that, taking away criminalization of drugs and prostitution sort of ends something that is making a problem worse, but does not necessarily in itself make things better, right? It's sort of like, you're stopping, it's like, when your older siblings on you, and it's like, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? And they stop doing that. That's great, but that doesn't necessarily make your situation better. It's just sort of alleviating the problem that we created.
Well, I'd actually pushed, because I think that makes sense for incarceration, but I think for the institution of policing, the decriminalization of drugs would play a seismic impact, because it is a large funder of policing institutions throughout the country. It is a large pretext for the stops that are happening. It's a big pretext for the surveillance that is happening in communities. It's the number one arrest that's happening in the country. Like, the engagement between law enforcement and police, drugs often act as the pretext or the justification for people to engage. And so I think that your point around incarceration, like, it will make it better, but it won't fix it. I don't think that decriminalizing drugs fixes the institution of policing, but I think if you remove the decriminalization of drugs, you really take out a large chunk of their kind of, a lot of their reasoning and justification of why they engage people, right? And why they look at neighborhoods in a particular way, and what serves as the underlying theory about how they engage certain communities. And again, policing didn't start with drugs, it's not gonna end with drugs, but I think it's such a large portion that I think I think that there has been the overinflation in the conversation around mass incarceration, but I think there's not enough of a recognition about how much drugs really drives policing culture and surveillance in this country. And I think that it is a real opportunity to break a pathway. And one of the things that I would also say about abolition is that there's so much opportunity for innovation and vices, because when we think about, and I would say this is for worse, not for better, for worse, is that some of the reasons why people are we got to get rid of drug possession, or we got to get rid of, we got to decriminalize sex work, is because the public pities those people, right? The person that's struggling with addiction, she's doing sex work, not because she wants to, but because, she went through a really hard life. You know what I mean? There's that kind of thing that's also happening. And so we have done, that's also one of the pitfalls in the way the drug policy and vice, well, not sex work, because they've been better at this than drugs. Some of the limits to the way that drugs have created campaigns, right, is like creating this sympathy thing as opposed to really building up the humanity of the person, right? And I think that that's also something that happens with the co-optation of the public health space, which really doesn't often like recognize the autonomy of people and is really like, has that very much paternalistic infrastructure surveillance streak into it. But when we did that, we create this arbitrary line between people who use drugs or people who are sex workers versus people who sell drugs and the Johns, right? And so then like all that aggression that we have moved away from people who are users or workers are now moved to the people who are deemed to be in a more powerful position, right? And the vitriol is hard, right? So when people talk about the conversation of like abolition and people are like, what about the rapists? What about the murderers? When I talk about the war on drugs, people are like, what about the sellers? What about El Chapo? What about, so like for us, we're dealing with it in a different way. And think about the role that we play, right? Like everyone talks about SVU. There's Narcos. There's all the drug Inc. on CSNBC. Every day, people are being indoctrinated with the boogeyman of the vice, right? Which limits the opportunity about how we talk, right? Like we so much talk about drug possession, but we still have no idea how to really talk about drug sales because the pressure is so hard because of the way that we've also built campaigns. So that's also another lesson for like broader abolition in looking at the vice spaces where so much has been focused on people who use drugs and people who do sex work. And I'm not saying that's the wrong thing, but I'm saying that it is a short-term solution to the pathway of abolition of those issues.
Thank you for those remarks, Cassandra. And, I think what it kind of highlights is the ways that, having certain forms of conduct criminalized can justify surveillance, right? So even if you think about like criminal procedure and the extent to which suspicion of narcotics can be a justification for all sorts of things in Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment contexts. And if you remove that, perhaps that decreases police interactions, perhaps it doesn't. But, one thing that I think can often be missing is, when people are assessing whether a particular form of criminalization is effective or something that we should pursue, they look at the numbers of how many people are incarcerated or maybe the numbers of arrests. But there are also broader cultural effects, I think. Right. And so it can have a cultural impact. So, for example, the war on drugs, I don't think it only impacted drug arrests. I think just the ways that it impacted the ways that police interact with communities, right? The ways that people are regulated and surveilled, right? It provided a justification to treat people a particular type of way that goes beyond the numbers of people who are incarcerated or arrested. And I think sometimes that can be kind of glossed over. But I think it's right, it may be difficult to, translate and speak about, the decriminalization of, certain conduct where people are more open to, let's say, decriminalization of marijuana versus, you mentioned sexual harm. And so, I think harm is something that's kind of been discussed in these different types of forms of conduct.
To be fair, I didn't actually mean the decriminalization of sexual harm.
Oh,
I was
no.
talking about abolitionism with regard to sexual harm, which is, very different, like an idea of sort of looking at the underlying causes of sexual harm and supporting communities in addressing those rather than decriminalizing sexual harm, but making criminal law no longer the focus. And I just want to be, and actually that's, I think the challenge is that if you start to speak about that, people think, oh, you're talking about decriminalizing like child molestation. It's like, no one is saying that child molestation shouldn't have a punishment. We're just saying that perhaps the criminal law shouldn't be the primary focus of how we address it. Perhaps we should be using other methods to address underlying issues that can lead to it so that we prevent it in the first place rather than, and that's something that's hard to kind of translate to vice crimes. I think with vice crimes sometimes, and maybe I'm wrong about this, and I think people think about it as these, when they're successful at sort of having this decriminalization framework, it's the idea that these are bad actions maybe, but not necessarily bad people. and other measures would address these concerns better, and the laws are doing more harm than good. But when it's non-vice crime, I think a lot of times, depending on the crimes, people are thinking, okay, these are bad people. And it's hard to see approaches that aren't focused first and foremost on policing and incarceration. And I'm a little skeptical that like decriminalization of drugs, for example, would allow these pretextual stops and this sort of getting involved in someone's life because of the underlying issues of poverty. Because, you know, we use all sorts of other issues for that. We use, you know, we use housing insecurity. We use suspicion of child abuse, right? And CPS comes in and takes your kids away. They don't necessarily need to cite drugs for that, right? So we have all this history of this being used in many ways. And I think taking away the drug aspect is vital, but I don't think it's going to stop the underlying institutional power dynamics from exploiting people who are poor. I mean, no one's actually saying that.
Yeah, but I think that's the point, right? Which is why we need abolition, right? Because if we don't do abolition, they're just going to find different ways. And so when people say the whole like, when people make the lines about what is okay to be punished and what is not okay to be punished, we just create more of the space for the same things to happen. Because the truth is it really is not, it's really the person, like what space they take up. It's, you know, I think we can do this abolition in housing, abolition in healthcare, abolition in everything, and everyone's talking about the same kinds of people, right? Because it's the people that are an affront to the state. It's like women are affront to the state, like people who are not white, who are not resourced, you know, like those are the things that are like not supposed to be here, right? Like they do not compute, and therefore we must control them or get rid of them. And it's why abolition in general needs to that abolitionists that are working in different movements need to be building the through line throughout, right? Because I can end the drug war tomorrow. I could do it, abolish it. It's the best thing. There's a regulatory thing, and everybody else is still getting their ass kicked, right? And one of the examples I use is the members of drug user unions, right? The people that are using drugs, who are in drug user unions like Vocal New York, they're not just Vocal New York members because of drugs. They're Vocal New York members because of other things. And so if abolition doesn't, if my work doesn't create the pathway for a lessening of the intervention of law enforcement, that vocal member is still going to have to be a vocal member because of the way that the state operates.
Yeah. So
and the logics that we enable through these struggles, when we organize them through an abolitionist lens, is how we build to those greater systems transformations. That's why it's so important that we not fall back on neoliberal tropes and short-term reformist compromises, because the logic of those compromises reinforce the system, the logics that are oppressing us, that are causing all these harms. So even though ending the drug war in and of itself is an abolition, the only way we ever get to abolition is through campaigns like getting rid of the drug war, as long as those campaigns are rooted in an abolitionist analysis.
Yeah, and so, you know, in one thing that's interesting that's coming up here is even the language that's used across these different movements and forms of advocacy is quite different. So within the context of sex work advocacy, the word decriminalization means abolition, right? And so, but in drug context and narcotics, it's very different, right? And it's decriminalization, then legalization, and I guess abolition. And so it's, you know, different frameworks, but I think it's important to have the conversation because these conversations are happening in different contexts, although people are using different forms of language. So I'd like to hear from the panelists before we jump into some Q&A. You know, what would an abolitionist future look like? Like, how do we prevent harm, or how do we think about pleasure? How do we think about vice? You know, how would you imagine it. And so we will start with Professor Cullors first, if that's okay, and go to you, Alex, and Cassandra, and then Professor Kaplan.
Sure. So, I guess I'll just focus in on sort of my hope for the sort of near term in drug policy, which is decriminalization of drug possession, decriminalization of drug users. And it's something that I think, with the passage of the ballot measure in Oregon is, achievable in more states. I mean, I think there can be real momentum to it, but it's a sort of tricky line, right? Because a lot of it is, and I think Professor Kaplan sort of, I think maybe mentioned this of, decriminalization in of itself isn't, it's taking away something, but there's the other side of the policy, which is adding more resources, adding more ability for people to get treatment, and assistants who want it through a genuine public health lens, not through public health as a criminal drug court, but treatment on demand. A situation, a circuit, a world where people, if they want to get treatment, can actually just go and get treatment rather than getting arrested, having to be prosecuted, and then getting treatment sort of at the threat of criminal prosecution. And I think there is a real potential to achieving that, in a lot of states. I mean, it's not going to be a federal reform. And obviously, Drug Policy Alliance is one of the, is the organization, among others, leading the way, maybe the first sort of organization among many involved in this broader campaign. And, I'm very hopeful about that endeavor, but it is, one where, as it happens, it's going to be, I think, very important to look and kind of think about and kind of tinker with and be always mindful of the sort of what is built in place of criminalization, right? And that is, what has been built in place of criminalization in Oregon. Maybe, we'll see what the lessons are from that, right? Of what the possibilities are, what is going to be successful, what's something that can be learned from. And obviously there's examples in other countries, Portugal chief among them, where you can kind of, learn from. But that to me is, what I hope to see in the near future is more states following the example of Oregon and really seeing a world where you have true decriminalization of drug users.
The criminalization of vice has been a primary tool for the facilitation of regimes of exploitation. And so if we want to imagine an abolitionist future, it has to be one where we are directly addressing those regimes of exploitation. And so it's exactly what that looks like. That's beyond my capabilities at the moment. I'm not really in a way that interested in just abstract utopian imaginings. I'm interested in engaging in processes of disrupting these systems and working in collectivity with people to try to develop credible alternatives that are rooted in, an ethic of care, compassion, and solidarity, not coercion, control, and violence and exploitation. So I leave it to others to do that more specific kind of imagining.
I think for me, sorry, I still have a house phone and the Haitians are talking. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Okay. Hi. All right. So, yep. Okay. So I think for me, when I think about the abolition of these vice crimes, I think about people having their basic needs. So universal health care, universal basic income, universal housing, because I think the point that Professor Vitale made in the first part, which is like people who are poor are the people that get harmed for vice crimes the most, is crucial. And I think that And I also think it's crucial for a lot of the things that we're trying to navigate. And so I think for me, like the abolition of the drug war happens if the broader set of conditions for people are better. And that people actually have what they need. And so their relationships to drugs are not either further exacerbated negatively because of other outstanding issues. And that we actually can have a conversation about drugs that we really should be having, which is about, oftentimes we have conversations about drugs and we're talking about criminalization and the harm and addiction, but drugs are about exploration, they're about pleasure, they're about experimentation. They really push for innovation. They give people more courage to see different things about themselves. I think that's one of the things that we're seeing really excitingly about the role that psychedelics are playing in people's mental health and getting them to see different things. We know the very good role that opioids play in the lives of people that have chronic pain, right? And that is being overshadowed. And I think that if we get to a place of abolition, then we can have a conversation about the very legitimate role that drugs can play in our lives.
Sorry, and Cassandra, just so you know, while I'm on mute, periodically my children are screaming in the background, so don't worry about it. One time I was on a panel and my daughter literally came and refused to leave. She was just staring at me while I spoke the whole time. I think that when we're talking about the future of abolitionism, or what it would look like in the future, it's about decentralizing our focus from the criminal law to all these other models, right? Drugs are about exploration. It's true. Right now, the problem is that we think about that in terms of white college students and not really in terms of a poor or Black person, or even a middle-class Black person, really. People of color are not given that same freedom for exploration. We need to create more than a response to problems, because that often devolves into essentially looking at communities or individuals as the problems. So how do we refocus on building economic systems that value people and don't just exploit them in a different way, to creating safety, security, creating health? And a part of that is about everything that everyone has been talking about here so far. Here in Camden, where I teach, there was a concern that this idea of addressing health as when bad things happen to people and they have to go into the hospital wasn't really obviously generating health. But not only that, it actually didn't make fiscal sense either. And that was something people could really get behind, right? So they focused on an approach to healthcare that gave really substantial personalized help on many levels when it comes to housing, because you can't have health without housing. People couldn't take their medications on schedules without that. And safety and security to people who needed it actually the very most. And that actually made the hospital bills go down because they weren't constantly going in for things that were easily prevented. But how can we use that kind of model in the context of other types of prevention, and also refocus it less on preventing problems and more on building something, in the same way that health isn't about just not having a disease. So these are our challenges. I don't have actually what the future looks like. I just have the challenges. Sorry.
So we have a couple of questions for the audience. And so the first question is, to what extent should we attribute changes in attitudes about drugs to the demographics of those with disorders related to opioid use? Are people more open to legalization / decriminalization simply because they imagine users differently than they did in the 80s / 90s? And I think we touched on this a little bit. See if anyone wants to respond to this question.
It's very obviously that's precisely part of what is happening. I don't know if anyone's going to disagree with that. And yeah.
I would just say that I think that is part of it, but I don't think it's most of it. I think that there has been a long-standing movement around mass incarceration and the overinflation of the war on drugs being failed And, the idea that we can end mass incarceration if we end the drug war is also part of this conversation, right? Like, people have had this idea that the drug war is like what has led to mass incarceration. And that kind of misnomer has gotten people to a place where they're like, we want to end mass incarceration. Let's legalize weed, which is what the Democratic primary people said in the 2020 election. I do think that people are more open to different alternatives, like supervised injection facilities and heroin-assisted treatment and safe supply, because of the current overdose crisis that we're in, that people see the set of urgency and the perception of the user has shifted. But I do think that people, I think what the overdose crisis is doing right now is getting people to say we shouldn't arrest people, we need to get them into treatment. But in that, they're like, force them into treatment. And so that conversation is not abolition, it's still coercion, even if the cage is not a jail cell, it's a treatment facility. And so it's why I would complicate that thesis a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is true in particular in Black and brown communities where there've been major shifts, right? If you read James Forman Jr.'s book, Locking Up Our Own, there was widespread political support for the drug war in these communities because they were desperate and they had no other resources being offered to them. And they saw the conservative winds of the time and the structural limits on what they could ask for. And so a lot of people embraced the moralizing frameworks, et cetera. And that too has shifted in important ways.
I think that's absolutely right. I do think that, that's, you guys are, that everyone's perhaps maybe agreeing on the same point, which is that for many communities, this has been personal for a while and the focus of a great deal of work for a while, because they disproportionately felt these consequences. For other communities, like white communities, it didn't really reach them. The carceral state aspect of it didn't really reach them until the opioid epidemic, because they weren't experiencing the costs in the same way. And we see more of an acceptance of it. It's not that the work hasn't been done. It's just that we see more sort of, oh, okay, this makes sense now, in part because I think there are different demographics. I mean, this is the first time that the proportion of, I think, people in prison for drug offenses that were white actually went up even slightly, in the last couple of years. So I think that perhaps, that's not, obviously, it's not a coincidence.
Thanks. And thanks for bringing the nuance in terms of the response to that question, right? That the work of advocacy has been really important in this area. And Cassandra, I don't know if you want to speak a little bit about the work that you did in Ithaca, because it kind of directly responds to that, and I think is a good example of what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we did in Ithaca was that we went and we ran a city process in which we talked about different strategies around responding to drugs. And this was really based on what we've seen happen in Canada and also in parts of Europe, where people do interdisciplinary conversations and organize it around a 4-pillar approach around prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and law enforcement, and think about the different alternative ways that they can show up. And, I think a lot of people were there moved by the overdose crisis, but there was also a strong group that had been doing work around mass incarceration and really doing a lot of community education about what are alternative responses. And what we found in the different city was how much we stopped talking about drugs and started talking about what people's actual needs were, and about how the neighborhoods actually needed to exercise their muscles of response outside of law enforcement. And, we've seen this happen in multiple places. And one of the big things that really came out of that was the idea to do the alternative response to people who are in the street using drugs, which is opening a supervised injection facility. And so through the work that we did in Ithaca City, Mayor Savante Myrick, comes out in support of overdose prevention centers in 2016, which had a huge response. And then, a few months ago, New York City is the first place to open a supervised injection facility that is sanctioned by a government in the U.S. And I think a lot of it is a concept of, I think Ruthie Wilson Gilmore talks about this, which is like, people spend a lot of time talking about like what is and what is not abolition, and is your organization abolitionist or not? And the conversation being more so like, is this abolitionist work, right? Like, is this in the spirit of abolition? Is it in the spirit of creating something different? Is it in the spirit of, Professor Kaplan's point, redistributing power and decision-making, right? And resources. And I think the Ithaca plan really tried to do that, back in 2016.
So we have a couple more minutes left. I'll see if any of the panelists want to give any final remarks or last thoughts. Okay, and I think we can end there. And I just wanted to point out, like, one thing that was interesting as we were planning this symposium, one thing we didn't want to do is focus on defining abolition, because so much of, what we've been observing, at least within the legal circles that we're in, and even some academic circles, is this focus on defining abolition, focus on the dangerous view, and not really on the positive vision of what abolition could be, what that future looks like, what we need. And I think in this conversation, we've actually touched on a lot of the ways that abolition could be materialized in terms of meeting people's material needs, recognizing how different forms of conduct have been labeled as crimes in order to surveil marginalized communities. We've identified some of the potential from learning and vices in particular, but also the differences that exist between vice, crimes, and other forms of conduct. And one thing that was said a little bit earlier today, I think it was maybe Derecka Purnell who said this, is that people often think about abolition as just being a total eradication of the harms that we see in the system, but it also can encompass some of these some reforms, harm reduction, harm mitigation. And I think several panelists during the course of the day have spoken about that and dealing with the immediate concerns that we people are facing, right, from the system. I think is really important, and addressing people's needs. We're also doing it and working in community. And Cassandra just gave one example in terms of the organizing she did in Ithaca. And I know, all of you in different ways have been involved with working with communities. And so I think this has been a great conversation. Looking forward to the next conversation, which will be with Patrisse Cullors and directly speaking with people from the community in LA about abolition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Professor Tusi. That was such an interesting panel, and I enjoyed hearing everyone in conversation. I especially appreciated Cassandra Frederick reminding us that abolition is also about finding joy in our lives, and even if that is drugs or something labeled as a vice, and removing policing from that realm entirely. We'll now take a short 4-minute break before we welcome Patrisse Cullors and local LA organizers for LA Leaders Charting Abolition, our last panel of the day. Please return at 3:35.
Ain't just about the braids in housing forms. Tell me what set you free, oh yeah. Yeah, showing what it means to be a part of something. Just knowing we can do it our way. Oh, my way. 'Cause when it comes to being about us, yeah, I'm a wear my skin and changing nothing, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, yeah, 'cause I'm black, no sugar, sugar. I'm black, no sugar, sugar. I'm black, no sugar, sugar, yeah. Now think of where you came from, yeah. Shouldn't be a question about your strength. Took me some time to see it, but I found it. 'Cause this is what we're made of. Parade my pride, I'll stand up.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back. So we are coming up on the very last event of the day, and I am so thrilled to invite this absolutely incredible group to close us out. So please join me in welcoming Patrisse Cullors, New York Times bestselling author, educator, artist, and abolitionist from Los Angeles, California, co-founder of the Black Lives Matter hashtag and co-founder and former executive director of the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation. Patrisse has been on the front lines of abolitionist organizing for 20 years. You can get your copy of Patrisse's latest book, An Abolitionist Handbook, 12 Steps to Changing Yourself and the World, out now. We could not think of anyone more perfect to moderate today's conversation: LA leaders charting abolition, with LA organizers who have been on the front lines of creating abolitionist change inside LA County. Patrisse, thank you so much for joining us and welcome to our symposium.
Thanks for having me. Thank you so much for having me. And usually my computer's on mute, I have no idea what's going on. So hopefully I don't have to do that again. It's so good to be here. This is my alma mater, UCLA. I'm so glad that we are in this really necessary, important conversation about abolition, but more importantly, that we're talking about it in my hometown. I have some of my favorite abolitionists on this panel today, and just really excited to introduce them and to share the work that they've been doing. Some of them you know really well, some of them may be new to you, but the organizing that they have been doing is some of the strongest organizing in Los Angeles City and County in relationship to abolition. We originally only had 30 minutes, but now we have an hour. So I'm so excited that we get to spend a little bit more time, but I do have a set of questions for each of you. And I'm gonna actually have you open us up. Dr. Melina Abdullah, lead organizer here at BLM Los Angeles and national director for BLM Grassroots. Melina, you've been on the front lines of challenging LAPD specifically for the last 8 years. I want you to just talk a little bit about what has really created LA to be one of the most heavily policed cities. What has LAPD's role been in that? You're on mute.
Thank you. This is a story of my life. I'm always talking on mute, right? Thank you, Patrisse. I'm so happy to be joining you. Grateful for this panel. Thank you to UCLA Law, and thank you to all of our comrades in this struggle. And I think to answer your question real simply is, this is a deliberate attempt. The over-policing of Los Angeles is a deliberate attempt to protect systems that bring profit to white supremacist, patriarchal, heteronormative capitalism. That's what police are here for, right? This is not debatable that police descend from slave catching. And so just as slave catchers were meant to protect the so-called property of their owners, were meant to really bring harm to those who were thought of as chattel, as property. That's what policing is meant for. And in Los Angeles, we've seen the constant growth of Los Angeles Police Department, which is now regains its status as the most murderous police department in the entire country. Last year, LAPD killed 20 people. On record, they'll have 18 because they only count the officer-involved shootings, or what they call officer-involved shootings, but they don't count at least 2 murders that we know of, the murder of Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes, who both died when LAPD chose to detonate explosives in a South Central neighborhood before they even bothered, or without even bothering, to evacuate the neighborhood. And so 2 elder men, one of them a retired school teacher, Ozzie Hutchins, one of them a beloved member of the community, Ramon Reyes, were both killed in that. So LAPD is really about city misleadership that chooses to spend more than 50% of its general fund on police rather than spending on the things that actually would create a safe Los Angeles, like mental health resources, like housing, like after school programs for our young people. And I'll be quiet after this because I'm just responding to your question, but I don't think I could respond well if I didn't say that, you know, what we would expect this to happen under, you know, the chiefdom of people like Daryl Gates, right? We would expect this to happen, the expansion of LAPD under the mayoralty of people like Richard Riordan, who are Republicans. But what we don't expect, in the story that isn't told, is a story of liberal white supremacy, where you have people like Eric Garcetti, who cast themselves as progressives, who are really the main ones who ushered in this expansion and this increase in spending on LAPD. And so it's important that we understand that white supremacy comes in many forms, including liberal forms, and it doesn't matter how much the current police chief, Michael Moore, glad hands in Black communities when he himself pulled the trigger in 2 LAPD killings when he was a beat cop, right? When, you know, Eric Garcetti has Black friends, but they're only Black friends who agree with him. And he has a household that personally called the police on Black Lives Matter more than 80 times and then bragged about that fact in the LA Times. And so this is what has brought the expansion of LAPD and the enabling of LAPD as the most murderous and corrupt. I would talk another 45 minutes about corruption if we had time. The most murderous and corrupt police department in the entire nation. And those facts are often covered up by one of the units that they spend the most on, which is their PR unit, where they do this spin and pretend as if community policing is something that we should be celebrating, as if, you know, the days of 1992 and 1965 are behind us, when we know that LAPD continues to be brutal and murderous in its behavior. So it's really important that we not trust the rhetoric coming out of LAPD, that we not trust the rhetoric coming out of City Hall, but instead we trust what our community leaders are saying, what our community organizers are saying, and what our community members are saying, that we always believe them. And we know that police lie, police lie, police lie. And we need just Google the Los Angeles city budget to support what community is saying.
Thank you so much, Lena. I think it's really important for all of us. I know that we're here at UCLA Law and on an abolitionist panel, but I think, you know, some of the work that you all have done around identifying LAPD as the most murderous, identifying how much money they're receiving, has really been such a catalyst for so many other folks in the nation to look at their own police departments. I'm going to hand it over to you, Lex. We've known each other for a very long time, worked with each other for a very long time, and grew up in this city and know it very well. You know, it's funny because people usually mix up the police and the sheriff, don't know who does what, you know, where they come from, their budgets, don't realize that they're separate. But we know very well here in this county the impact of the sheriff's department, the impact it has had on our loved ones' lives, and the impact it's had on this county. Can you talk more about the history of the sheriff's department and what it actually controls here in LA County?
Sure. Thank you, Patrisse, and very happy to be here. It makes perfect sense that people would confuse LAPD and LASD because they operate in such a similar way and also operate in tandem while often pretending like they don't. And they have very similar histories, and I'm really grateful that we're just doing that. We're grounding in historical context. It's the reason we actually win when we do win. And it's also leads us to this moment around that liberal dissonance that we're talking about, which is, you know, California and Los Angeles specifically are, in my opinion, very demographically progressive places, voter to voter, but we are institutionally not. And I don't use a term like, white supremacist lightly. So I say that to qualify what I'm going to say next, which is that our institutions were built by literal white supremacists and their kind of old boys networks. And the sheriffs and LAPD are the two living, breathing examples of that. When you see a crocodile or alligator, you're like, wow, that's a dinosaur. Like they look now how they looked millions of years ago. LAPD and LASD look now how they looked then. There's not been any transformation. There's not been any evolution. There's not been any kind of political growth or accountability or anything like that. And that speaks to that divide between our progressive base of people, which I actually would argue exist everywhere, and an institution, a set of institutions in California and Southern California that haven't changed, that were built not to change, that were built to preserve what was then the fantasy of LA being kind of the westernmost outpost of manifest destiny and white supremacy. And it's easy to just talk like that, but acutely speaking, in more modern terms, it's very important to note that the legacies of on the LAPD side, Police Chief William Parker, and on the LASD side, Sheriff Sherman Block, are the most modern and recent iterations of that. And both of those folks were hyper-militaristic, hyper-sadistic, hyper-racist. They believed in ultra-violence and racial violence, not only as a means to an end, but as the standard for policing that they wanted to export to the rest of the country. And that's why LA has been the workshop, at least in our lifetime, of militarized policing. The battle ram, we had a song about it in the 80s, the militarization using these pretenses, right? Saying it was, because of the Contra Wars and the war on drugs, flooding guns and drugs, ironically saying that when our own government was at the very least allowing it, combined with, gang violence, or even laughably now saying it's about smash and grabs, whatever the media pitch that they, conduct to then respond to say, we are going to overfund and militarize. And it's why, just speaking kind of in an anecdotal sense, when you've traveled the country, it's bad everywhere. I don't want to say that it's worse one place than it is another. It's a country, it's a problem with our country, but it's why police here, both sheriffs and LAPD, look like military. Whereas when I was a kid and you'd see Sesame Street or Mr. Rogers, the cop, I was like, well, how come cops here don't look like that? I don't see the guy, with the kind of ruffled shirt and the hat and, Officer Jones talking to the people on the corner. They've always looked like paramilitaries here, and they've always operated like paramilitaries here. So I think that history is so, so important, and it's manifested so strongly in the sadism of how our jails are run, where, again, sometimes people are surprised to learn that we don't have a corrections department. It's just the sheriffs. And that's defined the ultra-violence that we've grown up in, no matter what the excuse was.
Thank you so much for that context, Lex. And I just want to make sure everybody knows that's Lex Stepling, campaign director at Dignity and Power Now. They have led some of the work to both hold the Sheriff's Department accountable, but also the work to end jails here in Los Angeles County. Michael, I'm going to actually pass it over to you. Michael's an organizer with Dignity and Power Now. He's also been on the front lines of fighting for the dignity of currently incarcerated people, and now, as you are no longer incarcerated, formerly incarcerated people as well. Michael, some of us watched Michael's work as he led a hunger strike in the state of California to challenge the conditions inside of California state prisons. And now, Michael, you're training to be a lawyer as you continue to move in the direction of abolition here in Los Angeles. I'd love for you to share with the audience, how do you understand your role as someone who's formerly incarcerated and now training to be a lawyer? How do you see it as part of abolitionist lawyering?
Thank you. And thank you everybody for being here today. I would definitely say, as somebody, especially going back to the hunger strikes, right? Because I think that was abolition at work, right? We came together, a group of folks that were actually rivalries in prison and killing one another in prison. But to say that, oh, it was the lawyers, because it was a three-pronged attack, right? It was us prisoners doing the hunger strike, which led to community awareness of it, and folks out here organizing, and people like Dolores Canales and other folks who who got families together and went to Sacramento. So there's that part, right? And then there was the lawyers who came on, who took it on as a class action, right? So that's 3 ways. And I wouldn't say like it would work with just one way. The lawyers couldn't just do it themselves. We couldn't just do it ourselves. And I don't think families could just do it themselves, because people have been trying to end long-term solitary confinement in California for decades. I mean, that wasn't the only hunger strike. There were several other mass hunger strikes prior to that. So I think it takes lawyers also, until we're able to abolish all the court systems, right, and decolonize this whole system. In the meantime, lawyers do have a lot of access, right? And so as a jailhouse lawyer, somebody who learned the law inside and litigated, and just as somebody being formerly incarcerated and going through the whole criminal justice process, and now working, with Dignity and Power Now and community, excuse me, and doing like community support, court support, or participatory defense, I see and have been, experienced the harm that our public defenders do to people, right? By working with the DA, and it's always been that way. I know they have a really bad reputation in the jails. They're called public pretenders, dump trucks, because typically it's like they don't really spend no time working with a person or building a defense. It's always the DA is offering you 5 years. You either take it now or you're going to end up getting 20 if you lose. It's never, oh man, how can I, try to build you a defense? The first thing when somebody goes to their prelim or their arraignment, the public defender, and I see it over and over, and they have no respect for their clients. They talk to them in the hallways. They just come out and talk to them in the hallways in front of everybody. Oh, you're being charged with beating up your girlfriend, or you're being charged with, whatever it is, protesting or stealing. Like, there's no confidentiality involved. There's no respect involved, right? So I think as somebody, if I was to become a lawyer or a public defender, I would do that much differently. I would not try to work with the DAs. I would try to change that culture of always trying to get a plea bargain, right? As opposed to fighting the cases. And then when it comes to litigation, if I was a lawyer doing, you see some of these big lawsuits. I mean, there's a book by Michelle Alexander, The New Jim Crow, where she talks about, lawyers in the movement, the early lawyers, such as like, the ACLU, these big law firms who you can also consider white saviors, right? Because it is a privilege, and it's a privileged space. It's very difficult for people of color to get into law school and even to pass the bar, right? Especially people with criminal convictions. So seeing that the lawyers that were involved in most of these class actions, and even dealing with it with my work with YJC and DPN, the lawyers tend to take the lead, and they don't really work with the folks that are inside, or the community that they're saying they want to save, right? Or help. When it comes to the remedies, they don't ask the clients, like, what is it that you all really need? It's more of they decide what the community needs, right? It's that white savior mentality that we have to break as well, and work more with the community, and what does the community want as a remedy, as opposed to how much lawyer fees are we going to get out of this. I hope that answers your question.
That did. Thank you so much, Michael. And as you see in the chat, Michael's UCLA Law review piece is in the chat, so folks can check it out. I'm going to pass it over to Christian. Christian Green, you're doing amazing work in the Antelope Valley. And so this is so important, because people who are not from Los Angeles don't understand how big this place is. And when oftentimes when folks get here, they're like, wait, we're still in LA? We could be driving for hours. And that is the Antelope Valley. I call it the Midwest of Los Angeles. In some ways, the Antelope Valley has been waiting to be organized. And I'm so excited about the work that you've been doing there, Christian, as you are someone born and raised in the AV. So, there's been, I would say, over the last several years, but especially over the last 2 years, this conversation around canceling law enforcement contracts, getting cities, getting schools to cancel these contracts as a way to fight our way towards abolition. Can you talk to us about what that looks like? The canceling of law enforcement contracts right now, as you all are trying to cancel the sheriff's contract inside of the schools, and why is it necessary in the AV?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for highlighting the Antelope Valley on this panel. Congratulations on your book. And it's also good to be home, right? At UCLA, I'm an alum as well. Got my bachelor's and my master's from UCLA. Well, I'm what they call a double Bruin. But in regards to this work, you know, it is so necessary. Like you said, people often don't even know where AV is. And so for us, it's so necessary because we're here to abolish hate. We're here to abolish the lies. You know, as sociologist Candy Burris says from Atlanta Housewives, and I'm sure Melina can agree, the lies, the lies, the lies. We are here to expose the truth, right? And there is this misconception that the AV is safe, that we live in a colorblind society, that the AV loves police, and that we're pro-law enforcement. But the reality is that Black and brown folks migrated here in hopes of something new. You say the Midwest, I say the South. They migrated here to the north in the AV in hopes for cheaper rent, housing, safer environments. But we must understand that the AV is a historically white supremacist town. I will leave that right there. Just recently, in like the last few months, we've been at school board meetings fighting for our youth. And there have been people here that have been coming in there wearing Confederate flags. You mean to tell me in 2022 that folks are still promoting and wearing the Confederate flags? You got to, you know, miss me with that. And so Cancel the Contract is about the people, for the people. We're a grassroots organization just really, really trying to find like how to fight for healing, truth, transformation, especially for our youth. One area that I want to focus on and highlight, like you said about the school campuses, we've been fighting against the sheriffs on campuses. Just last year, there was a young woman that was body slammed by a sheriff. And now they're suing the child and their mother as if they were, you know, in the right. And so there is currently no use of force of policy for our children in schools. We met with the captain out here and they said, yes, that's true. While we were asking them questions about what was going on, you know, was the cop reprimanded? And he said, we don't owe you anything. We don't owe the community anything. How dare you? You know, and so there is a reason why we are out here, and I'm so grateful for my team. Shout out to Cancel the Contract, those that are listening. There is no reason why 1 in 4 foster youth are suspended. The AV is the home of the highest foster youth population. I'm a former foster youth, so that's why it speaks dear to me. And we're fighting the school to deportation pipeline. 89% of our high schools are Black and brown. Foster youth, ESL students, and they're spending $2 million on sheriffs. And imagine what we can do with $2 million. You know, Melina alluded to it earlier about after school programs, mental health counselors. And so I can go on and on, but I want us to all realize that the Antelope Valley is often lost, forgotten stepchild of LA County. And we want the LA County supervisors to know that we are here and we are going to cancel some kind of contract this year. Thank you.
Yeah, you are. You know, I think this conversation about the Antelope Valley is really important. And I'm going to actually bring it back to you, Lex, because over the last few years, there's been a growing call to stop jail expansion, no more jails in Los Angeles. And in 2017, No More Jails became Justice LA, and folks challenged the supervisors and its relationship to expansion. And, you know, one of those jails would have been a women's jail in the Antelope Valley. Can you talk more about that particular campaign? It's still something that I think is incredibly inspiring. And we're still, you know, obviously we still need to shut down Men's Central Jail and many of the other jails, but I think that moment of winning and ending those contracts and stopping that expansion has been something that has inspired a lot of folks nationally and globally.
I think Justice LA is a really great example of what happens when we arrive at a point through, you know, lots of hard work, lots of holding the line, kind of probably betting on ourselves a lot, but ultimately being able to build a container with which to run a campaign that actually, in every conceivable way, believes in abolition as a means to an end, as a feasible outcome, as a realistic outcome, and most importantly, as the most, maybe only sensible outcome. Abolition often gets framed in really like flowery academic language or very kind of high concept thinking, or as if it's a fantasy. And, you know, the answer is it's all of the above. But what gets left out is the fact that it's a very realistic, practical approach and long overdue. And if we are going to do this work and we are going to step up and say, we aim to change something, then I don't think there's anything other than abolition to do, or else, in my opinion, we're not being accountable to our communities. And so Justice LA was an example where, and I'm going to speak very frankly, and this is me talking, so I'm going to stand on what I'm going to say, which was kind of in some ways rejecting the conventional knowledge of the political consultant class that comes to us and says, polling says this, focus groups say that. And I feel like I want to be clear that we're not ever going to focus group ourselves to freedom. We're not ever going to tap into what people tell us people like in a way that betrays our own experience. I'm deeply of the belief that abolition is actually a very popular demand, just like I'm deeply of the belief that defund, which is a small, tiny little sliver of the conversation, is also a very popular demand. And here we are in 2022, which is crazy, where they are telling us there's a backlash on all of their demands. But I'm only seeing two parts of a backlash. I'm seeing a political backlash, and I'm seeing a media backlash. But I have yet to see a popular backlash, because people still want this, or we wouldn't be able to win. We don't win because we have resources. We don't win because we have a big, strong media apparatus. We win because the people agree with us. And the reason being is that we are in decades into an experiment, decades into a purposeful project. Let's say that, it's not an experiment. We're decades into a project of mass scale state violence. And decades into that, we've all had to bear those damages. We've all had to bear the impacts of it. We've all had to bear the damages of family separation, of incarceration, of death, of torture, of harm, of corruption, of a constant extraction of resources from our community. I was thinking about this a few months ago, and I haven't been able to get it out of my head, about how the fact that we are now 40 years into Reaganomics, 40 years into austerity politics, and the only two public entities that have survived and thrived have been police and the military. And included in that is jailing and imprisonment. That is such an affront and such an offense to human rights, to the quality of life, that I believe everybody, no matter where they live on the political spectrum, wants. Everybody wants to be safe, and they want their loved ones to be safe. And they want their future generations to have a chance to thrive. So when we run on a demand that says, here's what abolition looks like to us in the practical sense here on the ground where we're all living, which is to say that we need to get rid of jailing, and we need to get rid of imprisonment, and we need to get rid of policing as we know it, and policing as we experience it, and policing as it's been designed. And that means acknowledging, and here's a point I want to make that was very important to the success of Justice LA, of saying to our own community that there's a difference between policing and security. And that there's no denial that we all want to feel secure. And there's no denial that we've experienced lots of violence, both at the hands of the state and interpersonally and intercommunally. And that when a decentralized, community-led, debureaucratized public health infrastructure is constructed, it always works. Safe consumption sites always work. Access to public education that's decentralized always works. Access to public health care that's decentralized always works. Access to community services, to family planning, to housing, non-punitive housing, housing that people get to maintain their dignity while they access it. Access to services that you can use when you're ready, that are non-judgmental. These are not ideas that are novel. These are things that whenever they've been allowed to exist have solved the problem. Allowing the community to come together and intervene in violence and do prevention work. Youth development work, which you mentioned, we knew each other for a long time. That's why we know each other. That's why we survived, was because of youth development programming in the community that currently doesn't exist. One of the things that succumbed to those austerity politics, that was defunded. So everything's been defunded but the police and the military, which everybody knows that. But what I'm saying is that we were able to put into our campaign demands all these other things that do work, and then kind of organize a huge, massive base of people here in LA, because you can't throw a paper airplane in LA without hitting someone who's been impacted by our massive jail system. The largest jail system in the history of humanity lives right here in LA, and everybody agrees. And our demands are sensible, and they're transparent, and they're honest. So the one thing we can't do is lie. I was meeting with an editor recently, and I was like, look, LAPD and LASD get caught lying multiple times a week. We don't get caught lying because we can't. Our demands have to be vetted. We have to hold ourselves accountable to them, and we have to deliver consistent truth to our community. So Justice LA won so much, and people would kind of ask like, well, what's the secret or what's the strategy? The only strategy was consistently and prolifically telling the truth and saying, you might call us radical, but we're only radical in relationship to the status quo. Because what we are pushing for as abolitionists is sensible and will lead to finally the beginning of a development of a infrastructure that leads to community health and wellness and safety and peace. And we welcomed everybody to have that argument with us. And please have the argument, please have the debate, please ask the difficult questions, because these are things that we've seen exist in small pilots, seen exist in micro instances, and they've always worked, including stuff like neighborhood peace work that exists outside of law enforcement, that always help stop the violence, lessen the violence, the solidarity work that Mike talked about inside of prisons and jails and outside in the community. And frankly, it sounds so conspiratorial, but we know that it was always then undermined and sabotaged by law enforcement and continues to be, because they do not have a vested interest in public safety. They have a political self-interest in maintaining a system right now where they get to be the ones who survive austerity.
Thank you so much, Lex. I really appreciate all of that, and I appreciate the framework in which so many people told us was the wrong framework, was to lead with abolition. And we led with abolition and we won. And I truly believe that the more clarity we have as a movement to lead with abolition, the more we'll be able to win. I want to go back to you, Michael. It's been a pleasure, at the beginning of COVID, we all were scrambling to figure out how we were going to be supporting folks inside of jails, inside this county jail system, and folks inside of California state prisons. I got the privilege of being on several calls with you as we launched a lawsuit against the county. And I'd love for you to talk about the work that you've been doing in this suit against LA County and the Sheriff's Department, the suit that's really looking at COVID and the impact it's having on currently incarcerated people. Can you talk about this work?
Yes, definitely. Again, as somebody who is formerly incarcerated, experienced incarceration and the lack of medical care, the lack of just treating a person humanely, right? Even from medical people who you think are supposed to care about you. And then, when the pandemic hit and all our family members and community members, members of DPN and even YJC, we started getting a bunch of phone calls. People were worried, I have a loved one inside, they already have a pre-existing condition or respiratory problems and having COVID, and they're getting calls from family talking about they're not even handing out masks and they're not even distancing people. They have people that are sick all in one cell with like 6 people living in there and no mask, not even giving them extra soap or disinfectant to clean their cells. A lot of people were scared and people were getting sick, and even some people were afraid to even say that they had it, because once people started complaining, they said, okay, then we need to quarantine you. And they would send them to ADSEG or a solitary confinement where people are sent to be punished when, you're going to lose all your property, your phone call privileges, etc. People would rather, not be placed in that situation. And then compound that with the sheriff, his, when people were raising these concerns, Villanueva went on the news to show a video, right? A video, Lex talking about how they lie, showed a video from a mental health ward, right? Where these people already have mental health problems, and they're showing that, that these people are trying to spread or catch the disease themselves, sharing cups, right? It just showed the fact that how insensitive and even like trying to cover up, right? How much of a liar Villanueva is. And even it was evidence too at the same time how dumb he is, because it showed that they weren't social distancing people. They have control and they're the social distance people. And why would you let people, give people cups and have them in that type of area where they're all congregating, right? And they're not being social distanced. And why would you expect somebody who has mental health issues to make those type of decisions for themselves, right? So there was a lot of problems. But one of the things with the litigation, as with the question earlier, you know, how do we do things in an abolitionist way, right? Many class action lawsuits and these type of lawsuits that are taken on by these law firms that can afford to do pro bono work because, you know, they have the money to, right? But often they're not connected with the folks inside, like, you know, folks on this call, Patrisse's, you know, if I may, you know, family members that were inside, you know, they didn't have family members inside. They didn't know people inside. So they don't have the communication that we as community organizers and even family members that are on this call had people that we could talk to and relay messages to. And the one thing that I wanted to make sure as a community organizer, which I love, is that you know, folks from Dignity and Power Now gave me the discretion, like, you know, take lead, Michael. And that was something for me that I never seen working with lawyers. You know, it's usually the lawyers, and for once, organizers were able to lead the direction based on our community, based on our communications with people inside that we had. So just making sure that the people's voices and their needs were met, especially when it came down to, like, you know, the city or the sheriff wants to settle. And so this is what they're offering. We're like, no, we're not going to settle. It's like, what do the people want inside? If they don't want to settle, we're going to keep pushing. So just keeping it in an abolitionist manner of pushing for the people and not allowing it just to be the attorneys and attorney fees to control it.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yes, it was, like I said, it was an honor and privilege to be on those early calls with you and hear you take the lead and hear you know the codes. I was like, you're speaking in a whole nother language. It's like the lawyers start to speak and you were able to just like be lockstep. I'd be like, what are they talking about? Explain it, please. And it's powerful. I think it's like, I grew up with a lot of folks who were jailhouse lawyers and knew the law way better than their own lawyers. And I think there's such an expertise that come from folks who are incarcerated that you learn the law because it's about your survival. It's about your livelihood. And it's just been powerful to see you take that lead. And I think, you know, folks who are watching should be following the work that you're doing. My last two questions to Christian and then to Melina. And Christian, this is a bit of a conceptual question for you, but I think it's an important one. And it's, what would the Antelope Valley be if it didn't have the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, thank you. I'll share a story real quick about my life. So I was born in a jail cell to an incarcerated mother. And I was born with drugs in my system. And, you know, we question, like, how did the drugs get into the jails and the prisons, you know? And we look at cops, we look at sheriffs, you know, they're feeding them. And our criminal justice system has plagued, jacked up our Black and brown communities from all over the country. I'm an 80s baby. So, you know, going through the crack and cocaine epidemic. And so there's so many different lives in the AV that have moved and migrated from LA and all over California that have been affected by mass incarceration, our criminal justice system. And for me, I just believe, and our team, we believe that the AV deserves better, and we're demanding better through storytelling and lived experiences. Between Lancaster and Palmdale alone, the cost of incarceration for the last 10 years have amounted, I think, over to $200 million. I got it from $1 Million Hoods. Shout out to Dr. Kelly Lido Hernandez. There was a huge lawsuit with the Department of Justice in 2015, where they created a settlement with the Department of Justice. And we're still fighting, that's one of our demands. We're still fighting the Department of Justice. Even 6 years later, they are not doing their job. The county is not doing their job. And these sheriffs have been violating Black and families' housing rights through surveillance, through unlawful search and seizures, entering into people's houses with no permission. And why is that? Because they want money. They want to keep Black and brown folks in their place, right? And what I do know, and what our team knows, is that we want a society of justice and freedom. You know, we want, can we just be free? Can we laugh? You know, can we just have fun? Do we have to live in fear and intimidation? We want one of community out here in the Antelope Valley. I will say that I do not have all the answers, you know, but I want to go back to, like, let us imagining, let us reimagine, let's dream. Like MLK said, you know, we need a society that cares for the community and the resources to back it up. So, you know, why does the word abolish really scare people? That's my question to everybody on this call. You know, like, why is it such a scary word? If it ain't working, fix it. abolish it and fix it. Try something new. If that don't work, fix it, And so what are the sheriffs really here for? To be our heroes, they're out here, doing coffee with the cops. They're out here playing chess with the cops, trying to be our heroes, but we're not playing that. We're not trying to go down that line. And so we need counselors, we need mental health responders, we need mentors. I envision the AV full of mentorship for our young folks, more books, more libraries. And so we need to lock up the cops that continue to harm our kids and break up our families. And I ultimately see the AV, and I'll end off on this, as an epic center, as a chocolate city, as my mentor, Dr. Marcus Hunter says, as a chocolate city from LA County. We have one of the largest populations of Black folks out here in LA County, and we cannot overlook that. We demand justice. We demand the truth to be told. We demand reparations. I don't know about y'all, but I want my reparations. I want my 40 acres and a mule. Actually, give me 80 acres. And we will continue to try to fight and cancel the contracts. And that's what we envision it as, canceling these contracts with the school districts, with the cities, with the county, so that we can really envision what does healing look like in 2022? What does the truth really look like? What does transformation really look like? And so, here it is. We're going to keep on talking about it and having these conversations. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christian. And I want to encourage folks on here, thinking about your hometowns and what it would look like if it didn't have police departments, what it would look like if it didn't have jail cells, and what you would want instead. I think that exercise is so important. Melina, I'm going to go to you. Over the years, you've focused on ending and decreasing police budgets. It was probably one of the most proudest moments witnessing you at the city council meeting in 2020, really advocating for why the defund police was an actual a demand that the city should take up, and they did. We've watched you and BLMLA get rid of DA Jackie Lacey when people told you that you all were being ridiculous, that when people told you that, she's a Black woman, you should be kinder to her. You all stood up and you ensured that she didn't get reelected. We've watched you be on the front lines alongside Students Deserve, ending random searches in schools for LAUSD students, and now fighting for police-free schools. And we've also seen you, I think all of the county government was like, okay, DA Jackie Lacey's out. They ain't gonna be outside no more. So we good. I think 3 weeks passed, and now you all have been on the front lines every single Wednesday, but now across the street from the police associations building, calling for the end of police associations. And this may be something for some folks that are like, wait a second, but they're workers. Why would we call for that? What precedent would that set? But I've heard you talk about it so eloquently. And so I'd love for you to talk about the people's budget, where that's at, what is at stake right now, as well as this call for ending police associations and how that is in alignment with an abolitionist future.
Sure. So thank you for the way you started and also where you're leading us, right? You started us by grounding us in history. And as long as people are shouting out books and mentioning Kelly Lytle Hernandez, I think that we're at UCLA Law. Everybody has to read City of Inmates by Kelly Lytle Hernandez. If you want to know the history of policing in Los Angeles, there's no better book to read. And then as we talk about what we're working towards, sitting right behind you is your brand new book. And we want to encourage everybody to read an Abolitionist Handbook, because I think it's really important. It really encapsulates what it is we're trying to do. We thought we were being really clever when we came up with defund the police, because we thought it was a way to not say abolish the police, but get to abolishing the police. And it was something that, as Lex pointed to, that resonated with people, like every single person. The way we came up with it is there was a pie chart someone showed us of the city budget. And we were like, oh, snap. They're spending like more than half of the city's resources on police. Everybody has to think this is outrageous. We should defund the police, right? And we were like, slick. Nobody will get that that means abolish, right? And really, for a period of about 5 years, defund the police wasn't even political. It wasn't even controversial, right? When we showed moderates liberals, even right wingers, that pie chart, they were like, oh, that's way too much money for police. It wasn't until, and this is where that PR kind of comes in, it wasn't until really, again, liberal white supremacists, race whisperers, as Melanie Price calls them, like Barack Obama started coming for defund the police, that it became controversial because, you know, people agree that we don't want more than a half of our unrestricted funds going to police, right? That is ridiculous. That is criminal. That means we're not spending those dollars. Like if you talk to anybody in your neighborhood, what bothers them the most is people sleeping in tents, right? It goes back to, again, this history, this origin of Black people and how we even got to this country, of Black dehumanization, of, you know, the annihilation of Indigenous people. When we think about treating people as animals, right, or as property, that's what is evoked when we see people sleeping in tents, right? When we see a city that allows its people to sleep, and we wouldn't even subject our pets. Pets are not even subjected to these conditions, right? And so when we think about it, defund the police and people's budget is really about demanding that we be treated as human beings, that we really prioritize the things that create safe communities and that keep us safe. So at the top of the pandemic, it's really started with that, not with the murder of George Floyd. This was before the murder of George Floyd. We started looking at what was happening with Black people and the pandemic, and where we stood at every single social, political, and economic measure. And we brought together virtually every single Black organization in the county of Los Angeles, and we issued something called the Black LA Demands. Nobody would listen to us, or very few people would listen to us. And so we had to kind of ratchet it up. And so we did a survey, grateful to now Dr. David Turner, who helped us launch this survey where we actually got raw data before George Floyd was killed, where everybody said we want to invest in people, not police. Now, that happens just before George Floyd's murder. When George Floyd is killed, the amount that people wanted to spend on really problematic and oppressive ways of dealing with issues like policing and jails dropped from about 5% to 1.8%, less than 2% is what they wanted to spend on people, on police and jails and incarceration, right? And so that's what People's Budget LA is about. I'm gonna quickly encourage everybody to plug into the work, because now that we're not in a George Floyd moment anymore, people think that we're done. We're not done until we actually defund the police. In the words of our kids, we're coming for all of it. So LAPD, LA Sheriff's Department, and these folks who really benefit white supremacist, patriarchal, heteronormative capitalism think that the corner has been turned and think that they can get more of the city's fund, more of the county's fund, right? LAPD is asking for a $213 million increase. $150,000 alone is for snacks alone, right? I don't know about you, but you know, my job doesn't pay for my snacks, right? But we have to absolutely challenge that. So we need people to plug into the work by going to peoplesbudgetla.com. We also need to think about who's responsible. And so two groups are responsible. One is the police chief. So we want to fire this police chief. We have a petition, tinyurl.com/fire LAPD Chief Moore. We need everybody to sign off on that and share it. But the other group that's responsible is the LA Police Protective League. They bully and bribe elected officials, right? Association of Los Angeles Deputy Sheriff, which is the non-union. It's the Police Association for Sheriffs. They bully and bribe elected officials. We need to shut them down and get them kicked out of the House of Labor. Every Wednesday, we are in front of the LA Police Protective League demanding an end to police associations, and we need everybody to meet us in the streets. And so that's the work, that's where people's budget is going, and that's where we need everybody to plug in. So we're saying defund to abolish, to imagine and build a world that's fit for the inhabitants of our people and our future generations.
Thank you so much. We had one question, and I'm actually going to take it because it was basically how I want to close off this panel. You know, this idea of abolition obviously comes out of the abolition of chattel slavery. And I had the honor and privilege of being a part of a conversation with Angela Davis last night, and she reminded our audience that we didn't end slavery. In fact, we're still living in the vestiges of it through this policing system, court system, through this criminal legal system, and that it is our job as people who believe in people's dignity, as people who care about human beings, it is our job to come together to abolish this system and to build something new. And it's our job to be able to envision that and to support the people like Lex, like Michael, like Christian, like Melina, who are actively on the front lines trying to build a new world for not just us in real time, because many of us believe that we may not see the world that we want to live in our lifetime, but definitely for our children and their children and their children's children. And Angela said something else. She said, we have to imagine 500 years from now. We have to imagine that the work that we're doing is literally for 500 years from now, and that there'll be new issues because human beings are sloppy, but there won't be this issue, and there won't be the issue of jails and prisons. And so thank you again, UCLA Law Review, and thank you again to the team who allowed for us organizers who've been in LA chugging along, calling for abolition and making it a primary and central demand as we move towards fighting for the humanity and the dignity for the most marginalized in our city and county. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Patrisse Cullors, Melina Abdullah, Lex Stepling, Michael Saavedra, and Christian D. Green for just grounding this conversation in the resistance you have practiced and the battles you fought right here in LA for years. And make sure to grab a copy of Patrisse's new book, An Abolitionist Handbook, from your local LA Black Dome bookstores like ISO One Books or the Salt Eaters Bookshop. And with that, I will pass it to Hope.
Thank you, everyone, for such a great day and for engaging in this important conversation with us about abolition, and especially the most recent panel for talking about how abolitionists, we're working towards that in our own city. So please join us again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the second half of our symposium, where we will talk about abolition and public safety, technology, and how that is coming in a global move. Please join on the Saturday Zoom link. Thank you.